Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have some pretty big news that we need to get through. This will be a big week, right? I mean, we get Cooper Kupp back in. We get Jonathan Taylor back in. We need to talk about what this potentially means for those other guys, such as Puka, such as Moss. Maybe even this makes the Los Angeles Rams overall just that much better. But we will be looking into everything. Let me just pull up a concentrated list of the actual news that we need to be talking about, because we have some injuries that I want to be looking at as well. But as I pull this up, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, hit that like button. You know what I'm going to ask from you. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And I actually just spoke with Underdog and got everybody hooked up that uses promo code FLOCK with a Justin Herbert special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard for next week. It doesn't matter if you've been on Underdog for years with promo code FLOCK or just signed up. If you are new to Underdog, you're actually going to get an additional special pick'em though. Justin Fields more than less than half a total yard this Thursday. But one other thing that we potentially have on the lookout for is the Panthers are quote unquote seeking a number one caliber wide receiver in the trade market. Now, if you were to go through and think about who that may be, right? You go ahead and go, okay, well, who is a number one wide receiver or a wide receiver one caliber type player that's potentially up for trade, that maybe is going to be dealing with some contract struggles on a team that just paid a massive, massive deal? We have Mr. T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals potentially going through and looking like he may be a Carolina Panther. That is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I see some people in the chat saying Davante Adams is not happy. Maybe, just maybe, somehow, some way, you do see Davante Adams over there in Carolina. I mean, in reality, if you're thinking about what we are going to see, this is a rookie quarterback in Bryce Young. I think that they are not necessarily in the mindset that they're ready to compete right now. So I think instead, you're probably going to be looking at a wide receiver like T. Higgins. At least that's what I'm going to be assuming. And then also, Curtis Samuel did practice. Jamison Williams is ready to play week 5. Pat Freiermuth is going to be doubtful. And the latest update on Cooper Kupp is the Rams want him 80 to 90% healthy. Don't feel like he's there just yet. They are hopeful that he's going to play in week 5. The injury was not as bad as they initially thought, and the team will be conservative with him. So the main thing that I see there, maybe because I'm an optimist, is the injury was not as bad as they initially thought. So if I'm looking at that, I'm going, okay, hell yeah, let's go ahead and let's fire up Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is playing this week. Now, I just made my wide receiver rankings. I ranked Cooper Kupp and Puka as both low-end wide receiver ones this week. Obviously, if Kupp does not play, then you're going to go ahead and then you are going to skyrocket Puka up those rankings. Probably won't be just be a low-end wide receiver one, probably be a top 5 receiver. And if Kupp does play, I'm not going to be worried about a snap count. Even if he is on a snap count, he will produce. He's Cooper Kupp. And for that reason, I did rank Puka ahead of Cooper Kupp this week, just because I'm not a fool, right? I may be an idiot, but I'm not a fool. Don't necessarily think that you're going to have Cooper Kupp coming in and immediately seeing a 30% team target share in Los Angeles. I think it will take a little bit of time for him to get ramped up. And let me go and pull up any questions that we may have. Okay, I see this in regarding the Justin Herbert special pick'em. Yeah, so this is for next week against the Dallas Cowboys. I believe that game, actually, that's not going to be on my birthday, but nonetheless, will be pretty damn close. But yes, that will be available for everybody who's used promo code FLOCK on Underdog, regardless of if that was this week or you did 2 years ago. But that will be next week. Just giving you all a heads up now. But Brock coming out with our first question. Happy to see you, my friend, says 12-team Happy BR2 receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Lamb, Puka, Henry, Madison, Njoku, White, Davis, Addison, Wilson, Komet, JT, Charbonnet. Hell yes, we're 3-1, and we're getting Jonathan Taylor in here, my man. Phenomenal squad. Honestly, I don't necessarily think you have to do anything. If you could somehow swindle yourself, sending like Alexander Madison and maybe David Njoku or Alexander Madison and Cole Komet, and going and getting to a tight end like TJ Hawkinson, specifically in this format, that would be something I like. The Dark Knight says trade Swift and Hopkins for ETN. I don't know. I think Swift and ETN are about the same at this point. Noah says, sub bro, at BBR trade Chase for Henry and Jalen Waddle. It is a fair price point. If it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I'd probably keep the best player in Jamar Chase. If it's a multi-flex league, I would not mind at all if you wanted to make that trade. Lucas says 12-team PBR, 1-3, single flex. We have Watson, Pollard, Etienne, Kupp, Ridley, Pitts, Madison, Amari, Hunt, Palmer, Tutu. Traded Tutu for Zach Ertz. If Kupp is back, Tutu's nothing. Who the hell cares? Go get yourself a tight end if we needed one. Now we have Kupp back in this lineup. Yeah, we were 1-3 to start. Should be much better going forward. I do still think that Alexander Madison's a potential sell, just given the fact that, I mean, you have Cam Akers now splitting this backfield with them, even at Madison's RB1. I don't know how excited we are about him in a committee. So, I mean, similar to what we just said with the last team, right? If it's a single flex format, if you can take the depth RB now and Alexander Madison and package him with either Zach Ertz or Kyle Pitts to go and somehow swindle yourself into TJ Hawkinson or Mark Andrews, I'd like that. Brighton says, trade Hollywood and Pacheco for Waddle. Is this a win? In a full PPR league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I probably want the best player. I'll say you probably lost out on trade value, but I love Waddle rest of season. K Squared says, is it time to get rid of Ridley? Who am I looking for? Other receivers are Hill, Wilson, running backs are Pacheco, Jacobs, and Devon. I would say now is going to be a very difficult time to get rid of Calvin Ridley. I don't necessarily know if there's anybody excited to go through and trade for him. If you wanted to, I think you would have to trade for another distressed wide receiver asset, which would be, say, Jalen Waddle, which would be Chris Olave, someone else that people are worried about. Bones coming out says 12-team PPR. Traded Hurts, Pollard, Evans for Jefferson and Connor. So going from Mike Evans to James Conner, kind of up to you. Going from Jalen Hurts and Tony Pollard for Justin Jefferson, where we have Brock Purdy in at quarterback. Fine move. I love the elite level quarterback. I think Pollard's a top 3 running back as well. But I mean, right now in fantasy, you do have Christian McCaffrey, Justin Jefferson in that top tier. Then you have 100 miles below that until you get to the next best player. So I'm completely fine going out there and overpaying for Justin Jefferson. I think we are overpaying here, but you kind of have to if you're going to get him. Thomas says full BBR traded Devon Achane for Burrow and Gibbs. I was starting Daniel Jones previously. I'm okay with this deal for the long term. In the short term, it's going to be a struggle when Burrow's not going to be startable with his injury and Gibbs doesn't really have a role. Long term, I think it makes sense though. Now, Tunchaka and Chill says 12-team PPR double flex, traded Amari and Eco for Cooper Kupp. Double flex format, I'm a little bit less excited about it, but if you think Kupp gets back to what Kupp was previously, then obviously it's a smash. We have Lamar, Etienne, Kyron, Kamara, Devontae, Lamb, Kupp. Oh, this is a great team where we have a lot of depth. I'm more excited about it knowing that we were loaded in the first place. Brutus says, got this offer on the table. We have Walker, James Cook, Jacobs, Kamara. Receivers are Hill, Wilson, Godwin, Deontay. Should I trade Kamara, Johnson for Stevenson and Ridley? What are your thoughts? Or should we try for Ayuk/Debo? So going from Kamara to Stevenson is undoubtedly a downgrade. Deontay Johnson to Calvin Ridley is definitely an upgrade. I think it is a fair deal. It is up to you. And if you think the New England Patriots can be better going forward, you have a couple different issues with Ramondre right now. One, the fact that he's just been incredibly inefficient. And 2, with Ramondre Stevenson, he is in the 2nd worst offense in the NFL so far this season. In terms of overall points scored, the New England Patriots are only ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals. Steven says, PBR, we're 2-2. We have Bijan, Swift, AJ, JT, Kupp, Aaron Jones, Singletary, Achane, DK, Thomas, Boyd, Lawrence, and Purdy. Should we make any trades? It would be really nice to go get an upgrade at quarterback if we can. In reality, I don't know if we're going to get a ton for either Lawrence or Purdy. I mean, if we could somehow send, say, Achane and get back in return a Lamar Jackson level quarterback by packaging Achane and Trevor Lawrence or Jalen Hurts or Mahomes or Josh Allen, obviously we'd go ahead and look to do that now that we're getting JT and Kupp back in, Because ultimately, if you are looking at Devon Achane, it's a running back that is very exciting. It's a running back that has a high ceiling. But we have Swift, Bijan, Jonathan Taylor with this team, right? I mean, he is a depth piece. So if we could get that quarterback upgrade, it'd be nice. It just sucks that, Lawrence has been so bad, nobody's going to be excited to trade for him. Boston Ass coming out says, happy to be our 14-team league. 1 receiver, but 4 flex spots. Traded Pacheco, Amari, Judy for Devonta Smith, Gibbs, Michael Thomas. Pacheco versus Smith easily. Amari versus Gibbs, give me Amari. Judy versus Michael Thomas, it is up to you. They're in a similar tier. The team is Dak, Waddle, Watson, Judy, Barkley, Bijan. The bench is Amari, Mims, Rice, and Pacheco. If this is a single running back league, I am fine making this move. Especially if this is a league where right now we have a winning record, where we can primarily just focus in on the long-term upside with Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that this would be one of those deals where you probably lose in the short term, but you may end up winning in the long term. Now, Big Lofe coming out says, Waddle and Jordan Love for DeAndre Swift. We have Sanders, White, and ETN. Yeah, if you wanted to go get that upgraded running back, I'll be fine with it. Jordan Love really doesn't have much value in a 1-quarterback league. Quinn says, 14-team PBR, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Henry, Amon-Ra, Puka, Laporta, Gibbs, Godwin, Kmet, Spears, Boyd, Jameson. Should we trade away Derrick Henry? If you wanted to send away Henry, I'm not going to fault you at all. I would love to get back, say, like Travis Etienne and maybe even a small upgrade at the wide receiver position, specifically when it's at 14-team format. Obviously, wide receiver depth's going to matter a little bit more. But for this being a 14-team league, this is a super strong roster, my man, especially for the long term as we get Jameson Williams back in now. And then obviously, full BBR format, I think Gibbs can be viable later in the season. Caleb coming out says, single flex, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs. For running back, we have Brian Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Breece, Mostert. Who do I use for the flex, and who do we start in my running back slots? No wide receiver for the flex because of the bye, so we must start 3. Okay. So we're going to have to start 3 guys here. I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to go Saquon Barkley, Brian Robinson against Chicago, where they are 5.5-point favorites. The tough call is going to end up being between Breece and Mostert. I think we're still going to end up going with Mostert, despite the fact that Jeff Wilson Jr. may be playing this week. And on top of this, obviously, Breece is a great matchup, but Mostert's averaging like 20 points per game right now. I think we still have to play him. We still have to bench Breece, even if it's a good matchup and he's trending in the right direction. Now, Ethan says PBR trade Puka, Diggs, Dobbs for Pollard, Samuel, Mahomes. So Diggs to Pollard, lateral move. Puka to Deebo Samuel, probably a slight downgrade. Dobbs to Mahomes, massive upgrade. With this team, we are well balanced at wide receiver, running back as is. I think that this is a great deal. Let's go ahead and let's go get Patrick Mahomes. Let's get Mahomes, my friend. Joey says, is it crazy that I'm considering starting Michael Wilson over Calvin Ridley in the flex spot this week? Yes, it is crazy, my friend. Please, I understand that Ridley's been bad. I know he has a tough matchup against Buffalo. You still start Calvin Ridley here. Now, Sulin coming out says 12-team happy BR, 1 and 3. We have Dak, Saquon, Aaron Jones, Swift, Ramondre Adams, AJ Watson. Any trade targets or any moves we should look to make? So we have the top end wide receivers with Adams, AJ Brown. We have the top end running backs. We have depth as well. Really, the only thing is if you could take, you say your running back 4 and Ramondre Stevenson, send him with Dak Prescott to go get an elite level quarterback. If you can find a team that maybe lost out on Nick Chubb, maybe a team that lost out on J.K. Dobbins and needs some help at running back, I think that would be interesting, especially in a happy BR format where you'd naturally be a little bit less excited about Ramondre Stevenson's receiving upside. Brent coming out says, do you think trading Jalen Hurts, Gibbs, or Kamara and Watson for Bijan, Waddle, and Goff's a good trade? So going from Jalen Hurts, which would be the best player on this side, for Bijan, massive upgrade. Going from Gibbs to Waddle, I'd probably rather have Waddle. And Watson to Goff, who the hell cares? Yes, let's go ahead. Let's make this deal. Let's go get Bijan. And yes, if you can especially go get CJ Stroud off the waiver wire where Stroud's looked phenomenal, I think it makes it that much more appealing, my friend. Landoff says, is Kelsey for Swift or for St. Brown? I would way rather have Travis Kelsey over DeAndre Swift. Travis Kelce versus Amon-Ra St. Brown probably will be up to you. If it's a league with only one flex, I'm probably going to go Kelce over both guys. Now, Relahan Shion coming out saying just traded Tank for Kittle. Oh, great move. 12-team BBR where we have Tua, Brian Robinson, Kyron, Chase, Amon-Ra, Kittle, DK. On the bench, we have Davis, Spears, Gibbs, Jamison, Goddard. Any moves or tips you see? Not necessarily anything. Obviously, we just have to hope that one of these guys, whether it's George Kittle or Dallas Goedert, actually begin to provide us with production. I mean, up until this point, these guys have just been very bad. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, though, to make that deal. In a league with only 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, where tight end's going to make up a higher percentage of your starting lineup output. Brett, always happy to see my man says 10-team BBR 2-2, where we have Richardson, Fields, Jacobs, Gibbs, Madison, Ford, Warren, Kupp, Amon-Ra, Pittman, Flowers, Hollywood, Ertz, Ferguson. Trade Josh Jacobs in Kupp for Tyreek, or hope Cooper Kupp is Kupp. If this is a single flex format, I would be completely fine with you doing this deal. Multi-flex league, we're probably going to want to go ahead. We're probably going to want to hold on to Jacobs and Kupp, because obviously Kupp does have an incredibly high ceiling. At some point this offseason, he was going ahead of Tyreek Hill in drafts. And on top of this, keep in mind with Cooper Kupp, Josh Jacobs on that side of the deal does move the needle, because Jacobs right now is leading the NFL in receiving yards at the running back position. Very interesting trade. I mean, one flex league, we probably still go Tyreek Hill over Kupp and Jacobs, but damn close. Multi-flex league, I think you probably go package. White Girl always happy to see it. Says 12-team full PPR format where we have Ertz, CMC, Mostert, Olave, Collins, Henry, Moss. On the bench, we have Watson, Connor, Evans, JSN. What can we get for Reem Mostert? Is it too late to trade him? It probably is too late to trade him. You can go out there and you can see if we can. We'll definitely have to package him together with another one of these exciting players. Like we had Mike Evans and Mostert as sell high options last week. If we can still try to package together like Mostert and Mike Evans, and go get CeeDee Lamb, go get Amon-Ra St. Brown, go get someone in that range, I think it would be very appealing. I definitely hope that we get news regarding Jeff Wilson Jr. sometime soon. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you on Twitter real quick to see if we have anything with Wilson, because obviously that will impact what we're looking at here with these Miami running backs, where you could possibly see this turn into a 3-man backfield. Okay. I don't see too much regarding Jeff Wilson Jr. He's eligible to come back. Obviously, we will have to continue to go through and monitor him, though. Now, Keith coming out says 18 BBR, where we have Lamar, Eckler, Jacobs, Monty, Sanders, Kyron, AJ, Smitty, Laporta, Walker, Evans, Amari. What moves should we make currently 2-2? 8-team league. I mean, really the only thing we're looking to do is go out there and see if we can get that elite level tight ends. If we could send, say, Devonta Smith and Sam Laporta, or Kenneth Walker and Sam Laporta to go get Travis Kelce, I think that'd be great. Obviously, we have a ton of viable running backs. We have a ton of viable wide receivers. 8-team league, it's all about grabbing the elite level quarterback and the elite level tight end if we can. Now, Theron coming out saying, Richardson, Stroud, or Dak, keep 2 rest of season. Definitely Anthony Richardson. I don't know elsewhere. Stroud, Dak, kind of up to you. Can everybody spam the chat? Are you going to go with CJ Stroud or Dak Prescott? Please let me know. Rumi says, sup Mason, I'm in an 8-team at BBR 2-2 record. We have too many great running backs. We have Pollard, Henry, Kamara, Swift, Aaron Jones. Which 3 do we start this week? Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to start Tony Pollard for sure, even in a tough matchup. We're going to go DeAndre Swift as well. Between Henry, Kamara, and Aaron Jones, that's where we can kind of go back and forth. If you're looking at my rankings right now, we do have Derrick Henry ahead of these other guys. I mean, obviously, with this being happy BR format, we're not as inclined to chase the receptions either. So we'll probably go Derrick Henry. Now, Matthew says, Hollywood and Zach Ertz are on waivers right now. Are the Cardinals legit? Because I'm hurting for depth with the Higgins injury. Oh, hell yeah. Go get Hollywood Brown. I don't want to say the Cardinals are legit by any means, but they're at least better than we were expecting, right? At least better than we were expecting. Jacob coming out says, PBR, 10-team league, 3-1. We have Hurts, Bijan, Walker, JT, AJ, Ridley, Andrews, Evans, London, Nico, Myers. If we can get CJ traded with the Nico stack, he has Wilson, Waddle, Watson, Purdy, Lawrence. Another team is Puka and Kupp. Okay, so you're saying that you want to go through and you want to trade for CJ Stroud? I'm sorry, my friend. Or I would not trade for CJ Stroud if you have Jalen Hurts. If you're asking like, okay, let's send Nico Collins to the team that has CJ Stroud and give them that stack, then maybe that'd be a little bit of a different situation. Where if you wanted to go ahead, if you wanted to see if we could maybe package together like a Nico Collins and Drake London to go try to get Jalen Waddle. If that's what you're asking from like the CJ Stroud team, just yeah, don't be trading for CJ Stroud just because you have Nico Collins if you have Jalen Hurts. Now our next is coming out from Taj says 10-team full BBR 4-0. We have Lamar, Mixon, Higgins for Richardson, Etienne, and Ridley. I'm assuming not Ritter. So Lamar to Anthony Richardson, slight downgrade. Mixon to Etienne, slight upgrade. Higgins to Calvin Ridley, lateral move. All these guys are in about the similar tier. I think it is up to you, my friend. D. Crowley coming out saying 12-team PPR, triple wide receiver, 1 flex. We have Allen, Bijan, Gibbs, Keenan, Puka, Godwin, Addison, Flowers, Waller. Been offered Ridley for Puka. What are your thoughts? Great team. I would have said if you would have asked me back week 2, if we should have sold Puka for Ridley, I would have said, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. But honestly, after what we've seen over the past few weeks, even getting cut back in, you probably have to keep Puka. Double D says, I have Puka and Kupp. Would it be crazy to start both every week if Kupp remains healthy? I have both ranked as wide receiver 1s this week. If Kupp plays, I have both ranked as wide receiver 1s. I mean, I think I have like wide receiver 11, wide receiver 12. So like high end wide receiver 1s, low end wide receiver 2s. But yeah, I think you have to play both if they're healthy. Travis says, need help 0-4. 12-team, Lawrence, Richardson, Bijan, Connor, Madison, Warren, Ridley, St. Brown, Chase, Thielen, Palmer, Laporta, Kincaid. Thoughts and any trades? 0-4, you need points now, not later. So we need to go through. We need to take some of these high upside long-term pieces, such as like Dalton Kincaid, and see if we can go send him within any player in our starting lineup to get an upgrade in the short term. Go send Dalton Kincaid and James Conner. Go get something for right now. Go send Trevor Lawrence and Alexander Madison. Go get an upgrade for right now. If you're 0-4, we can't be thinking long-term. We have to be thinking now, my friend. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are just crossing over 200 likes on this live stream. It looks like only about 5% of y'all have hit that like button. So if you could go down there and drop a like on this live stream, that would help us out a ton. Of course, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day for 158 days in a row. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% pause match up to $500 with the new account. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. A Justin Fields special pick'em if you are new to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK this Thursday, more than less than half a total yard. And I got everybody that uses promo code FLOCK, whether you did it years ago or you do it right now, a special pick'em with Justin Herbert for next week. This is next week. Herbert's on bye this week, but more than less than half a total yard. So please be on the lookout for that next week. Super pumped that I'm able to get everybody. It doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK this week or 2 years ago, you're going to get that. Now, Jay Farrell says 12-team PPR where we have Tua, Tyreek, Pittman, Quentin Johnston, Jacobs, Gibbs, Moss, Madison, Hunt, Kelsey, any trade recommendations. So obviously, tough spot if Zach Moss is replaced by Jonathan Taylor, where at that point, I mean, I guess we're going to go through and start Alexander Madison in the short term, but we will have the long-term upside of Jahmyr Gibbs. So honestly, I'm not really doing anything with this team. I think it's well balanced. We have an elite tight end. We have a great quarterback stacked up with the receivers. We have upside at running back and wide receiver. I mean, just for that team in particular, obviously, kind of want Zach Moss to remain the guy. Now, JC says, Eagles fan wants to trade Trevor Lawrence, Debo, or Ramondre and take Bigsby for Jalen Hurts. What do we do? We also have ETN. Would I rather have Lawrence and Debo versus and take Bigsby versus Jalen Hurts? Give me Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I mean, if an Eagles fan's trying to get Jalen Hurts from you, you need more, my man. You need more. Tim says, should we trade Diggs for Keenan Allen? Probably not. It's close. It's kind of up to you. Now, Jaja coming out says, Tinty BBR just traded Swift and Zach Moss for Jalen Waddle. Running backs are Saquon, Aaron Jones, Pacheco, Achane. Come on, Mason, get it together. Receivers are Ridley, Devontae Adams, Jalen Waddle. I think it's a solid team. If Jonathan Taylor is officially back and Zach Moss is officially worthless, it's a good deal. Now, obviously, if they go through and they trade away Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss is the starting running back for Indianapolis, then you sold way too low. Now, Yasha says, I traded Ayuk, Gus Edwards for Amari Garrett Wilson. Did we win the deal? Ayuk to Amari, lateral move. Edwards to Wilson, probably an upgrade. Full BBR format, I like it. Tyler coming out says, Tinty BBR start 3 receivers. We have Herbert, Bijan, Gibbs, Tajee, Charbonnet, Diggs, Wilson, Watson, Puka, Addison, Deontay, Elijah, Tank Dell. Do I trade Gibbs, Addison, Watson, Tank for, okay, so first thing, 10-team league, Tank Dell really not going to make a difference with this trade. Antonio Gibson really not going to make a difference, so we can take those guys out. Would we trade Gibbs, Addison, Watson for CeeDee Lamb and Quentin Johnston? Start 3 wide receivers. I'm a little bit more hesitant to make this deal, just given the fact that depth's going to matter a little bit more. If it was a 12-team, if it was a 14-team format, I would actually say, you know what? You're probably giving up too much long-term depth where we're probably not making this trade. However, with this being a 10-team league, I'm completely fine if you wanted to go out there and pull the trigger on this, my friend. I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense in that format in particular. Okay. Now, Wire in Leon coming out says 0-4, 12-team full BBR. We have Richardson, Achane, Sanders, Chase, St. Brown, Wilson, Laporta. On the bench, we have Burrow, Godwin, Hollywood, Addison, Jameson, Najee, Ford. Lost by a total of 6 points weeks 2 through 4. That is brutal. So if you're telling me 6 points go in our direction instead, we're sitting at 3-1. I mean, the team looks good. I mean, obviously now it's nice that we're getting someone in like Jameson Williams. But fundamentally, it doesn't matter if this team could have been 3-1. The fact of the matter is if we're 0-4, we are essentially stepping into the fantasy football playoffs, my friend, where we are going to have to go through. We are going to have to pivot. We are going to have to change our mindset. It is no longer about rest of season upside. Instead, it is about getting someone in today that is going to make a difference. So let's go ahead and let's send Jameson Williams and Garrett Wilson and get someone today that's going to be better. Let's go send Jordan Addison with long-term upside and Sam Laporta. Let's get in someone today that's going to be better. Let's go send Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and let's go get someone today that's going to be better. You know, that's really what we're having to do. And you can change the names, but essentially those long-term pieces with upside are going to be guys that we are now looking to sell. Now, the Game Makers says, Goff and Burrow, should we drop Goff for CJ Stroud? Both have a week 7 bye. I would say it depends on who you want to start in the short term. I don't really care about the bye week in week 7. If you would rather start Stroud now, you go get Stroud, but Goff's going to be in a good spot as well. Now we're getting Jameson in. Shaman's coming out saying 10-team full BBR format where we're 2-2. We have Lamar, CMC, Kyron, Lamb, Ridley, Waddle, Ingram, and then on the bench, Hull, Lockett, Addison, Warren, Ford. Wide receivers aren't producing. Any ideas? I think these wide receivers will naturally be a little bit better. We're 2-2, so we don't have to just full-blown panic right now. I mean, I always stand by. If you have Lamar, I'd really like the Andrew stack. So if you could somehow, some way go through and see if we could send like Breece Hall and Evan Ingram to somehow get to Mark Andrews, then we do it. In reality, you probably can't. I think you're a fine team, my man. I think it will get better for you. And you're 2-2. It's not like we should panic. Now, Daniel coming out says 10-team PBR format 4-0. We have Hurts, CMC, James Cook, AJ Brown, Olave, Njoku, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Puka, Sanders, Warren, Palmer, Kareem Hunt, Taylor. Should we trade Cook and Puka for Hawkinson or Andrews? Hell to the no, my man. First off, congrats on the team. We are extremely strong in a multitude of different places. While I agree, I think it's really nice, the idea of going out there and trading for an elite tight end, especially as we get Jonathan Taylor back in. In reality, we are not going to be able to go through and sell Puka and James Cook for either Hawkinson or Andrews. You'll just be paying way too much. Connor, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. And Austin coming out saying 4-0, 10-team single flex league. We traded Diggs, Swift, Thielen for Warren, Amari, Pacheco, Watson, Dell, Pollard. Wild one, I'm looking to move all these pieces now in 2-for-1 deals. Yeah, phenomenal team. I'd say obviously be looking to keep the studs at the very top end. But Diggs to Pollard, kind of up to you there. Going from Swift to Waddle, kind of up to you in a full BBR format. Adam Thielen to Amari, Pacheco, Watson, Dell. Obviously, you'd rather have that package. So I think fine trade. Now we're definitely looking to make 2-for-1 deals, but great team being 4-0, my friend. Jacob says, 12-team BBR 3-1 flex. We were offered Bijan Metcalf, Christian Watson for Anthony Richardson, Mike Evans, Tyler Lockett, and Kyron Williams. So going from Anthony Richardson, it's crazy. Anthony Richardson to Bijan Robinson. Hook 'em more is Bijan Robinson by a mile, even if Richardson's a top 5 QB. Mike Evans to DK Metcalf, they're about the same. Tyler Lockett to Christian Watson. Lockett, but it's probably close. They're about the same. And then you just pay Kyron Williams to go get it done. Great deal going and getting Bijan Robinson. Yeah, go get Bijan there. I'm not going to think about that for a second. Young OG coming out says 1-3, 10-team PBR format. We have Fields, Richardson, Bijan, Barkley, Pacheco, Charbonnet, Ridley, Debo, Kirk, Addison, Pickens, Hawkinson at tight end. What moves are we going to look to make? I mean, if we have Anthony Richardson, we're going to start Richardson every single week, regardless of matchup. So if you could go through and potentially take that long-term value that we have with George Pickens, package him with Justin Fields, when Justin Fields coming off a monstrous week against the worst defense in football, and possibly go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, I think that would be very interesting, my friend, because we have Richardson that we can start every week. Now, a Travis T coming out says, hey, Mason, thanks for all the advice. Appreciate you, my man. 8-team non-BBR, single flex 3-1. Do we trade Williams and Waddle for Chase and Achane? I don't know if this is Jamal. I don't know if this is Javonte. I don't know if this is Jameson. But I do know for a damn fact I want to make this trade. I even like buying Waddle on the low, but I'd rather have Chase over Waddle. I'd rather have Achane over either Javonte, Jamal, or Jameson, so I don't really care. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Williams, Puka, Collins, Kelsey, Cook. And then on the bench, especially if it's an 8-team league, let's go get the best player. Let's go get Jamar Chase and send up a prayer that Joe Burrow is able to get a little bit better, hopefully. Okay, so now our next question out from Chris says, sitting at 4-0 right now, 12-team PBR format. Starting lineup is Cousins, Waddle, Godwin, Evan Ingram, Bijan, Walker, Mixon. Consider trading Mixon or Walker for a top receiver. Any suggestions, or should we keep what we have? If you wanted to send Mixon, if we have Bijan here as well, and go get a top receiver, you can. If you could go and send Mixon and say like Chris Godwin, if this is a single flex league, and go and get CeeDee Lamb, go get Amon-Ra St. Brown, go get Devontae Adams, go get Jamar Chase, that'll be a no-brainer for us, my man. No-brainer. Now, Lincoln coming out saying 12-team full BBR format. We have Love, Ridley, Hill, Hall, Goddard, Terry. And then on the bench, Madison, Charbonnet, Roshan. Should I trade Madison and Hill for Mahomes and Kelsey? So going from Hill to Kelsey, an obvious downgrade. Madison to Mahomes, an obvious upgrade. I think it is a fair deal for I don't really value Alexander Madison too much, to be honest with you. So I would be fine you going ahead and doing this, my friend. I would be fine if you wanted to do this. Now, Jeep coming out saying, struggling, but finally got a W. 10-team league. Running backs are Henry, Javonte, Roshan, Spears. Wide receivers are Diggs, Metcalf, T. Higgins, Adam Thielen. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. Should my waiver wire priority go to Ferguson, Tyler Boyd, McLaughlin, or Jalen Warren? I think that a couple of these guys are really interesting, and obviously we talked about them in our waiver wire video. However, if I would have known that Jalen Warren was available on your waiver wire, the first thing I would have said when we opened up that video is, oh, okay, go get Jalen Warren. Yeah, Jalen Warren right now is splitting the backfield 50-50 with Najee, obviously taking more and more. And if Najee were to go down, he looks like he could be a league winner. But now the car guards are always happy to see us. Says 2-2 full BBR double flex. We have Fields, Stroud, Saquon, Jones, Mostert, Gibbs, Charbonnet, Hunt, Lamb, Smith, Ridley, Gabe Davis, JSN, Evan Ingram. Any tips? If you feel comfortable starting CJ Stroud every single week, I would see if we could go through and maybe package together like Justin Fields and Raheem Mostert for a stud RB, or maybe like Justin Fields and Gabe Davis for a stud wide receiver. Just because in general with Fields, obviously he was great this past week. It was his best NFL game of his career, but ultimately he's not running the ball as much as he did last year. He's still a bad quarterback. I mean, the only reason you would be excited about him would potentially be the overall rushing upside. So I think I would go ahead and see if we could sell Justin Fields at that point. If we can, of course. If we can. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Luke says, full BBR trade Ramondre for Christian Kirk or Deebo Samuel. If you wanted to go Deebo, you can. I don't know. I mean, not Christian Kirk. Not Kirk. Now, Primate Plays coming out says, just traded Taylor and Jerome Ford for Puka in my 10-team app BBR format. Win or loss? We still have Allen, CMC, Montgomery, Achane, Elijah Mitchell, Lamb, Devonta Smith, Nico Collins, Chris Godwin, Hockenson, Laporta, and the Dallas defense. Can everybody spam the chat? This is something that I just simply do not know, and I need help with. Who would you rather have, ladies and gentlemen? Go to the live chat. Would you rather have Jonathan Taylor or Puka rest of season? I was the idiot telling people to sell Puka for Chris Olave. I've been wrong about Puka from the beginning all the way to the very end. So, I mean, honestly, I'd probably rather have Jonathan Taylor and Jerome Ford, but I'm an idiot. And we got everybody in the chat. Puka, 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 Puka. We got a couple Jonathan Taylors in here, but the majority of people are saying Puka Nacua here, my friend. Yeah, and it doesn't even look that close. I was expecting it to honestly be a little bit closer to 50-50. But I'm actually going to have to swing this to the other screen, so just give me 1 second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do it, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. We are 3 likes away from 400 likes on this live stream, and about only 7% of y'all have hit that like button so far. So please go down there, drop that like. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we live streamed every single day since April. Not going to stop until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 with the new Underdog account. Plus, you're going to be getting a rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting, if you're new to Underdog and use promo code FLOG, a Justin Fields special pick of more than less than half a total yard this Thursday. And I actually got everybody hooked up for next week, the Chargers game. It doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOG this week or if you did it, say, 2 years ago. Everybody that used promo code FLOG, it will be exclusive to people who use promo code FLOG. We'll have a Justin Herbert more than less than half a total yard next week on top of that. So please make sure you take advantage. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Tehran or Tehran. I apologize if we mispronounced that, my friend. But let's see if we can swing this around, make it look a little bit nicer for everybody. Saying 14-team happy BR format. Do I trade away Love for Gabe Davis? We have Cousins, Dak, Bijan, Madison, Montgomery, Dillon, Amon-Ra, Ridley, Judy, Palmer. It's a single flex format. I understand if we have two of these guys, obviously it is advantageous for us to go ahead and see if we can sell Jordan Love and get some kind of value. I would assume that maybe we could get a slightly better wide receiver. What I would actually probably look to do is see if we can sell Dak for a slightly better receiver. But if that's the best deal we can get, that's the best deal we can get. Jonathan says, full BBR, 3 receivers and a flex. My starting receivers are Kupp, Puka, Ridley, and Ayuk. We just traded Zay Flowers and Courtland Sutton for Amari Cooper. Did I win or lose? I probably would rather have Amari, my man. I don't think Courtland Sutton's going to make too big of a difference one way or another. If it's a 14-team league, we probably prefer the package. Now, Nobu Knight says Etienne and Thielen for Devontae Adams. Oh, definitely Devontae Adams there. Not close, especially in an 8-team league. Stefan is coming out and says, I have a manager interested in Tua. Looking to get Cooper Kupp and Aaron Jones. Starters are Tua, Stevenson, Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Diggs, Waller, Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Najee, Tutu, London, Rashad, Dotson, Sutton. What trade do we make? So I'll say we're going to be a little bit hesitant to go through and sell Tua if we don't have a backup quarterback. And then if all of a sudden we are going to be in the position where we have to stream. So if we're selling Tua, it would be under the circumstance that the other manager is overpaying. If we could sell Tua straight up for Cooper Kupp, I would go ahead and do that. I would honestly package together someone like Tutu Atwell, someone like Rashad White, Jahan Dotson, Courtland Sutton. Like if you want to go Sutton and Tua to go get Cooper Kupp, I think that'd be a no-brainer as well. But like I said, I do think that we want to make sure that that other owner is going to be overpaying unless you have like CJ Stroud out there on the waiver wire. And then in that case, obviously we can lower the price dramatically, my friend. Aiden coming out says 10-team BBR trying to trade. Opponents 0-4 and desperate. We have Stevenson, JT, Hall, White, Ford, Godwin, Chase, Puka, Myers. He has Etienne, Pacheco, Lamb, Pittman, Thielen, Eckler, Ridley, Amari. It needs to be fair or it's going to get vetoed. One thing that you may find that we can do and your league mates may think is fair, if we could go ahead and send like say Puka, who's been absolutely crushing it, right? And go attack one of those players that he has on the bye week and just say, hey man, I mean, you don't want to fall to 0-5. He's injured right now. If we can sell Puka in a small piece and go get a true stud like Austin Eckler, where you have no hesitation about for the long term, I think that would be very interesting. Obviously, it all comes down to that price though. Okay. Now, Hunter coming out and says, at BBR single flex, we have Allen, Chase, Pickens, Gibbs, Swift, Pacheco, Andrews, White, Pierce, Edwards, Dell. We have Kirk for Pierce or White on the table. Should we take it? I probably go ahead and I probably take Pierce and Rashad White over Christian Kirk in a single flex format. I know Christian Kirk has been great over the past few weeks, but this is a half PPR league. And at the same time, this is a league where, I don't know. I mean, you only have one flex. I don't think wide receiver depth matters that much. Zay Jones coming in could really negatively impact what you have with Christian Kirk. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Central Mood, who says, full BBR, 0-4, and we need a win. Offer of Puka, Godwin, Kamara, Richardson for Pollard, Ridley, and Brees. So going from Pollard to Puka, massive downgrade. Ridley to Godwin, probably a downgrade. Brees to Kamara and Richardson. Obviously, you'd rather have Kamara and Richardson. We have Love, Lawrence, Pollard, Achane, Robinson, Brees, Mostert, Barkley, Olave, Ridley, Atwell, Laporta, Waller, Lockett. I think we're maybe giving up a little bit too much for what we're getting in return. Instead of sending away Calvin Ridley, if we could instead trade away Trevor Lawrence, I think that would make this trade better. And in that case, we're not having to roster 3 quarterbacks. And ultimately, if you're trading for Anthony Richardson, right, you'd really have no reason to have Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence on the same team. So I'd probably rather keep the wide receiver with upside and sell one of those quarterbacks in the package if we were going to make that move. Marcelo says 4-0 PBR league, 12 teams. We have Hurts, Walker, JT, Diggs, Waddle, Andrews, single flex, Brian Robinson. Should we trade Brian Robinson for Amari? Also, what is the trade value of Devon Achane? Honestly, probably going to be holding Achane right now until we at least get news regarding Jeff Wilson Jr. Right now, we don't really have much. Brian Robinson versus Amari in a single flex format, I'm going to be hesitant. But if it is a full BBR league, I'm going to be fine with you doing it. Now, Griffin says, 10-team, Kittle and Laporta, trade who and for what? You're not going to get anything for George Kittle. You can kind of see, maybe you can go through and maybe you can try, but just based off what I've seen in the live stream, you're not going to get anything. I think you would probably be better off packaging Sam Laporta and a wide receiver to go get to like an elite level tier wide receivers. People are excited to trade for Laporta. They're not excited to trade for Kittle. And I do think that they're in a similar range. I am Mocaine coming out, says 12-team at BBR, trade Dobbs for Zach Moss. We have JT. I'd be fine with you making this deal because in the case that Jonathan Taylor does get traded, Zach Moss could be a league winner. Jacob says 10-team single flex, Lamar, CMC, Walker, Connor, Moss, Herbert, Adams, Kupp, Hopkins, Palmer, DJ Moore, Laporta. Any trades, and who do we start? We're going to be starting CMC, Walker. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting Adams and Kupp if Kupp plays. We're most likely going to end up going with Zach Moss in the flex if you have no Jonathan Taylor. If Jonathan Taylor plays, we'll pivot over to James Conner in the flex. And then honestly, it's a very well-balanced format where I don't even think we need to be making any trades. I think you're in a great spot. Now, Star HD says, is James Cook and Garrett Wilson for A.J. Brown a good trade? I think so. Even if A.J. Brown wouldn't have had the massive spike weeks over the past few weeks, probably would still say A.J. Brown. Now, Caden says 12-team at BBR, double flex 2 and 2. We have Hurts, Mixon, JT, Moss, Brian Robinson, Ford, Warren, Roshan, Jeff Wilson Jr., Chase, Pittman, Dotson, Deontay, Reed, Wandale, Hawkinson. Should we trade Pittman, Ford, and Deontay for Jalen Waddle and Tank Dell? Pittman to Waddle, definitely an upgrade. Deontay Johnson to Jerome Ford to Tank Dell, definitely a downgrade. Double flex format, I'd be a little bit hesitant to do this. If you wanted to, it's up to you. I think it's a fine trade. Personally, I do expect that we get a bounce back from Jalen Waddle. So personally, I probably would. But Nate coming out, always happy to see you. My man says 10-team PBR, 2 quarterback, 3 receivers, 1 flex. We have Mahomes and Lamar. Beautiful. We have Kupp, Ayuk, Hollywood, London, Judy, Kamara, JT, Achane, Montgomery, Pierce, Ferguson, Roshan, Elijah Mitchell, currently 3 and 1. I think this is a team that can afford Kelsey. Exactly like you were saying. You were 3 and 1, and now we have Kupp, Kamara, and JT coming back in. If you wanted to go through and take, like, say, David Montgomery and Devon Achane and go trade them to a team that needed some running back help and get back a player like Travis Kelce, I think that make a lot of sense to stack Mahomes and Kelce. Love that team. Happy for you, my man. Steven says Lamb, Montgomery, and Kittle for CMC. Where'd you go, CMC? Seems like a fair deal on the surface. This is like, we're trading 3 quarters for $1. Give me the $1, especially when we can roster other players off the waiver wire. Max says 2 and 2, single point PBR. Trade Taylor for Michael Pittman and Breece Hall. My running backs are Taylor, Achane, Javonte. Edwards, Charbonnet, Tank. My receivers are Chase, DJ Moore, Addison, JSN, and Shaheed. Can everybody spam the chat? What direction would you be going in? Would you rather have Jonathan Taylor or Michael Pittman and Breece Hall here? Jonathan Taylor or Michael Pittman and Breece Hall? Steven, I promise you I'm not going to miss your question, my friend. I'm just going in order here. Just going in order. JT, 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 JT. Yeah, pretty much everybody's saying Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, my friend, I don't think you can do this. Breece Hall's not viable. He's in a 3-man running back by committee at the moment. Unless if this was like a 14-team league with multiple flex spots, then sure. But no, I think JT has significantly more upside than these other guys. Christian says, should we drop London, JSN, or Moss for Jamison Williams? If you wanted to drop JSN for Jamison Williams, I'm not going to fault you for it. I probably don't. I kind of just want to wait till we actually see Jonathan Taylor on the field. Steve says, drop 1 Love or Stroud as quarterback 2. We have Cousins as QB1. Probably drop Jordan Love. CJ Stroud, the rookie, probably going to continue to improve and has shown some rushing upside. Now, Carter says 12-team full BBR, 3 and 1. Any moves? We have Lamar, Bijan, Brian Robinson, Gibbs, Warren, Lamb, Puka, Kirk, Godwin, JSN, Dell, Goddard, and Musgrave. I would drop Luke Musgrave, go pick him another tight end off the waiver wire with Musgrave dealing with the concussion, and now you have Watson and Aaron Jones back in. Outside of that, super well-balanced team. I don't necessarily think that there's anything we're looking to do, especially full BBR format, 3 and 1. We're looking long-term. I think Gibbs will get better. We have Levi says, should we trade Hopkins for Higgins? I probably would rather have Higgins. I mean, I'm not excited about either guy in the short term. At least one of these guys is long-term upside. Deeplet says, 10 PBR 10-team league, 1 and 3. We have Lamar, Achane, Saquon, Kamara, Puka, Kupp, Pittman, Hollywood, Andrews, Waddle, Flowers, Higbee, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Any moves? Depth in this league doesn't matter much. Love the Lamar Andrews stack. If you could go through, if you could send maybe like, say, Hollywood Brown, one of these depth wide receivers, now that we're getting Kupp back in, with Alvin Kamara or with Saquon Barkley to get an upgrade at running back, then sure, let's do it because it's a 10-team league with 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. And also now that we're getting Cooper Kupp back in, we just have way more depth overall. Now, Tyler coming out saying, 10-team BBR 2 and 2. We have Love, Walker, Montgomery, Diggs, AJ Chase, Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Thomas, Herbert, Spears, and Ford. Traded Jalen Hurts and Breece Hall for Jamar Chase last week. I actually like that deal, even though I love Jalen Hurts. I think now at this point, you probably want to go ahead and roster 2 QBs. So, I mean, the only thing that I would say is if you wanted to drop like Tajay Spears and go pick up, if you can pick up like CJ Stroud off the waiver wire, then let's send it. But great team, my friend. Now, Sway says, I'm 3-1, but clearly behind number 1 in the league. We have Etienne, Kamara, Eckler, Pittman, Dobbs, Andrews, Judy, Stroud, Watson, and Michael Thomas. Do you think we can do anything to improve? Once we get Eckler back in, if you really wanted to send, like, say, Alvin Kamara and Deshaun Watson, or Alvin Kamara and CJ Stroud to get an elite level quarterback, I think that could be something that we look to do because obviously Stroud and Watson look good at the moment. It's just they don't have, like, true league-winning upside, at least in my mind. At least long-term CJ Stroud may. I don't know if it comes in his rookie season, though. Charlie says, Justin Fields or CJ Stroud, 6-point passing touchdown format. We're going to go CJ Stroud, 4-point passing touchdown format. We'll go Fields for the rushing upside. Tribinard coming out says, hey, Mason, most of my team is on bye. Happy BR format. We have Dak, Stroud, Walker, Eckler, Amari, Hopkins, Kittle. Yeah, we have a lot of players on bye. Any trades we can make, we need a wide receiver 1. I don't necessarily see one, my man, especially if we're losing Zach Moss. Maybe we're going to need a little bit more depth. I think we revisit like trading for a wide receiver 1 probably after we get through this bye week hell. After we get through this bye week hell, I mean, depth is going to matter a little bit less for us. Giggity Goose says, should we trade Chase and Gibbs for Puka and Swift? Full PBR league. Full PBR format, I'd probably rather have Chase. But at the same time, I am an idiot. I am very, very stupid. But full BBR format, I think I'd rather have Jamar Chase and Jahmyr Gibbs over Puka and Swift. Noah says, have BBR single flex. We have Allen, Olave, Puka, James Cook, David Montgomery, Musgrave, Devon Achane. The bench is Ridley, Walker, Freiermuth, Goff, Pacheco, Myers, Kupp. Any trades were 2 and 2. Getting Cooper Kupp in on a 2 and 2 roster, you're in a beautiful spot. We can slide Cooper Kupp into that flex. Now that we have guys on the bench like Ridley, Devon Achane, really we could go out there and we could afford to get an elite level tight end where if you wanted to see like send Devon Achane and like Luke Musgrave to go get TJ Hawkinson, I think that would make a lot of sense. And then also, I think we could go ahead and potentially just send Jared Goff in any deal when we have Josh Allen. We're going to be fine. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Max says, 2 and 2, full point PBR. Should we trade Chase for Diggs straight up? We have Allen to court. Hell yes, I think we do this with the Burrow injury, my friend. Isaac says, rank Addison, Palmer, or Deontay rest of season. We're going to go Addison, Deontay, then Joshua Palmer because I think Quentin Johnson expands his role rest of season. Anthony says Watson, Flowers, or Nico rest of season. We got to pick 2. We're going to go with Nico Collins and Christian Watson. BB coming out saying 12-team full BBR format where we trade Hurts, Dallas defense, Drake London, and get back Chase and Devonta Smith. So give me Devonta Smith over London in the Dallas defense, even if the Dallas defense is the best in the league. And then I'd way rather have Chase over Hurts. So yeah, I think we are going to go ahead and make this move. Great team. Great team. And yeah, go get CJ Stroud off of the waiver wire. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Axelon says, hey, Mason, I'm 2 and 2 in a full BBR format where we have Lamar, Lamb, Higgins, Hollywood, Etienne, Stevenson, Breece, Hawkinson. On the bench, we have Stroud, Eckler, White, Hopkins, Jason, Johnson. Should we make any changes? Not necessarily. If we could go to like the Joe Burrow team and see if, hey man, I'll give you CJ Stroud and Breece Hall. Give me the best running back you have. Or I'll give you CJ Stroud and DeAndre Hopkins. Give me the best wide receiver you have. I think that'd be interesting on a Lamar team, but by no means that's something you have to do. Now, Mike says trade Lawrence, Puka, Ford for Allen and Waddle. I would rather have Allen and Waddle, I think. Oh, give me Puka over Waddle, but it's close. Josh Allen way over Lawrence. Ray says trade props in Amari and Herbert for ETN, yes or no? If that is Khalil Herbert, I'd rather have Travis Etienne. Nicholas says Richardson and Henry for Collins and Avonta Smith. Probably Richardson and Derrick Henry there. Jacob says pick one long-term, Wilson, Waddle, Watson, or Puka. Probably Puka, because if I don't say Puka, I mean, everybody's going to leave. Crazy Clip says PBR trade Mixon, Kirk, Ford for ETN. 1 flex, 2 wide receivers. If it is a 10-team or fewer league, then yes. 12-team or more league, then no. Johnny says single flex. We have Nico, Aaron Jones, DJ Moore, full PBR format. We got to flex one. Probably going to end up going with either Aaron Jones or Nico Collins. Up to you. I mean, we have Nico Collins, I believe, ranked as like our wide receiver 13 this week. And Aaron Jones will be ranked as that low-end RB1 as well. I mean, just don't play DJ Moore over those guys. Zeke says 2 receivers, 2 flex. Christian Kirk and Michael Thomas versus Jordan Addison and Joshua Palmer. I think if you were, say, like 0-4, 1-3, you probably want the points now with Christian Kirk, Michael Thomas. If instead you're like 4-0, 3-1, you probably want the long-term upside with Jordan Addison. WTF Hog says, would you do Richardson, Pacheco for Waddle and Sanders? Pacheco versus Sanders, I think we are going to go ahead and most likely take Pacheco. Richardson versus Waddle, we're probably going to go Waddle. Fair deal. It is going to be up to your roster, my friend. But I'm going to go ahead and turn off Super Chats just for a second so we can catch up on these questions. Once we're all caught up, we will turn Super Chats back on. So I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. But real quick, as I do this, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Only about 9% of y'all have hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick of more than less than half a total yard this Thursday. And I got everybody hooked up that has used promo code FLOCK either years ago, this week, last week. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to get an exclusive Justin Herbert special pick of more than less than half a total yard on top of the Fields one. Everybody's going to have that one available to you. The Justin Fields one will only be for new members of Underdog, but that will be for next week, the Justin Herbert one. But let's swing this back around. Our next question is going to be coming from Yeti here, who says, in a full PBR 10-team league, we have Etienne, Gibbs, Mixon, Harris. Do you think we should trade Aaron Jones to fit with Jordan Love or hold them? If we could go and send like Najee Harris and a depth wide receiver for Aaron Jones, I would love that. I think having Jordan Love just makes it that much better. But yeah, I mean, with Aaron Jones, he will be better going forward. This is someone that you just had to deal with him being on a snap count this past week. Derek says 10-team half BBR format 2-2. We have Tua, Richardson, St. Brown, Olave, Bijan, Pacheco, Hawkinson, Watson, Flowers, Walker, Addison, Roschon, Charbonnet. Any moves to make? Let's go to the Joe Burrow team. Let's go to the Deshaun Watson team. Let's go to one of these teams that really needs a quarterback and go, hey man, I'll give you Tua and Isaiah Pacheco. Give me an elite level running back. Or I'll give you Anthony Richardson and Zay Flowers. Give me an elite level wide receiver. Look to sell one of these quarterbacks to a quarterback desperate team. That way we can go get a long-term upgrade in the flex, because both these guys are guys we can start every week regardless of matchup. Now, DF coming out says, at BBR, 3 receivers, 1 flex. We have Hurts, Tyreek, Olave, Ayuk, DJ Moore, Moss, Javonte Pitts, Flowers, Gainwell, Roschon. Hurting at running back, I was offered A.J. Brown, James Cook for Tyreek. I don't think that is enough. I agree with you. I don't necessarily think that's enough. I think it's a starting place because we have Jalen Hurts. I would honestly not ask for a ton more in return. Maybe just like a slight, like throw in Kyle Pitts to your side. And if they have a tight end that you like slightly more, throw that tight end over on their side. Okay. Hulk Smash says, did you not see the Diny Rossini report on Cooper Kupp? Let me go and pull this up because what I saw with the Cooper Kupp report was that they're waiting until he's 80 to 90% healthy to bring him back. And the injury was not as serious as they were thinking. And he looks like they are hopeful that he's going to be playing this week. Okay, let me go ahead and find this, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Keegan, I did not forget Kenneth Walker in my running back rankings video. Kenneth Walker does not play this week. Kenneth Walker is on bye, my friend. He is on bye. Okay, so. Sorry, we're seeing if we can find anything regarding Cooper Kupp here. Oh, yeah, this is what I was looking at. I took this as a good sign. Here are the bullet points that we had recapping this report. Rams want him 80 to 90% healthy. Don't feel like he's there just yet. Team remains hopeful he'll play in week 5. Injury was not as bad as they initially thought, and the team will be conservative with them. That is the report with Kupp right now. If Cooper Kupp plays this week, I play Cooper Kupp. If Cooper Kupp plays this week, Cooper Kupp will be in my lineup. But Jordan coming out says 1-3, 10-team BBR. Traded Devon Achane and Brandon Ayuk for Devontae Adams. Great move. We have Richardson, Daniel Jones, cut Daniel Jones, Bijan, Walker, Gibbs, Madison, Ford, Hunt, Diggs, Adams, Judy, Deontay, Johnston, Waller, who's RB2 and a flex this week, trying to get Nico off waivers. Oh, get Nico off waivers ASAP. So obviously Walker is on bye, so we're probably sadly going to have to play Alexander Madison at RB2. Jerome Ford's on bye as well. Gibbs just simply not good enough just yet. And then for the flex, we're going to be going with Diggs, Adams, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Flex will be Judy if we do not get Nico off waivers. If we can get Nico Collins off waivers, we'll go flex Nico. Now, Burn the Hunter coming out says trade Mixon, Ingram, and Fields for Darren Waller and Travis Etienne. Ingram to Waller, downgrade. Mixon and Fields to Travis Etienne. I'd probably try to get more. Okay. Ross Ellis says 12-team full BBR format 3-1. We have Hurts, Madison, Brian Robinson, Moss, Jefferson, Smith, Hawkinson, Ayuk. Guys willing to trade Henry, Pollard, Achane, or Mostert. He wants Devonta Smith, but I want the stack. Please help. And I dropped Devon, by the way. Oh, that is brutal, my man. Obviously, that was earlier in the season. Okay, so if we were going to go through and send him Devonta Smith, I want to make him overpay because I really like having the Smith and Hurts stack. We kind of need a running back upgrade. If you could go Smith and Madison or Smith and Brian Robinson and get up to Tony Pollard, I think that'd be a no-brainer. I don't know if we're that excited to do it for Derrick Henry. I mean, the trade would be more like Smith for Henry straight up. I think Pollard would be our target, and we'd be packaging with another running back that we have on the team right now. Now, Marcos coming out says trade Sanders for Anthony Richardson. Happy BR format, 12-team league. We have Trevor Lawrence. I think we go ahead and do this, to be honest. I mean, with the Sanders injury, with how damn good Anthony Richardson looks right now. UCL coming out said 10-team PBR 3-1. We have Russ, Burrow, Pollard, Cook, Etienne, Hall, Madison, Chase, Lamb, Puka, Smith, Sutton, Kittle. Any place to upgrade. Obviously, a quarterback upgrade would be great. Super impressive. We're 3-1 with Russ and Burrow as our QBs. If we could somehow send Alexander Madison and Joe Burrow to go get, or Alexander Madison and Russell Wilson to go get Anthony Richardson right now, then let's sure do it. But really impressive. We're 3-1 with those quarterback room. This team will get better as the season goes on with those younger options as well. Hopefully Burrow's healthy in the long term. Now, C's coming out says 10-team PBR double flex. We're 2-2. We have Allen, Diggs, Lamb, Ridley, Deontay, JSN, Johnson, Jacobs, Mixon, Aaron Jones, Gibbs, Ferguson. Any moves? Got offered Ramadre for Jahmyr Gibbs. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Ramadre Stevenson or Jahmyr Gibbs on a 2-2 full PPR format? So I think Gibbs has more long-term upside. I mean, in terms of the short-term players we were starting to get running back now, we do have Jacobs, Mixon, Aaron Jones. So honestly, if Gibbs is our RB4, I would probably rather go ahead and roster Gibbs for the long-term upside. Say if we were the team that had like, I don't know. If we were the team that had like Nick Chubb, we need a running back right now, you go Stevenson. But I think this is a long-term team. We're thinking Gibbs. Yeah, great running back room. I think this team doesn't really need to make any moves. And I think we can hold on to Jahmyr Gibbs here when he's our RB4. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's find our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Lucas says, trade Pacheco and Garrett Wilson for Puka. We have Cooper Kupp in a full PPR format. I think 99% of people would rather go ahead and take Puka here. Now, it's Ian Blazekin coming out and says, have PPR 10 team, Devon Achane, Addison, Dobbins for Alvin Kamara, DK Metcalf. Achane, Kamara, up to you rest of season. Addison, Dobbs, give me DK Metcalf. It's a fair deal. I do think that it's up to your personal preference, though. Carter says 1 and 3, 10 team at BBR single flex. We have Richardson, Ridley, Bijan, Montgomery, Hawkinson, Achane. Bench is Lawrence, Higgins, Moss, Gibbs, and Judy. Okay. Team with a lot of depth. Obviously, this team's going to be in a better spot if Jonathan Taylor does not come back, so Zach Moss is still viable for us. In reality, I don't necessarily think that this is a team that needs to be making moves right now, because while we do have this depth, a lot of it's for the long term. Like Gibbs, long-term piece. Higgins is a long-term piece. I think we sit on our hands now, and if we do get a spike, say from... I don't know. Maybe if we get a spike week from Lawrence where Lawrence looks great all of a sudden, then we can go through and look to sell Lawrence when we have Richardson. But we can't do it now. D. Wright says 12-team PBR. We have Dak, Henry, Achane, Ford, Robinson, Hopkins, Zay, DJ Moore, Lockett, Kittle. 1 and 3. Looking to start sit this week. Okay, so we're going to be starting Henry, Achane at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with most likely DJ Moore and I guess Hopkins, Zay Flowers, going to be pretty close for us. We actually just made our wide receiver rankings. I have Hopkins at 30. We have Flowers all the way in there. I guess actually we're higher on Flowers than I initially thought. I think we want to be monitoring the situation that we have with the receivers in Baltimore. Probably end up going with Zay Flowers. And then for the flex, we're going to go Brian Robinson. But keep in mind, since he does play on Thursday, my friend, don't put him at the flex. Put him at running back 2 and put Devon Achane at the flex, just in case anything happens. Now, Robert says Pittman or Flowers for Devon Achane. I would trade Zay Flowers for Achane easily. Nick says 4-0, 10-team league. Single flex. We have Hurts, Kamara, Kyron, Aaron Jones, Achane, Tyreek, Adams, Evans, Ingram, Flowers, White, Spears. Any moves we should make? Thanks, Mason. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. I mean, it would be nice if we could go through and see if we could get an upgrade in the starting lineup when we're a 10-team league with only one flex. I mean, if we're going to be looking at running back, we have a lot of depth. I mean, if we could go through and maybe take, say, Devon Achane and Alvin Kamara and get a true stud, like go get like a Austin Eckler level player. Maybe we even have to throw in a little bit more, but that'd be fine. I mean, if you can go like Achane, Flowers, and like Alvin Kamara and go get Austin Eckler in a 10-team league with one flex, we're 4-0. I think that make a lot of sense. And typically that's just going to be the structure of the deal that we're looking to make here specifically with these settings. I don't know if it'll be possible though. We can try. Chris says 12-team league double flex, trade away Bijan and Flowers for Eckler and Andrews. Bijan to Eckler downgrade, Flowers to Andrews upgrade. Thanks for all you do, Mason. No, thank you. Honestly, your personal preference. I'm a really bad guy to ask about Bijan Robinson. Hook 'em Lawrence, you know this is my guy. I mean, I think it's a fine trade, especially if you have no Mike Williams in Los Angeles. You should see more targets for Eckler when he's back. Now, Saram says 1-3, 12-team PPR shallow league. We have Hurts, Hall, Javonte, Achane, Hunt, Gainwell, Dalvin, A.J. Brown, Hopkins, Gabe, JSN, Kelsey. Top 3 pickups, please, between Gibson, McLaughlin, Boyd, Zay, Lazard, Burks, Curtis, Mooney, Jameson, Ferguson. So not going to be looking at a tight end if we have Kelsey. Jameson Williams will be number 1 here. Antonio Gibson will be number 2. Typically, we are looking to go with these running backs off the waiver wire. I think that you'll have McLaughlin number 3. You go Jameson number 1. Honestly, if you want to go McLaughlin number 2, then Gibson number 3. It's as long as Jameson's the first guy, then we're going to be looking at those 2 running backs, my friend. But Grant says traded Mostert for Lamb. We already have Achane. Is this a W? 100%. Great deal, my man. Love to see it. Now, Travis D says trade Kyron and Waddle for Chase and Achane, 8-team non-PPR format. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It's not a no-brainer like the one previously. I think it is kind of up to you. Okay. Now, iProdigen says 12-team PPR double flex, currently 1-3. We have Allen, Gibbs, JT, Javonte Olave, Garrett Wilson, Puka, Gabe Davis, Deontay, JSN, Andrews. Third most points scored. Ooh. Third most points scored, but 1-3. That is brutal. But we do get Jonathan Taylor back in. Double flex format, I'm actually not really going to be making any trades here. I think that you've just been unlucky so far to be 1-3, and this team's going to be in a much, much better spot now that we have Jonathan Taylor back in this lineup, my friend. Now, John coming out says 1-3, 10-team single flex league. We traded DJ Moore, Miles Sanders for Breece Hall. Looking for the long-term upside. What are we thinking? I think we overpaid, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think that also, if we're 1-3, we shouldn't really be thinking just about long-term upside. We should be more so focused in on points in the lineup right now. Now, with that being said, I may or may not have moved Breece Hall from being a sell-high guy for us earlier in the season now to where his value is cratered. He is may or may not be a buy low guy in our video tomorrow. So I do not mind going out there and buying on Breece Hall now that his price has cratered to the point where it's at. I do think you probably paid a little too much, though. Now, Joshua coming out saying, 12-team full BBR league, 1-3 now. Scored the least amount of points in my league this week. We traded Higgins, Elijah Mitchell, Travis Kelce for Kyron Williams, Nico Collins, Zach Ertz. It's a horrible trade. I'm sorry. I mean, I understand. Yeah, we have to trade Higgins and get anybody we can back. I'd rather have Kyron Williams over Higgins for sure. But going from Kelce to Nico Collins and Zach Ertz is such a massive downgrade. Even with this team, my man, I understand that we probably had to make a move, but going through and trading away Travis Kelce was not the move we wanted to make. David coming out saying 8-team league. We have Fields, Love, Barkley, Tony, Achane, James Cook, AJ Olave, Ayuk, and then on the bench we have Hawkinson, Jonathan Taylor, Lockett, Pittman, Ford, Palmer. Want to trade for a top wide receiver? Any ideas? Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. 8-team league, I'd say wide receiver is actually going to matter a little bit less than it would otherwise. If you were looking at this team, I don't really understand how we have TJ Hawkinson on the bench. If you're telling me that this is a league where we don't have the need to start a tight end, then at that point we trade TJ Hawkinson and Justin Fields to get any upgrade at quarterback. And honestly, in an 8-team league, that's going to be the top priority that we have at the moment, is instead going to be actually upgrading the quarterback position from Justin Fields. He was great this past week, but honestly, not going to be the case going forward, knowing that with Justin Fields, he did go up against the worst defense in the NFL this week. Now, Eduardo says roster advice / bench consolidation. Burrow, Bijan, Achane, Chase, Nico, Swift, Garrett Wilson, Jake Ferguson. The bench is Purdy, Algier, Gainwell, London, Evans, and Jeff Wilson. We need 2 quarterbacks. Burrow's our first guy. I mean, we're obviously going to go through and start Brock Purdy over him in the short term. And honestly, I think we don't really make any moves with this team, because if you're looking down there at the bench, you don't really have enough value and enough depth where we can go ahead, we can make 2-for-1 deals, get an upgrade in the starting lineup. So I think actually we probably just sit on our hands here, my friend, and I mean, see if we get someone popping like London, where at one point we can go through and we can sell him for something. But I don't think anybody's going to be super excited to go trade for Drake London or for Tyler Algier at this moment. Carlos coming out says 12-team full BBR format, 3-1. We have Jalen, CMC, Montgomery, AJ, Nico, Musgrave, Zay, Amari, Hopkins, Evans, Charbonnet, Palmer, Spears. Thoughts on how we should be looking to improve? I think it's a great team. There's a reason that we are 3-1. If we could potentially sell, say, David Montgomery and a small piece like Zay or like Joshua Palmer, if we can go like David Montgomery and Joshua Palmer to get to an elite level running back, or even like David Montgomery and Amari Cooper to go get to Austin Eckler on a 3-1 full PBR format league, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, most likely they're going to say no, but it's a great team. I'm just seeing if there's anything we could do. Daniel says, I trade Hurts, Devonta for Herbert, Ayuk, and Devon Achane. So Devonta Smith to Brandon Ayuk, downgrade. Jalen Hurts to Justin Herbert and Devon Achane. Up to you if you need a running back. Honestly, I'd probably keep the Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith stack. Drago says, traded Chase for Ayuk and Jonathan Taylor where we lost Chubb. What are your thoughts? If Jonathan Taylor is Jonathan Taylor, and if he plays, you're golden. If he's not, you're going to get crushed. There's no way that this trade is okay. It's either a phenomenal deal or a crappy deal. Will says 3-1, 12-team full BBR single flex. We have Fields, Purdy, CMC, ETN, Swift, AJ, Puka, Pickens, Lockett, Dell, Quentin. Guy in the league is Herbert and Tua, needs a flex badly. Is there a trade opportunity here? I mean, not necessarily. Like if we're trading like Justin Fields, say for Justin Herbert, we're upgrading, but I don't know if it's like massive. Like if you wanted to, actually, the deal would be like Justin Fields and George Pickens for Justin Herbert. If you can make that trade, then let's sure do it. But ultimately, like if we are going to be trying to trade Justin Fields for a quarterback upgrade, I do want to go just straight to the tier higher. I want to be looking at Hurts. I want to be looking at Allen. I want to be looking at Mahomes. Jack, we're going to go with Anthony Richardson, and Anthony Richardson will not be backing up Justin Fields. Anthony Richardson will be playing over Justin Fields. Max says Pittman or Brandon Ayuk. We're going to be going ahead, and honestly, I'm going to go with Brandon Ayuk, even though it's a tough matchup. If you look at our wide receiver rankings this week, we have Ayuk 15 and Pittman 16. They're damn close here. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Brady says 12-team full BBR format. Trade ETN for Jamar Chase. Yes, I would. Chase's value won't be lower. We have Swift, Brian Robinson, ETN, Jefferson, Smith, Hawkinson, Puka as the single flex with Kirk and Akers on the bench. So, I mean, honestly, if we're sitting here with this running back room, we're not like jumping up and down with joy with it, but I think we have to go through. We have to make this trade for Jamar Chase. Like, obviously, it sucks that Joe Burrow is injured. I can't come out here and say that Jamar Chase is prime Jamar Chase, but still, he is a tier. He's a couple tiers out of ETN. Fantasy Football says, my three wideouts are Puka, Hopkins, and Olave. Should we pick up Williams or Michael Wilson? I'm going to go Jamison Williams. Cam Bam says, trade Jamar Chase, Miles Sanders for Garrett Wilson, Derrick Henry, and Adam Thielen. Miles Sanders, Garrett Wilson, who cares? Would I rather have Chase or Derrick Henry and Adam Thielen? I'm going to go Jamar Chase. JL says, should we trade Chase for Lamb and Kyron Williams? This would be a Chase deal that I'm fine with. If you wanted to go pick up Lamb, who should be in a similar range, but an additional RB1, then you can do this if you want. Dudes, Jazzy, Jeff, always happy to see us. Says, would you trade Ridley or Debo to get Puka? I'm 3-1. I would not have said this after week two. After week two, I would have said, oh, no, give me Ridley. I think you have to go Puka over Calvin Ridley at this point, right? I think it'd be very difficult to go through and argue to go with Calvin Ridley. So, yeah, go get Puka. Eric says, 10-team PBR single flex 4-0. What moves should we make? We have Anthony Richardson, Trevor Lawrence, Ramondre Stevenson, JT Pierce, Moss Cooks, Jefferson St. Brown, McLaurin, Sutton, Zay Flowers, Laporta, and the Dallas D. Great team, 4-0. Now we are getting Jonathan Taylor back in. We have elite level wide receivers at the very top. Honestly, I don't do anything. If you could send like Terry McLaurin and Sam Laporta and go get maybe a true elite level tight end, go get someone in the Hawkinson range, then sure, we do it. In reality, you're probably not going to be able to. So we're probably going to be sitting on our hands. Great team. I mean, 4-0 and now getting JT back going to be even better. Now, KV coming out says 18 PBR 2-2. Double flex. We have Lamar, Eckler, Jacobs, Walker, Kyron Sanders, Montgomery, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans, Amari, Pickens, Laporta. Is AJ Brown and Jacobs worth Tyreek Hill? Double flex format, probably not. I'm fine if you wanted to do it because it's an 8-team league. If it was a 10-team league, if it was a 12-team league, I would say hell no. But obviously in an 8-team format, really the only thing that matters is getting the best player. NFL Blitz coming out says 12-team PPR super flex, double flex as well. We have Love, Ridley, Walker, DeAndre for Barkley, Bijan, and Matt Breida. So going, say, from Kenneth Walker to Saquon Barkley and Matt Breida, kind of up to you. You do you. Going from Love, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Swift to Bijan Robinson. I don't know if going from Kenneth Walker to Saquon Barkley is a big enough upgrade to justify this trade. It's very, very close. If you were telling me that Derek Carr is our QB3 and we're really not looking to start Derek Carr anytime soon, then sure, we go ahead and do it. Obviously, this is a Jordan Love, tomato. But if this is a one quarterback league, it's the easiest thing ever to do. I like it, my friend. I like it if Jordan Love is our QB3, but not if we actually have to rely on him. Okay. Now, Rorino coming out says PBR double flex 2 and 2. Should I give Lamb and Jamar for Kyron and TJ Hawkinson? I have AJ Brown, DJ Moore, Christian Watson at receiver. Then Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Spears, Roshan at running back, and get Pat Frymuth and Hunter Henry at tight end. Any moves besides this? This would be a horrible trade. Do not do this. Please keep Lamb and Jamar Chase. We have Hunter Henry that we just play Hunter Henry at tight ends. Hold on to Pat Frymuth. Hopefully we can slide him on to the IR. Honestly, I think it's a great roster where you don't have to make any moves, but please don't sell the stud wide receivers for that price. Now, Francis says, full BBR traded Kittle, JSN, and Rice for Debo. I have Henry and was sick of Kittle only run blocking. What are your thoughts? Thanks as always, my guy. Appreciate you. I mean, Rashee Rice is trending in the right direction, but fundamentally doesn't have enough value to move the needle at this point. JSN is long-term upside. I think it's a fair deal, and honestly, just up to your personal preference. If you were going to start Henry anyway, it doesn't really matter. Clutchbox is 3-1, 12-team BBR Superflex. We have Herbert, Pickett, Carr, Devon Achane, CMC, Gibbs, Ramondre, St. Brown, Keenan, Dobbs, Sutton, Davis, Hunter Henry, David Njoku. Should we try to trade for a better QB2? Superflex format, I would like to do so. I mean, if we're looking at this team, if we could send Ramondre and Pickett or Ramondre, Derek Carr and go get that upgraded quarterback, somehow swindle ourselves into like Anthony Richardson, I think that'd make a lot of sense. That'd be fine throwing in like a depth receiver like Romeo Dobbs. I love that idea. Roy says, chances the JSN breakout won't come till next season. I don't know. I mean, we're 1 month into the year, right? He's a rookie wide receiver. We played 4 weeks. He had 6 targets this week. Sean says, happy BR. We have Gibbs, Gabe Davis for Devon and Christian Kirk. We have David Montgomery. Gibbs, Gabe Davis for Devon. I think you could go Devon and Christian Kirk, to be honest. Especially in a happy BR format where Gibbs is worth a little bit less. Cameron says 14-team PBR Dynasty. We have Burrow, Love, Cook, Kyron Gibson, Gainwell, Watson, Waddle, Ridley, Puka, Addison, Pittman, Laporta. Should we move Puka, a future first, and Kyron for Stroud and Gibbs? So obviously, I would go in Dynasty. I'm going to go Gibbs over Puka. Obviously, in redraft, you go Puka over Gibbs. Dynasty, give me Gibbs. The future first and Kyron versus CJ Stroud. Is CJ Stroud by a mile, assuming it's a super flex league? If it's a super flex league, I think it's easy to go with the Stroud side. If it's a 1 quarterback format, it's up to you. Dylan says, should we start Puka and Kupp or wait to see how they play together? My only receivers are, I'm going to start, if Kupp plays this week, I am starting both Puka and Cooper Kupp. I'm starting both guys. Kevin says 2 and 2 double flex. Do we trade Jefferson for Debo, Anthony Richardson, and Kenneth Walker? I personally would not, unless it was a 14-team league or like a 12-team league where you start 3 wide receivers and 2 flexes. Rory says, is Nico Collins a top 12 wide receiver rest of season? On paper, like if you say it out loud, it sounds like he is. In reality, if you actually make wide receiver rankings, it's very hard to get him inside the top 12. I believe we rank him at wide receiver 14 for our rankings this week. But wide receiver 14, wide receiver 10, tomato. Nobody says opinions on Jameson. Should we drop Sutton? I think Jameson is upside. I think Jameson will be a good real life wide receiver. I think from a fantasy perspective, he's not going to be great. He's really just going to, open up things underneath for the other options in this offense. But I would rather have him over Sutton if we're just talking upside. Now, Cronified says, would you trade Barkley and Ayuk for Cooper Kupp? Or am I giving up too much value? I think you are giving up too much value. I mean, at the end of the day, while I am excited about Cooper Kupp, and well, it sounds like the Cooper Kupp injury is not as serious as they initially thought, and it looks like he is hopeful to play this week. Still at the same time, you are paying sticker price there, which we need a discount if we are trading for him. There's still risk. Now, Saban coming out says 12-team happy BR double flex. I just traded Ridley, Judy, and Najee and Pacheco for Olave, Watson, Rashad, and Kareem Hunt. Ridley to Olave, upgrade. Judy to Watson, lateral move up to you. Najee to Rashad White, clear upgrade. Isaiah Pacheco to Kareem Hunt, downgrade. Fair deal, up to you. We have Pollard, Cook, White, Hunt. AJ, Olave, Puka, Watson, Elijah, and Laporta / Njoku. What are your thoughts? I think that this was a fine move. I think it's a great roster. And I think we're just going to be waiting until we end up getting a spike from from Trevor Lawrence. And then at that point, we look to go through and sell Lawrence, try to get an upgrade elsewhere when we have Richardson. Gamer says, I'm lost. I'm 0-4 where we have Etienne, Kyron, Chase, Higgins, Amari, Henry, Achane, London, Brees Hall, McKinnon, Mooney, Spears. No idea what to do. 0-4, you need to take long-term upside. You need to get someone in your lineup right now. So this is a team where you take Brees Hall, package him with T. Higgins, and go get the best wide receiver you can immediately. We can't be thinking long-term upside. Go get a wide receiver too we feel confident with. And then also drop Darnell Mooney and pick up a running back off the waiver wire with upside. Now, Kyle says 4-0, 10-team full BBR. We have Richardson, James Cook, Swift, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Puka, Hawkinson, Nico, Devon Achane, Wilson, Pierce, Herbert, Addison, Ford. Offered Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis for Puka and Swift. Should we take it? I would first swap Pierce and Swift and see what they would say, though. But if we're able to get to Stephon Diggs in a 10-team league where the best player matters in the deal, and we're 4-0 and we're thinking long-term, I think it makes sense. Ethan says, full BBR 10-team league. Should we trade Jacobs, Amari, and Lawrence for Saquon and Devonta Smith? Amari to Smith, clear upgrade. Jacobs to Saquon, up to you. Probably an upgrade. Lawrence getting done. If you have another quarterback like Richardson, I'm fine with it. Malad says, would you do Pittman and Pacheco for DeAndre Swift? Yes, I would. Other running backs are Aaron Jones. Yes, if it's going to be a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think you pay up for Swift. But we should be all caught up on Super Chats. So let me go ahead and turn Super Chats back on. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, oh my gosh, what are y'all doing? Like literally maybe 6% of y'all have hit that like button. Please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. If you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you'll be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And if you are new to Underdog, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick of more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington this Thursday. And I hooked everybody up that uses promo code FLOCK, or whether that was 2 years ago, last year, this week, today, tomorrow. Everybody is going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yard next week on Underdog Fantasy in week 6. It's going to be exclusive with code FLOCK, which I'm super pumped that we were able to get y'all that. So yes, make sure you are taking advantage, ladies and gentlemen. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Robert, who says 12-team full BBR single flex. We're 3-1 in defending our chip. We have Allen, Diggs, Olave, Amari, Andrews, Pollard, Etienne, Montgomery, Charbonnet. Should we trade Puka and Andrews for Kelsey and Jalen Waddle? So in my mind, Kelsey is in a completely different tier than what you have with Mark Andrews. So I would personally go ahead and do this. I think a lot of people would tell you no. I completely understand the other side of this. And even if I throw in the towel and say that Puka is a wide receiver that we would rather have rest of season over Jalen Waddle. I do think that Puka and Waddle are closer than Kelsey and Andrews are, my friend. And great team. Cole coming out says 10-team league, 3-1. We have Herbert, Bijan, James Cook, Chase, Higgins, Keenan, Kelsey. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Flowers, Ford, Gabe Davis, Herbert, IR, JT. Any trade ideas? I mean, now that we're getting JT back on a 3-1 team, my man, you are freaking loaded. I mean, I have no idea how we're 3-1 with no JT, with the Chase and Higgins connection. I mean, we're going to need a little bit of depth for the time being with Keenan on bye, with T. Higgins not playing. I would say a few weeks from now, it would be really nice. Like going into next week, last week we had Jerome Ford as a sell high player. If we're going to get Jonathan Taylor back in, if you wanted to go through and see if we could send say Jerome Ford and I don't know, Tyler Lockett and go get a better running back, then sure, let's do it. In reality, that is a nutso team, my man. Tyler coming out saying 3-1, 10-team at BBR single flex was offered to deal Derrick Henry, Christian Watson, Michael Thomas to receive Pollard, Nico, Michael Pittman. Derrick Henry to Pollard, clear upgrade. Christian Watson to Nico Collins, clear upgrade. Michael Thomas to Michael Pittman, clear upgrade. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go get Pollard, Nico, and Pittman. I don't think we have to think about that one at all, my man. That's a no-brainer. Ethan coming out says 12-team PBR 1-3. We have Allen, Jacobs, Sanders, Chase, Sutton, Kelsey, Moss, Roshan, Dobbs, Akers, and Spears. What trade should we look to do? We got offered Anthony Richardson and Devonta Smith and Najee Harris for Cortland Sutton and Josh Jacobs. So going from Jacobs to say Devonta Smith and Anthony Richardson. I mean, probably rather have Richardson and Devonta Smith, Sutton versus Najee. I don't want either. I mean, either. If we had to pick one, we'd go Najee. I think it's a very interesting trade, but the issue is, I mean, we would then be in a spot where we have Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson. So I think you're fine to make this deal, but I mean, once we make it, because I think you're probably getting a little more value than the other guy, we immediately throw either Josh Allen or Anthony Richardson on the trade block and see what we could get for one of these quarterbacks, my friend. Now, Jeffrey says 4-0, 12-team non-BBR format with 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Allen, CMC, Gibbs, Ramondre, Evans, Watson, Amari, Kupp, Hawkinson. Traded Ramondre and Hawkinson for Devon Achane, Jake Ferguson, and JSN. So Ramondre in a non-PBR format really is not going to move the needle. Hawkinson, let's go Ramondre to Devon Achane, upgrade. But Hawkinson to Ferguson and JSN is a massive, massive downgrade, even in a 3 wide receiver league, my man. I am like a massive TJ Hawkinson fanboy. I understand why we made this deal, and I think we upgraded at running back, which you can make an argument that's the most important thing to do in a non-PPR format. But I don't know. I would have hoped that we can get a little more value. Now, Brian says traded Keaton Mitchell, Gabe Davis, Aaron Jones, DJ Moore for Kenneth Walker, Jameson, Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen. So Adam Thielen doesn't matter. Keaton Mitchell doesn't matter. Take him out of the deal. Aaron Jones to Kenneth Walker, upgrade. DJ Moore to say Miles Sanders, up to you. Aaron Jones to Jameson Williams, down. I'm sorry. Gabe Davis to Jameson Williams, up to you. So I think it makes sense to upgrade from Aaron Jones to Kenneth Walker. But yeah, like the Keaton Mitchells of the world, they're never going to matter in a trade. Like, if you have to throw them in to get the deal done, then let's do it. Now, Chief Perp coming out and says, what are your thoughts on Chase? 1-3 in a full PBR 8-team league. With Burrow, Lamar, Chase, Ridley, Watson, Myers, Jacobs, Walker, Etienne, Aaron Jones, Swift, Kyron, Barkley, Collins on the waiver, better days ahead, or do we need to make moves? Really need a good wide receiver. The thing is, if we were looking at the trades that we have seen with Jamar Chase this live stream, I think you will most likely be better to hold on to Jamar Chase for the time being, my friend. With Chase, it all comes down to the health of Joe Burrow. With an injured Joe Burrow, obviously it's very difficult for us to be excited and say that Jamar Chase is still a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy. Clearly, that's not going to be the case. With an injured Joe Burrow, I think we have to lower the expectations down for Jamar Chase to a low-end wide receiver 1. But I still think that he is that low-end wide receiver 1 in fantasy, even with an injured Joe Burrow. And the trades that I have seen so far have been essentially people valuing him as a low-end wide receiver 1 rest of season, which I think should be the case for the short term. But in terms of the long term, he does have upside to possibly put it together, right? So I would actually say you probably want to stand still here, my friend, Obviously, it'd be really nice to go out there and get Nico Collins off the waiver wire. So if we were going to make a trade, we're looking to sell one of these depth players, like go send maybe Jacoby Myers and Aaron Jones, or no, I don't. Jacoby Myers and like Saquon Barkley, go get a slight upgrade at running back. Go send Christian Watson and Calvin Ridley, go get a slight upgrade at wide receiver. I don't necessarily know if Chase is the guy that we were wanting to sell, especially in an 8-team league where we're chasing the highest ceiling possible. Now, Cheech John coming out says 12-team Happy BR, currently 2-2, where we have Lamar, Jacobs, Walker, Diggs, Puka, Watson, Achane, Kyron, and Taylor. Which 2 running backs would you trade away? Was also offered Jacobs and Puka for Keenan Allen. Are we doing it? Keenan Allen looks like a top 5 wide receiver rest of season with the Mike Williams injury. It is a very fair deal, though. Very fair deal if you wanted to sell for Puka and Josh Jacobs. Not going to fault you at all. And if you were going to throw 2 running backs on the trade block, Devon Achane may be that running back that's just popping off. But I mean, he's really the only guy with a red flag out of this list outside of Taylor. But I actually think that you're going to have an easier time selling Achane than you would Taylor at this point. I think Taylor maybe has a higher ceiling too. Younglock says, should I trade Pittman for Ridley? If you look at my rankings this week, I mean, these guys are essentially neck and neck here, my man. I mean, I have Michael Pittman at wide receiver 16. I have Calvin Ridley wide receiver 17. It is going to be up to you. Now, Brian says, 10-team full BBR, $200 fab. How much of that on Michael Wilson and McGoughlin and any other waivers, and for how much? I am super sorry, my friend, unless you tell me the amount of bench spots that there are and the players that you are dropping, I am useless in helping you with fab. If this is a league where we have 7, 8 bench spots versus a league where we have 4 to 5, which, trust me, I answer questions all day. I know that a lot of people play in League A, a lot of people play in League B. It is a completely different equation on what we're doing with fab. I will say, in general, in a 10-team league, we don't need to be super aggressive with these guys. Now, I am coming out says traded Allen for Tony Pollard, and it got vetoed. Pollard, quote unquote, isn't a star. What that? I would rather... Same league, let Etienne and got traded for Chase after week 2. We have Anthony Richardson on the block. Kindly give me an answer. I can screen record and give in that chat. If y'all vetoed a trade saying that Tony Pollard was worth less than Josh Allen, what the hell are y'all talking about? Pollard is worth more than Josh Allen. Literally, our guy is losing this deal here. And you're going out there and you're vetoing, trying to save him from himself. No. Let him go through and make that trade. Now, Quo's coming out, says 4-0, 12-team full BBR super flex. Traded Ingram Flowers for T.J. Hawkinson. Is that a win or a loss? I think it's a win, to be honest with you, especially if it's a single flex format. I just love T.J. Hawkinson. Now, Pack Fresh says, would you trade Keenan for Devonta? Hurts is my quarterback. Devonta Smith? Hell no. Keenan Allen looks like a top 5 wide receiver rest of season with the Mike Williams injury. Now, Seth coming out saying 12-team full BBR format where we have Fields, Pollard, Jefferson, Waddle, Montgomery, Ayuk, Sutton. Do we trade Ayuk, Sutton, and Pirine for Calvin Ridley and Devon Achane? Let's go. Brandon Ayuk to Calvin Ridley. Lateral move, slight downgrade, whatever you want to call it. I mean, kind of in a similar boat. But Samaje Pirine and Cortland Sutton for Devon Achane. It's Devon Achane, and that's not even close. So, yeah, I think we would go ahead and we would make the deal here, my friend. Jack, always happy to see us, says 12-team full BBR where we have Fields, Kyron, JT, Chase, Ridley, Pitts, Achane. On the bench, we have Brees, Charbonnet, Gabe Davis, Hunt, Madison, Tank Dell, CJ Stroud. Any moves? Also, thoughts on dropping Pitts for Ferguson and Hunt for Jameson. Also, who has priority? I would rather pick up Jameson than Ferguson. That would be the number one thing that I'm doing. If you wanted to drop Kyle Pitts for Jake Ferguson, I'm not going to fault you at all there, my friend. What I think I would rather do than dropping Kyle Pitts, I'd rather roster both. Obviously, it'd be hard to go through. And I mean, roster this many players, though we have a ton of exciting players on the bench. What I would potentially try to pull off is if we could take like Alexander Madison and Justin Fields and package them together and go get a true like top 3 QB. I think that'd be very interesting. Like if you could go get Josh Allen, if you could go get Patrick Mahomes, if you could go get Jalen Hurts, I would really like a move like that, my friend. Okay. Now, JJ coming out says, Hurts, JJ, how the hell are you not a moderator? Let me go ahead and make you a mod. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to, but if you're a moderator, one, it just gives you a little bit of street cred in the live chat. And two, also, and cheaper, let me make you a moderator as well. I don't know how you are either. But, I mean, if you see someone spamming the same question over and over again in the live chat, you're able to tell them, hey, man, knock it off. If they don't knock it off, you can put user in timeout, and it'll mute them for about 5 minutes. But Hurts, Smith, Puka, Wilson, Kyron, Etienne, Ferguson. On the bench, we have Roshan, Spears, Warren, Dell, Downs, and Christian Watson. Any trades? And should I prioritize Wan'Dale or Jameson on the waiver? So Wan'Dale Robinson's actually like my most drafted at round 18 guy on Underdog this year. So I'll make a lot of money if Wan'Dale Robinson actually ends up being good. But if I'm going to be honest with myself, I think you would rather have Jameson Williams over Wan'Dale off the waiver wire. And if we're going to be looking at any trades here, don't really see too much value down on the bench that we could be looking to sell. I actually think that Watson's going to get better as the season goes on. So I'd say no to any trades at this moment. And I would prioritize Jameson Williams over Wan'Dale off waivers. Now, Jackson Alert coming out says 14-team double flex, 3-1. We have Hurts, CMC, Swift, Kamara, Waddle, Watson, Henry, Flowers. Should I trade Kamara and Watson/Waddle for Cooper Kupp? 14-team league, double flex, depth's going to matter a little bit more. I for sure would not do Kamara and Waddle for Kupp in this format. If you wanted to go Kamara and Watson for Kupp, I'd be fine with it. Obviously, we are taking on a risk. And the report that we have with Cooper Kupp right now is the team is waiting until he's 80 to 90% to officially bring him back. They are hopeful that he will be playing week 5. And the injury is not as serious as they initially thought. So, I mean, it is pretty, at least in my mind, encouraging. I know some people are turning it out to be a bad thing, but I hear the trade's not as bad as they initially thought. I'm a little excited. Now, Joe coming out says 12-team Happy BR 4-0. We have Hurts, Eckler, Brees, Swift, Spears, Puka, DJ Moore, Michael Thomas, Scary Terry, Kupp, Laporta. Got offered Devonta Smith for DeAndre Swift and Scary Terry. What are your thoughts? I like the idea of going and getting Devonta Smith to stack with Jalen Hurts. However, I think we're probably just paying a little bit too much to do it. If we could sell Brees Hall instead of DeAndre Swift, then that's the move we look to make. But yeah, I mean, DeAndre Swift, we have ranked as like the RB5 this week. Very hard to sell Swift unless it's a no-brainer. Shadows, would you trade Warren and Ertz for Kittle? I would. But ultimately, most people would say I'm an idiot for it. Kittle has been bad. You're going to be super volatile, right? I'm still expecting that we get some pretty big spikes from George Kittle. But in this offense, you can't rely on consistent targets. Ryan says 12-team BBR trade Pacheco, Pacheco and Kirk for Ayuk and White. Rest team is Mahomes, McCaffrey, Ridley, Watson, Ferguson, Judy. I think if you look at Christian Kirk versus Brandon Ayuk, give me Ayuk, but it's a little bit close. Pacheco versus White, it is fundamentally up to you. So honestly, I think this trade is kind of up to you. I probably would go ahead and take Ayuk and White. Devin says, thanks, man. Starters are Lamar, Bijan, Montgomery, Puka, Wilson, Andrews, James Cook. On the bench, we have Mostert, Watson, Stroud, Gainwell. Worried about the Lamar injury, but I feel like I should package a running back for a wide receiver upgrade. Who to keep and who to move. I think you're going to be fine. I think Lamar is going to be fine, my man. Let me sit here and think about this. Obviously, want to hold on to Stroud if you are worried about the injury. I mean, having Stroud to play would be nice. I agree. I think that this is a team that we hopefully hit on a wide receiver with upside down the stretch. In terms of how we solve the wide receiver issue, I don't necessarily think that we are at the point where we need to be going through and we need to be trading, say, a wide receiver and a running back to go get a better wide receiver. I think instead you probably want to be sitting on your hands. And we have the long-term upside of Wilson. Wilson is a really good matchup against Denver this week. Watson can break out too if he's not on a snap count this week as well. So I agree. I think it would be nice if we have a better wide receiver, but I think we have wide receivers in the roster with upside already. And I don't necessarily think that we have to do anything right now. And everybody, I would not be worried about Lamar. Lamar's going to be fine. Don't be worried about Lamar Jackson. Okay. But real quick, I think we're actually going to have to pull up these questions on the other screen. So give me 1 second to do this. And we're about 5 likes away from 900 likes on this live stream. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, help us out. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section to Underdog. Plus, I got y'all hooked up, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to Underdog, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. A Justin Fields special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for this Thursday. That'll be if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. But also if you've been on Underdog, and use promo code FLOCK, whether that was 2 years ago, this year, this week, today, tomorrow, you're also going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em on top of this exclusively for people who use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. That will be for week 6, however. So please make sure you are taking advantage. You're going to get both of those. But this next question coming out from, I believe, Ray, says, trade Kyron and Kamara for A.J. Brown and Aaron Jones. We have Chase, Waddle, Kupp. We also have Rashad White, Madison, Javonte, Ford and Hollywood, Watson and Kittle. Would try to trade Waddle for Etienne or Jacobs. So Kyron to A.J. Brown, clear upgrade. Kamara and Aaron Jones. Honestly, yes, I'd go ahead and I make this deal relatively easily. And then if you will sell Waddle, if you can get like a stud running back in return once we trade for these other wide receivers, I'm fine with you doing it. But I think Waddle's probably going to be someone that honestly will be better than whatever trade value you could get for him right now. Now, Montel says 12-team PPR. We just traded Devon and Romeo Dobbs for Puka and Stroud. My starters are now Stroud, Bijan, Kamara, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Smith, Kelsey, and Puka. What are your thoughts? So HN for Puka, up to you. Dobbs for Stroud, probably give me Stroud. If you're telling me we needed a quarterback, I think it makes sense. In says, I haven't been getting notifications for the live streams lately. Anybody else having that issue or just me? The issue is I'm live streaming and posting too many videos, my friend. Like, I think YouTube only gives you like 2 to 3 notifications a day or something. So yeah, I'm sorry. Like, you would get a notification if we only did like 1 video and 1 live stream a day, or if we only did say 1 live stream a day or maybe 2 live streams a day, but we're doing like 2 videos a day, 1 live stream a day, and sometimes 2 live streams a day as well. I'm sorry, my friend. Tropic says 1 and 3. We have Love, Dak, Reek, Lamb, Madison, Achane, White, Nico, Tank, Godwin, Andrews, Ridley. Should have traded Lamb for ETN in a full PBR format or just sit on the hands? I think you have a very good team. I think you actually just go ahead and sit on your hands here. If you look at CeeDee Lamb, I understand it's been frustrating just because they simply have not had to go through and throw the ball, right? I mean, this Dallas defense is so damn good that they're able to just consistently run it in the second half. I think going forward, you will be in a good situation overall with these guys, though. Now, then we can actually swing this back to the other question. The tall guy says, Fantasy Doc just freaked out that Kupp isn't 80% yet. I don't want to speak on this too much, but if you are a person that you make a living off of covering injuries, the best thing that you can do is go out there and make a super big deal that someone is injured. And it's the biggest injury in the world. Because if it's the biggest injury in the world, come back in the next video and I'll give you another update tomorrow. Stick to the end of this video and I'll tell you exactly when he's coming back, because he's not going to be good now. If you are looking at what you have with Cooper Kupp, yeah, the report said he's not 80 to 90% back, but also the report said that they're hopeful that he plays week 5. And on top of this, with Cooper Kupp, this is a wide receiver, they said that the injury wasn't as serious as they initially thought. Now, I believe our next search coming out from Max says 2 and 2, full point PBR, 3 receivers in a flex. Trade JT for Mixon and Michael Pittman. 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. I'd be okay with this deal if you don't want to take the risk with Jonathan Taylor. I think Taylor has a higher ceiling than this, but obviously has the lower floor as well. Current running backs are Taylor, H.N., Javonte, Gus, Charbonnet, Tank. Receivers are Chase, DJ Moore, Addison, JSN, Shaheed. So if you were to make this move, it makes sense specifically because of our team and specifically because of our formats. I will be on record in saying, though, it is always a risky thing to go through and fade Jonathan Taylor, especially as it looks like Anthony Richardson is solid, right? Now, Jack says 12 team, 2-2, non-PBR. Should I trade Watson, Ridley, Tank for Fields and Nico? Ridley to Nico, up to you. Watson to Fields, up to you. Tank doesn't really matter. We have Olave and A.J. Brown, but want to get rid of Deshaun Watson, Jameson, Connor at the flex as well. I think it is a fair trade and is honestly up to your personal preference. I'm not going to make fun of anybody for taking either side of that. Now, Jack says 12-team PBR single flex, 4-0. We have Stroud, Dak, Watson, Hall, Brees, Gibbs, Jefferson, Olave, Moore, Dotson, Gainwell, Spears, Reed, Downs. Do we make any moves or do we stay put? I think Reed is someone that we can go ahead and just drop at this point now that Christian Watson is going to be fully good to go. Because this is a 4-0 roster, we can afford to just primarily roster these running backs that have the long-term upside, but not necessarily production in the short term. So I'm very surprised that this team's actually 4-0 at the moment. I think that this is a team that we probably want to be sitting on our hands and hoping that one of these guys hit in the long term. Now, Dylan says 2-2, 12-team PBR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Burrow, Kupp, Hollywood, Evans, Henry, JT, Khalil Herbert, Hunter Henry, Brandon Cooks, Gainwell, Bigsby, Rasheed. Any moves to make? 6-point passing touchdown format. I mean, I like Burrow in the long term, obviously. It's just, when is this guy actually going to be healthy? We have running backs with upside now that JT's coming back. I think this team will be fine in the long term. In the short term, though, we probably go ahead and see if we can pick up a quarterback to play over Joe Burrow from the waiver wire. I don't think we need to be making any trades, though. Now, Immortal Goofy coming out says, full BBR trade Swift and Puka for Jalen Waddle. No, sir. I think you got to go Swift and Puka. We actually already looked at this earlier on, but we have CMC, Kyron, Taylor, Devon, Ford. Yeah, so what we're looking at is I was saying, like, I like the idea of trading for Jalen Waddle. I mean, I think that Waddle will be better than he has been. I think that you can get Waddle at a reasonable price point. But ultimately, I mean, you're just paying way, way too much to do this, my friend. Thomas says 3-1 with Puka and Kupp. Who do we trade Puka for? What I have been saying, and keep in mind, I was saying this last week too, and Puka came out and was the top 5 wide receiver, and Olave gave you a little goose egg, is if I can trade Puka for Olave, I would. But I've been wrong about Puka literally every step of the way. It's been my worst call that we have ever made. And I made some pretty damn bad ones over the years. So I am not the guy to listen to with Puka. I think with Kupp coming back in, I would probably rather have Olave in the long term. And then we have Pollard, Jacobs, Waddle, Amari, Gibbs, Zach Moss, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Dell, Hollywood, Henry, Palmer, 8-team league. Yeah, 8-team league, we are just thinking about upside as well. If you go Puka and Goddard in an 8-team format and go get Kelsey, that would be the no-brainer move. Brody says 2-2, might lose a bet, and we have to trade Kamara for JT and Pierce, not including Richardson, Herbert, Mixon, Brian Robinson, Pacheco, Jefferson, AJ Ridley, Higgins, Pitt. We want a solid wide receiver 3. So, I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily think that we need to be making a trade for a solid wide receiver right now if we are 2-2 and we have a viable running back for a flex. Obviously, it sucks in the short term whenever we have T. Higgins injured and Joe Burrow injured, but maybe in the long term, if we are able to get this situation sorted out, we are going to be fine here. And you have Adam Thielen to start in the short term. So I don't want to be going through and making a trade where we send, I don't know, some running back depth to get an upgrade at wide receiver 3. Typically not something that I am looking to do. And with that being said as well, I mean, I do think that you're in a good spot, honestly, to trade Kamara for JT and Pierce. Keith says, I'm thinking of trading Chase, Thielen, and Swift for Adams, Pittman, and James Cook. Swift to James Cook, slight downgrade. Chase to Adams, lateral move. Thielen to Pittman, slight upgrade. I think it's a fair deal, and up to you, my friend. Sam says 3-1 PBR format. We have Hurts, Jefferson, Amon-Ra, Walker, Brees, Sanders, Laporta, Dobbs, Godwin, Judy, Hunt. Who should we package to get a running back? There's a team with Mixon, Kamara, Achane, Kyron, and James Cook. I would love to go through and trade for Kyron Williams right about now, my friend. If you could send like Breece Hall and say Chris Godwin, Breece Hall, and Jerry Jeudy, and go get Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams is a running back that's locked and loaded for a bell cow type workload every single week. Like, it's crazy to say. I would have thought in a million years if you would have asked me last year about Kyron that he could have done that. Now, Justin says 10 team 1-3 traded Kamara for Mixon, Etienne for Montgomery. I'd probably rather have Etienne over Montgomery, and Hal Breece for Kyler. Thomas for Judy. That's up to you. So the Kamara for Mixon, up to you, my friend. Etienne for Montgomery. I would honestly rather have Etienne if it's a full PPR format. Sam Howell and Breece Hall for Kyler Murray. Obviously, it all comes down to if Kyler Murray plays. This is a 2-quarterback format, ladies and gentlemen. If Kyler Murray is back in the coming weeks, then I think you'd be excited. The most recent reports that we have with Kyler Murray make it sound like he will not be back. This is a team that has no incentive to bring him back. This is a team that is clearly punting. So I don't necessarily know if we're super excited about this in the first place. I'm interested to see how that move works out for you. I don't love going through and trading for Kyler, though, on a super flex build where we are currently 1-3, where we maybe need to think about short-term production. Jack says 10-team BBR. We have a lot of mid-wide receivers like Lockett, Pittman, Watson. Trying to sell 2 to take Kupp off the IR. Should we trade Higgins and Sutton for Nico Collins? I would rather go with, like, say, Lockett and Sutton. I think Lockett and Sutton, I'd rather go get Waddle. I'd rather go get Olave. If we're going to go Higgins and Sutton, try to go get Waddle, get Olave. And if you love Nico Collins, or anything that looks like a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2, more like a high-end wide receiver 2 rest of the season, then sure, you can do it. I just don't love it. JM says 10-team 1 flex. Trade Tyreek Charbonnet for Henry Etienne. Probably not. Not in a 10-team 1 flex. Give me the best player. Give me Tyreek Hill. I understand a running back, we are struggling right now, but I mean, I'd rather make a different move than this one. I don't want to be giving up the best player for 2 lesser guys in a 10-team 1 flex league. Now, Emilio Rod coming out saying, Anthony Richardson, Bijan, Hall, Chase, Dell, Hawkinson, Lockett. On the bench, we have London, Algier, McLaurin, Judy, Zay. Who should we trade Chase for? I'm 0-4 and open to revamping this team. So if you're 0-4, I understand the thought to trade Jamar Chase. If you could send Chase for another elite level wide receiver that, doesn't have an injured quarterback right now, go get Devontae Adams. Jimmy G will probably be back. Go ahead and get, say, Stephon Diggs. You could look to make a move like that. I also saw someone tear down Jamar Chase and get CeeDee Lamb and Kyron Williams. If you wanted to make a trade like that where we're getting Lamb and a significant player there as well, that could be interesting. It just sucks. Obviously we want to trade for someone that has short-term production, not long-term upside if we're 0-4. The issue is you're just not going to get a lot of Jamar Chase at this point. Like, that's the reality of the situation. Now, Heem says trade Tank Dell, Adam Thielen, and Jeff Wilson for Alvin Kamara. Yeah, I'd be completely fine with this. We're trading 3 quarters for $1. We're going to be able to open up rush spots and pick up some other players off the waiver wire. Now, Hearsay says 1-3 to 10-team at BBR Dynasty 2-quarterback, 3-wide receiver league. Traded away Burrow, Connor, Devonta Smith. I have a feeling I'm going to hate this. Nico Collins for Amon-Ra, Waddle in a second. We have CeeDee Lamb working on getting HN and a first for Mixon and James Cook. That'd be a no-brainer. This is not a good trade, my friend. I understand that Joe Mixon is not good right now. I understand that Joe Mixon is not healthy. And in the short term, Joe Mixon is a wide receiver a quarterback that's very hard to get excited about. But at the same time, in a Dynasty 2-quarterback league, Joe Burrow. I don't know why I'm saying Joe Mixon. Joe Burrow is still fundamentally a top 5 asset in that format. Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle are about similar. We essentially traded away Joe Burrow for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Especially where we're 1-3, where maybe we could just go through and burn it down and play for 2024. I really don't like that trade. Now, CJ Matt coming out says, at BBR trade Warren and Mostert for Aaron Jones. I would do it. This for the flex. We have Etienne Walker Pierce. Thank you for everything, man. Here every single night. No, that is awesome, my man. Thank you so much. And yeah, I would go ahead. I would make this move. I mean, if you're looking at Mostert going forward, especially if Jeff Wilson Jr. comes back in, going to be in a tough spot. And Warren more so just like that premium handcuff running back at the moment. Jeremy says 14-team half PBR league. Single flex. We have Olave, Allen, Waddle at receiver. Henry, Jacobs, Swift, Jones and Stroud, Goddard, Waller. Make any trades. Ooh. It's funny because you'd have been so excited about these tight ends coming into the season, and now we're not excited about either one. I don't think we make any trades considering it's a 14-team format. Honestly, I don't even make any moves. If it was like a 10-team league or a 12-team league, I'd say probably just drop Daniel Jones, go pick up another running back. But 14-team league, I think this is going to be a fine team, especially with Keenan Allen rest of season. LeBron says, would you rather have Breece Hall or Alexander Madison? This week, Alexander Madison, long term, Breece Hall. And keep in mind, I was the guy screaming to sell Breece Hall earlier this season. Cam says, start one, Purdy, Lawrence, Dobbs, Love, or Zach Wilson. I may actually go Jordan Love. I mean, Brock Purdy doesn't have the same rushing upside, and the same thing with Brock Purdy is you're going up against the Dallas Cowboys defense. LeBron says, trade Khalil Herbert for Addison. Win or loss. Depends on your team. Fair deal. I think Addison probably has more long-term upside. Michael says, have BBR double flex. We're 1-3. Trade Smith and Stevenson for Eckler and Waddle. Oh, go get Eckler and Waddle. Not even close. I mean, Adams and Stevenson. Yeah, go get Eckler and Waddle. Receivers are Lamb, Pittman, Davis, Judy. Other backs are Roshan. Yeah, especially if these are your running backs. I mean, with Austin Eckler, should be good to go coming out of the bye week. I think Eckler's a fine buy low running back at this point, especially with no Mike Williams. Logan says trade Jonathan Taylor for Cooper Kupp in a non-PBR 10-team format. Non-PBR league, I'm typically going to go ahead and opt to take the running back. I mean, both guys have a similar range of outcomes, right? You may have absolutely nothing, or you may have a league winner. It's really hard to know right at this point. Now, A. Wood says running backs are Kyron, James Cook, HN, and Bijan Robinson. We got to start 3. So essentially just bench 1. I mean, the guy that we bench here is probably HN. It's either HN or James Cook. Let me see where we have these guys in our rankings. I have James Cook 13, HN 14. Really, it's up to you, my man. Maybe you wait to see if Jeff Wilson Jr. is going to play or not. And any moves we should make given the depth. We also have at receiver Adams, Hopkins, Flowers, Judy. I mean, if we get some spike week from Zay Flowers, we're able to get a nice value for him, then sure, let's go ahead and make a move. But as it stands right now, probably not doing anything. Hillbilly Buck says 12-team BBR single flex, 2-2 so far. We have Mahomes, Etienne, Pierce, Gibbs, Hall, Warren, Bigsby, Chase, Ridley, Godwin, Hopkins, JSN, Frymuth, and Njoku. Any moves to make? Sucks that we have the David Njoku injury. I'm sorry, the Pat Frymuth injury. We have Gibbs in a full BBR format rest of season. I clearly want to hold him. I mean, if we could sell DeAndre Hopkins and go get an upgrade somewhere, go send like DeAndre Hopkins, Damian Pierce, get a stud wide receiver, then sure, let's do it. In reality, I think it's a very well-balanced roster. We're going to be just fine. I'd love to send like Hopkins and Frymuth or Hopkins and Njoku for like Hawkinson if we can, but I just doubt we can. Now, Chavi Goat says 12-team full PBR format. Actually, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from 1,000 likes on this live stream. Go down there, hit that like button, be our 1,000th like of the stream. Come on, help us out, ladies and gentlemen. We've live streamed for 158 days in a row. I've not missed a single day of live streaming since April. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, or if you want to get in a draft with us on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard this Thursday. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK. And if you're new to Underdog Fantasy, or if you've been on Underdog Fantasy for a while, but at least use promo code FLOCK, it'll be a FLOCK exclusive. Next week, we're getting you hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em. Please make sure you are taking advantage of that. Worked my butt off to get it for y'all. But our next question coming out from Chavi says, 12-team BBR 1-3. We have Purdy, Bijan, Jones, AJ Olave, Pitts, Achan, And then on the bench, we have Kupp, Javonte. What moves should we make? I mean, getting Kupp back is going to be massive here. If you could somehow trade like Javonte and Purdy and go get a viable upgrade at quarterback, then we do it. In reality, much, much easier said than done, right? But that would be a trade if we were looking to make one. Now, Jay Harris coming out saying, 4-0, 3 wide receiver and a flex. Have BBR format. We have Allen, Kamara, Walker, Adams, AJ, Nico, Higbee, Gabe. On the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Algier, Ferguson, Kincaid, Elijah Moore, Bryce Young. What moves can I make to upgrade at running back? So, I mean, 4-0, obviously, we're in a very good spot. Single flex league, but 3 wide receivers. Running back's not going to be super, super important. I mean, we have Kamara. We have Walker. What are we looking to do here? I mean, we have depth RBs. I know this isn't the answer you're looking for. I don't necessarily think you need to trade for a running back. I'd probably just try to roster as many running backs as we can down there on the bottom end of the bench. Like drop Bryce Young and see if we can go get another another running back off the waiver wire. I think that could be very interesting. I think that could be very interesting, my friend. Now, Josh says, traded Puka, Thielen, Kamara for Jamar Chase, Aaron Jones. Win or loss? Kamara to Aaron Jones, lateral move, up to you. Puka, Thielen for Jamar Chase. I'm an idiot, so I'd way rather have Jamar Chase than Puka. Give me Jamar Chase, my friend. Aiden says trade Saquon and Debo for Jamar Chase and James Cook. I'm an idiot, so give me Jamar Chase. Obviously, lower expectations with the Burrow injury, but give me Jamar Chase. Ty says, are Tutu and Kirk sell eyes in Dynasty for a team contending next year? Oh, 100% yes. 2 point per passing first downs, wanting draft picks. What should we look for him? Have my first pick, wanting a top 3. Yeah, definitely tank, my man, if you're playing for next season. Go through, sell Tutu for any second. I mean, if you could package Tutu and Kirk and then a second for a first, it's a no-brainer. But in reality, you're probably looking to sell these guys for second-round picks. Jake says, trade Higgins for 2 future first. Thinking about taking this year because we're 1-3. We have some long-term assets to build around. If it is a super flex league, then for damn sure. I hate dynasty leagues where you can trade for 2026 picks, though. I always sit there and go, okay, if you're trading for 2026 picks, are we super confident that this is going to be a league that's around forever, right? I don't know. Okay, Howling Wolf coming out says PBR 4-point passing touchdown. We have Hurts and Devonta Smith for Tyreek Hill. Very fair deal and up to you. Very fair deal. Typically, I'd say go with the Eagles stack, but I mean, obviously, Tyreek is Tyreek. Now, Vishal coming out says 10-team double flex PBR 2-2. We have Lamar, CMC, Mixon, Adams, Puka, Andrews, Wilson, Connor. Traded most of my bench, only Jameson, Charbonnet. What should we do for depth? I mean, honestly, I kind of like going through and trading for those studs in the starting lineup, getting guys like Adams and CMC on the same team. But the last thing you want to do is go, okay, I traded my depth for these studs. Now let me sell some studs for some depth. No, all you do, my man, is just aggressively hit the waiver wire over the next few weeks. You will be able to backfill players. Think about how many top options in fantasy this year came from waivers. Dylan says just sold Eckler and Sanders for Kyron and Aaron Jones. I think you undersold, my friend. Najee's my running back 3. Wide receivers are Lamb, Debo, Tank, and Higgins. I think, honestly, you shouldn't have sold Austin Eckler at this price. Eckler looks like he's going to be a top 3 running back coming out of his bye. I am saying, I am someone that's really doesn't even like Eckler. I don't know. I didn't draft Eckler at all, but now you have no Mike Williams. Eckler has the guaranteed target volume. He's through the injury. He gets the perfectly timed bye where he's going to be playing week 6 through 17. So I don't like the deal. Robert says trade Deontay for Terry McLaurin in a half PBR format. Up to you. They're in the same tier. Probably you would do it. Jacob says 10-team PBR double flex 1-3. We have Burrow, Saquon, Etienne, Walker, Herbert, Diggs, AJ, Higgins, Watson, Deontay, Jameson, Kelsey, Kittle, unlucky you're a bad team. You're not necessarily a bad team. It's just Joe Burrow's injured. If we can send George Kittle and go get a viable quarterback right now, like if you can somehow send like George Kittle and go get an Anthony Richardson, go get a Tua, then obviously that would be phenomenal for this team to fill in for Joe Burrow in the short term. I would be looking to sell Kittle in general if we have Kelsey. And then obviously pick up a quarterback in the short term for Burrow. Now, Philly plays coming out. It says 3 wide receivers at PBR, 8-team league, 3-1. We have Allen and Tua. This is where you'd be going through and trading for a quarterback. You'd be going for Tua here. Bijan, Brian Robinson, Ramondre Madison, Sanders, Hill, St. Brown, Ayuk, Nico, Evans, Pittman, Hawkinson. Want to trade Pittman and Tua for DeAndre Swift. What are your thoughts? So typically, I mean, this is going to be a league where you don't really care about wide receiver depth. It's an 8-team format. Let's go ahead. Let's go get an elite level player at quarterback. Let's get an elite level player at tight end. Get some strong running backs. So what I'm actually probably going to look to do here instead, my friend, is if we can sell like Tua and Hawkinson and Kelsey, I would love that. Or, I mean, I'm fine selling Tua. Obviously, we are looking to sell Tua. I think we just need a better price than DeAndre Swift. Like when we're packaging with Michael Pittman, because Michael Pittman looks great as well, right? It looks great as well. I think you're just selling a little too low. Now, Shui says 12-team PBR, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Good offer DK Kyron for Puka and Dameon Pierce. Kyron versus Puka, probably Puka, but it's close. DK versus Dameon Pierce, probably DK, but it's close. In a 3 wide receiver league, we have Chase, Adams, Wilson, Walker, Pierce, Hawkinson, and Hurts. Should I go for it? Worried about Kupp. I think that I was worried about Kupp as well. I mean, before what we saw Puka did this last week, and now I'm willing to say, okay, yeah. I'm just throwing the towel. I think that you probably have, I don't know. I hate to say it, but you probably have Puka as a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 at the very worst rest of season here. It's a very fair trade. If you think that Puka is going to make a massive step backwards, then you can go ahead and do it. Just personally, I am not saying, oh, okay, yeah, he's for sure going to take this massive step back. I was saying that back in like week 2. I was saying, go sell Puka for Olave. But now it's a lot tougher. IM says PBR, we have Richardson, Burrow, Bijan, James Cook, Stevenson, Warren, Lamb, Puka, Collins, Dell, Hollywood, Godwin, Deontay, Andrews. We're 2-2. If this is a league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I'd love to sell some of this wide receiver depth. Go send Deontay Johnson and Ramondre Stevenson. Go get a stud running back. But overall, phenomenal team. Will be much better now that we know to start Anthony Richardson over Joe Burrow. It's a team, if we have Anthony Richardson, we could sit here and, I mean, we can wait until we get Joe Burrow back in, right? I'm sorry, wait until Joe Burrow has that massive spike and then sell a quarterback. Welcome to the flock, Jay Magnum. Happy to have you, my man. Jag says 14-team at PBR, single flex, 4-0. We have Cousins, CMC, Mostert, Smith, DK, Evans, Swift, Dalvin. Got offer Diggs for DeAndre Swift and DK Metcalf. 14-team format, I'm actually not doing this deal. 10-team league with only 1 flex, yes, let's go get Stephon Diggs in a heartbeat. But 14-team league, DeAndre Swift will be someone that we're excited about starting every single week. If we could get a depth wide receiver in return, then sure, let's pull the trigger. But typically, I mean, maybe I do it. I don't know. It's just harder to make these types of trades in a 14-team league. Now, what are you doing? Says, would you trade Gibbs, Watson for Swift? Yes, I would. I mean, the usage that DeAndre Swift is getting right now, you probably have to go out there and pivot off of Gibbs for him. But let me go ahead and swing these questions to the other screen, ladies and gentlemen. We are all caught up on that page. I promise you I did not miss your question. We still have a lot to get to, but just that page refreshes every once in a while. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, going up against, I believe, the Commanders on Thursday. And then also, I got everybody hooked up, whether you use code FLOCK this week, 2 years ago, or last year, with a Justin Herbert special pick'em for next week, more than less than half a total yard. Excited that we were able to get everybody that. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Felty, who says, should we trade David Montgomery and Calvin Ridley for Tony Pollard in a half PPR format? I probably do it. I mean, I view Tony Pollard as like a top 3 running back at this point. Obviously, Montgomery's straight crushing, but assuming it's a single flex league, maybe if it's that 14-team league we were looking at earlier, then probably not. Ace Winger says, get CMC, AJ Brown for Kupp, Puka, Jacobs, and Warren. AJ Brown over Kupp, CMC versus Puka, Jacobs, Warren. I'm going to go CMC. CMC is the best player in fantasy. Miguel says 12-team full BBR format where we have Fields, Burrow, Waddle, Higgins. Bijan, Montgomery, Kelsey, Dotson, Palmer, Elijah, Brian Robinson. Any thoughts on trades currently? 3-1. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my man. We don't have a ton of depth. I mean, I would love to tell you, let's go through and let's send a depth piece and Justin Fields and let's go get an elite level quarterback. Let's go get Jalen Hurts. Let's go get Josh Allen. Let's go get Patrick Mahomes. But with the T. Higgins injury, we're probably going to have to be holding on to our depth for the time being. And maybe we can go through and maybe we can reevaluate this once Higgins is healthy. Once Higgins is healthy, if we can send a depth piece and Justin Fields get to a top 3 quarterback, I would love it. Now, Do Jazzy Jess says, just traded Ridley and Mostert for Puka and A-Chain. I like it. I like it. Josu says, A Mason, 12-team BBR. I'm 1-3. Should we trade A-Chain, tomato for DK Metcalf? If I do that, I would have to start Jalen Warren this week. Then no, you don't do it. I mean, Devon A-Chain. I said A-Chain all offseason. So when I say A-Chan now, just in my mind, it makes me, I think it's the wrong thing. This is a running back that just has so much upside. He's averaging 11 yards per carry. He's had 6 touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. He's in an elite level offense. If you are going to sell him, you need someone overpaying. Yeah, you need someone overpaying. Juan says, should I trade Watson for Hollywood Brown? I would rather have Christian Watson over Hollywood. I think he has a higher ceiling. John says 3 things. Puka for Higgins. You want Puka over Higgins. And when Jonathan Taylor comes back, can we start him? And is Kyron Williams a trustworthy running back for the season? Kyron Williams is a trustworthy running back for the season with the role that he currently has. If Jonathan Taylor plays for my fantasy team. If he's on the field, he's in my fantasy lineup. And then I'd rather have Puka over Higgins. Him says just traded Kyron and Henry for Tyreek. Really dependent on your roster. Really dependent on your roster there, my friend. I think it's a fair deal. Now, Sons in 4 says 12-team PBR, 2 receivers in a flex, 2-2. We have Fields, Pacheco, Warren, Jefferson, Waddle, Olave, Waller. On the bench, we have Nico, Herbert, Charbonnet, Fournette, and Brock Purdy. Cut Leonard Fournette at this point. Great team. I mean, obviously, this is a team that needs some running back help. If you could send Nico Collins and Jalen Ward and go get a stud running back, we do it. But obviously, if you are selling a wide receiver like Nico Collins, we need to be charging a premium. Now, Justin says 10-team league, full BBR, 3-1. We have Hurts, CMC, Pacheco, AJ Moore, Hawkinson, Thielen. In the bench, we have DK, Sanders, Pickens, JSN. We hate Sanders. Should we trade it to upgrade or Pacheco at RB2? Play Pacheco at RB2 for the time being. Wait till Miles Sanders is fully healthy. I mean, if you could send Miles Sanders and George Pickens and go get a running back upgrade right now, then sure, go ahead and do it. If I'm just going to be realistic about this, I doubt that you can. Nobody's excited to trade for Miles Sanders with a groin injury. Now, Dylan says 12-team PBR single flex. We're 3-1. We have Goff, Mixon, Jacobs, AJ, Hollywood, Ingram, Swift. And then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Burrow, Jameson, Spears, Palmer, Roshan. Should we trade Burrow, Mixon, Swift for Kupp, Hopkins, and Lawrence? Burrow to Lawrence. Lateral move. Mixon to Hopkins, downgrade. Swift to Kupp, slight upgrade. I don't know. I mean, you can do it if you really want. It just comes down to what do you think about Cooper Kupp? The updated reports that we have on Cooper Kupp at the moment are he's not back at 80%, 90% yet. There hopefully plays this week, and the injury was not as severe as they initially thought. Whatever you take with that, you do you. New Era says, what running back should I trade James Cook and Sam Laporta for? I mean, we'd want someone good. If we can send James Cook and Sam Laporta, the running backs that I'm wanting in return, obviously, here are all the running backs I'd accept. The majority of these will be rejections. CMC, Bijan, Pollard, Barkley, possibly Jacobs, possibly Etienne. For sure, Eckler. We need to be charging a premium, but I would be interested in doing so. Now, Double E says 10-team BBR format, first time playing fantasy football. Starters, Wilson or Stroud. We're going to go Stroud. Robinson, Devon, Jefferson, Brown, Collins, Kupp in the IR, Madison White on the bench. Who do we move? I mean, this actually be a solid team. If you want to sell Alexander Madison and say CJ Stroud and go get a stud quarterback, now that we're getting Cooper Kupp, now that we're getting these guys back in, I think that would be a great move, especially in a 10-team format. So take one of those depth running backs and go get an elite level QB if we can. Now, Joe coming out says Kyron and Hill for Chase and St. Brown. Hill to Chase, clear downgrade. Kyron to St. Brown, clear upgrade. We have Henry, Mostert, Pacheco, Higgins, Myers, Waller, Herbert, Boyd, Harris. 4-0. Okay, so 4-0 roster where you have these other running backs. I'm fine with you going ahead and making this move. If we are just thinking long-term, where if you think Burrow gets healthy in the long term, then at that point, maybe Chase is going to be not equivalent, but in the same tier as Tyreek Hill. Ed says 12-team BBR traded James Cook for Calvin Ridley straight up. It is an okay deal. It is really up to you. Calvin Ridley has decreased his target share in Jacksonville every single week this season. I didn't draft Calvin Ridley at all this year. I mean, he was one of my least drafted wide receivers in fantasy. But after week one, I was fully sold in. I thought, oh my gosh, okay, I made a massive mistake. I should have drafted this guy, yada, yada, yada. Trending in the wrong direction. I would have assumed that we could have gotten a little bit of a better price, but it is what it is if you're a believer. Kivo says, I got to trade one of these two for Michael Pittman. Ford or Pacheco, which one would you get rid of? I would get rid of Jerome Ford over Isaiah Pacheco. Yo Vinny says, Happy BR 12-team 2-2. We have Stroud, Swift, Gibbs, Jefferson, Waddle, Terry, Ferguson, Gus. On the bench, we have Russ, Waller, McKinnon, Breida, Dowdle, Osborne. Any trades or advice? Oh, dear God. It's a tough team, my man. I would say trades aren't necessarily going to be on the table for this team as it currently sits. You need to go through and work the waiver wire, though. Like, there'll be a player out there on waivers better than Dowdle. There'll be a player out there on waivers that has more upside than Osborne. I would say not really making trades with that team, but definitely need to be active on waivers. Now, Shaboy Bobby says traded Mixon and Hollywood for JT. What are your thoughts? I like it. I like it a lot. Iggy Biggie says 12-team app BBR format where we have Lamar, Jacobs, Gibbs, Warren, Akers, Wilson, Hunt, Diggs, Kupp, Judy, Dobbs, Palmer, Kittle, Musgrave. Do I trade Gibbs and Musgrave for Jonathan Taylor? I personally would in a happy BR format. I think Musgrave's literally nothing. And if not, what move should we make? No, I think this is the trade that we look to make. Happy BR League. Gibbs not going to be as appealing in the long term. It's a 2-2 roster where we can't just think about long-term upside either. So let's go get JT. Abraham says, would you trade Kyron Williams for Deebo Samuel? I probably would not. I'd rather have Kyron. Louis says, should we trade Chase and James Cook for Jefferson and Najee Harris? I probably would. I mean, obviously, Najee looks like a straight bum, but getting Jefferson's probably worth it. Not Bug says, hey, Mason, we are 1-3 in a 14-team league where depth is super important. 3 receivers, 2 flex. We have Cousins, Garrett, Kirk, Kupp, Reynolds, Woods, Burks, Rashad White, Moss, Algier, Ferguson, Kincaid. We lost Dobbins. This is a league where if we lose Dobbins and we're lacking on depth, waiver wire is going to be worse and the starting lineup's pretty damn deep. If you wanted to take Cooper Kupp and not risk potentially losing out on Kupp and sending Kupp and getting back the combo of like, say, Jalen Waddle and Chris Olave, like 2 wide receivers in that range. If we could somehow pull that off and get back like 2 starters that we are excited about, that may be something we're wanting to do specifically given this format, my friend. Specifically given this format. Now, Daniel says, happy BR format, 12-team. I get A.J. Brown and Kirk for Christian Kirk and Devon A. Chain. Let's go ahead and let's go get A.J. Brown. My running backs are Kyron, Etienne, Mostert. Yeah, so we're fine at running back. Or we're going to be pairing A.J. Brown, Tyreek, Kupp all together. Freaking nasty. Love to see it. Cameron says, was offered Jamar Walker Sanders for Richardson, Keenan, Kamara. Keenan Allen to Jamar Chase, lateral move. Probably Jamar Chase for long term. Kamara to Kenneth Walker, definitely an upgrade. Anthony Richardson to Miles Sanders, Anthony Richardson. Would you take this? If you already have Mahomes, let's go get Jamar Chase, Kenneth Walker, Miles Sanders. I don't think it's like a no-brainer deal, but if you have Mahomes, it makes sense. Now, Himlock coming out saying 10-team single PPR 3-1. Should we make a trade or sit on our hands? We already have Anthony Richardson, Nico Collins, Cooper Kupp, George Pickens, Sutton, Michael Thomas, Walker, Pierce, Montgomery, and Hawkinson. So we have the great quarterback. We have the great tight ends. We have Cooper Kupp coming back on a team that's already 3-1. I actually don't think we make any deals, my man. I think you're in a good spot to sit as is. Yeah, I really like this team. Really like that team. SRH coming out says, does Jeff Wilson Jr. come back? If so, do we start him? You do not start Jeff Wilson Jr. anytime soon. I'm operating under the assumption that Jeff Wilson Jr. will be back at some point. I mean, I can't find anything that says it will be this week, but I'm assuming that he will be back at some point here. And you cannot start him until we see his workload. I mean, there's no way in hell we could go ahead and do that, my friend. Now, Cam says 10-team BBR single flex. We have Hurts, Pollard, Connor, Adams, Smith, Puka, Ingram. On the bench, we have DJ Moore, Lockett, Pittman. Tua, any suggestions on running back 2 or an upgrade? So if you wanted to upgrade running back 2, I mean, we have the wide receiver depth to get it done. We also have Tua. Let's go to the Joe Burrow team and go, hey, man, I'll give you Tua and James Conner. Give me the best running back you got. If nobody wants Tua, hey, man, I'll give you DJ Moore and James Conner. Give me the best running back you got. 10-team League One flex that makes so much sense if we have DJ Moore, Lockett, and Pittman all on the bench. And we have Jalen Hurts, of course. Now, Jaime coming out says 1-3 in a 10-team full BBR format, 2 receivers, 1 flex. We have Richardson, Bijan, Achane, Lamb, Watson, Kittle, Madison. On the bench, we have Higgins, Fields, Lockett, Kincaid, Algier, Charbonnet. Would you trade Achane for Puka straight up? And any other trades to make? Thank you. Horns up. Hokum Horns, my man. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Let me ask the live chat here. Obviously, these are 2 players that just burst on the scene. These are 2 players that are winning fantasy football weeks right now. Can everybody go to the live chat and spam it? Who would you rather have rest of season? Would you rather have, say, Puka? Or instead, would you rather have Devon Achane? What direction are you going in? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know. Puka, Puka, Puka. Puka, Puka, Puka. Achane, Puka, 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 Puka. Puka, Puka, Achane. Looks like everybody is saying Puka Nacua here, my man. I don't know if the chat's saying Puka. Let's go Puka and hook 'em horns. I'm a very bad, if y'all don't know, I graduated from the University of Texas. I'm a very bad Texas Longhorn fan. I'm a fan at the beginning of every season, and then as soon as we lose to like Texas Tech, I'm like, okay, deuces, I'm out for the year. We're in it. We're in it. I'll be a big-time Longhorn fan this year. I'm a fair weather fan to the extreme. Zero says 12-team BBR. Should we trade McLaurin, Ford, Najee Harris? Ooh. Running backs are CMC, ETN, McKinnon. If we have no running back 3, then sure, we can go ahead and do this. Sure, we can do this. We can. John in the chat is also a Texas X. Love to see it, my man. Love to see it. And our next question coming out from, I believe, Barack says, 14-team BBR. We have Olave, Pollard, and Njoku for Bijan and Amon. Oh, Bijan and Amon-Ra, not close. Amon-Ra over Olave, Bijan over Pollard. Who the hell cares about Njoku in a 14-team league? I'm 4-0. We have Hill, ETN, Puka, Lamar, Ferguson. I credit you for me being 4-0. Now, I promise you, my man, there are a lot of people who watch me that are 0-4 as well. If you're 4-0, it's on you. I mean, you could have fallen down the path of a lot of people watching me and be 0-4. So, no, you take that success, my man. And, yeah, super happy for you, and I would rather have Bijan and the St. Brown here. John coming out says 12-team full BBR, rate the team. We have Hurts, Bijan, Kyron, Hall, Ford, Diggs, Amari, Dell, Atwell, Moore, Laporta, Goddard. Any trades? Teammates have been stiff. A really strong team. We have the elite running back, the elite quarterback, the elite wide receiver. A ton of balance throughout it as well. I mean, the only thing I'd say is if you could send like Tutu Atwell and Jerome Ford and go get a long-term flex that we really like, then sure, let's do it. I mean, y'all know Ford was the sell-high guy for us last week, but ultimately, very well-balanced roster. I think you'd be excited. Now, Z-Reek coming out says, Ridley and Waddle are crushing my team. Ridley for Kupp. We'd rather have Kupp. We have Hurts, Bijan, Swift, Ridley, Waddle, Musgrave, Dobbs in the flex. Any moves? Benches, Brees, London. I think the move is to sell Ridley for Kupp. And honestly, I understand that you are in a spot where it's frustrating. Jalen Waddle has sucked. Waddle will be better. I'm not stressing about Waddle at all. We saw the same thing last year. Naturally, this is a wide receiver that doesn't have a ton of volume, so you are going to inherently see a decent amount of volatility. It's an elite level offense. I think we'll get our spike week soon. Okay. Now, Will says, hey, Mason, I'm rocking Bijan and Gibbs at running back, and I was thinking of doing Gibbs and Ridley for ETN. I'd probably rather have Gibbs than ETN. I'm sorry, Gibbs and Ridley. We have Puka, Nico, and Olave at wide receiver. Yeah, I think you keep Gibbs and Ridley over ETN. I love ETN, but full PBR format, I still think that Gibbs has a considerable amount of rest of season upside. Now, Austin says, PBR 12-team league, which side are you rolling with? We have Mahomes, Kelsey, Christian Kirk, Miles Sanders, and Christian Watson, or Cousins, Puka, London, Walker, Andrews. So the best player on side 1, Travis Kelsey, versus the best player on side 2, say Kenneth Walker, give me Kelsey. The second best player side 1, Patrick Mahomes, versus the second best player on side 2, Mark Andrews, give me Patrick Mahomes. Then Cousins, Puka, London versus Kirk, Sanders, Watson, give me probably the Puka side, but still, no. Give me the Mahomes and Kelsey stack overall. Give me the two best pieces. Rob says 3-1, 10-team super flex. We have Lamar, Fields, Laporta, Olave, Puka, Flowers, DJ, Dell, Mixon, HN, Javonte, Brees, Warren. Want to upgrade running back, but teams are all over the place. If we could sell Fields to the Burrow, no, it's a super flex. Never mind. I honestly think that we're actually kind of stuck where we're at in a Superflex league in particular. I think that we have running backs with upside long-term, my man. We're 3-1. We're more so prioritized about that long-term upside. Really appreciate you being a member of the flock for so damn long, Rob. I know you're hanging out with us all the time. I wish I could have something for you, but I think we sit on our hands. Now, Chris says 12-team BBR single flex, 2-2. Just got Hawkinson and Amon-Ra for Tyler Higbee, Olave, and Kamara. The team is Stroud, Fields, Aaron Jones, Connor, Gibbs, Kyron, Pittman, Christian Watson, A.J. Brown, Puka. What are your thoughts? I'm assuming this is a keeper league if we're trading picks. If it's a redraft league and you're trading picks, you're losing your goddamn mind. And if it's a dynasty league, we're going to go with Hawkinson, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, not close. I'd probably go Hawkinson and Amon-Ra, St. Brown here, my man. Even though I love buying low on Olave, I'd probably go with the St. Brown side. Now, Royono, always out here. He never pronounced the name. Lamb and DJ Moore for TJ and Kyron. Is this a good move? DJ Moore to TJ Hawkinson, definitely going to be TJ Hawkinson. Lamb versus Kyron Williams, definitely going to be CeeDee Lamb. I think it's a fair trade. I do think it's up to you. Let me ask the live chat. Everybody, Royono, I can't pronounce his name, is always out here with us. Can you please help him out? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have CeeDee Lamb and DJ Moore or TJ Hawkinson and Kyron Williams? CeeDee Lamb and DJ Moore or TJ Hawkinson and Kyron Williams? Which side? Now, David says Kelsey for Chase. I'm going to go Kelsey. And then Jefferson, Kyron for Ridley, Pollard, Pittman, and Zay. 14-team league. Kyron to, say, Pittman and Zay. Give me Kyron, Jefferson versus Pollard, Ridley. Probably Jefferson. I hate saying it because it's a 14-team league where depth's going to matter a little bit more. But I think we probably go ahead and we probably say that we want Jefferson and Kyron. I understand 14-team format. Typically, we want to have to go through and trade for depth, but no, I think you want to keep the best player at the wide receiver position. Keep Jefferson. Omar says, do I trade Ridley for Garrett Wilson? I would not. Frank says, I'm Frank Fitz from the History Channel hit show American Pickers. In a barn in the back roads of Iowa. Would you rather have Waddle or Devonta Smith? That is hilarious, my man. I would probably rather have Devonta Smith rest of season in a full PBR format. I mean, I still do think that Waddle gets his bounce back, but I mean, yes, that's funny. That's funny. With Devonta Smith, you have the more consistent target volume, right? So let's go with him. Adam says, I just traded Pacheco and Michael Pittman for Stephon Diggs. Great trade, especially in a 10-team league, my friend. Pedro says, have BBR. I have Lawrence, Chase, Puka, Laporta, ETN, Swift, Achane, Taylor. Which running back should we trade? I have my eyes set on Anthony Richardson and Jalen Waddle. If we could sell, say, Achane and Lawrence and get back Richardson and Waddle, I would really like that. I would really like that move, my man. Now, Mark says, PBR sit 1, Watson, Wilson, Collins, Thielen, Smith. Close. I think we go ahead and we probably bench Christian Watson, even though it's kind of close with what we have with Adam Thielen. You have to play Zach Wilson this week going up against Denver. Now, our next question coming out from Colin, longtime member of the flock. Happy to see you, my man. Says, Love and Fields, Jacobs, Etienne, Montgomery, Achane, Akers. Wide receiver, we have Chase, St. Brown, Evans, Collins, Kirk, Palmer, Henry at tight end, JT coming off the IR. Who do we drop for JT? And start 2 running backs with a flex with Evans on bye. Oh my gosh, who do we drop? Can't drop Collins, can't drop Kirk, can't drop Palmer. First thing is, if we could make a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade in the starting lineup, obviously that's plan A. If we had to drop somebody, probably drop backup quarterback and drop Jordan Love. All these running backs and wide receivers have a lot of upside. And then we're going to be starting at wide receiver, Chase and St. Brown. Running back, we're going to be going with Etienne and Jacobs, probably Montgomery in the flex, even if we really wanted to go through and start Nico Collins. Loki says 10-team BBR single flex. We have Allen, Barkley, Etienne, Swift, Achane, Diggs, T, Puka, Watson, Kirk, Ferguson, 3-1, and any moves you can think of. I mean, we're thinking long-term here. Christian Kirk is someone that I'm looking to sell, especially if he's just depth here for us. If you could send Christian Kirk and Jake Ferguson get to a tight end that we're excited about, I think that makes sense. Because we're really never looking at Kirk here. I think a big thing that we've seen with Christian Kirk is I think he had the majority of this spike based off no Zay Jones in this offense. Carlos says 12-team PBR, Olave and Mostert for Devontae Adams. I'd probably go Devontae Adams even if I love Olave, my man. But Mo is our next question. We're going to have to refresh this so we can keep on bringing them up. But as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard going up against Washington on Thursday night. And I got everybody hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard next week coming out of the bye week. This doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK today, yesterday, tomorrow, 2 years ago. Anybody who's used promo code FLOCK will get that Justin Herbert special pick'em. So I'm super pumped that we were able to get y'all that. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Mo says 8-team league. Waller's my tight end. Burrow is our quarterback, so we are crushed. We have Amari, Lockett, Judy, Akers, Algier. This is a very bad team in an 8-team league. Who should we drop for the waivers? Essentially, you're wanting to pick up probably Tyler Higbee. If you wanted to bench drop Darren Waller and go pick up in one of these tight ends and stream the tight end position in an 8-team league, I'm not going to fault you for it, my friend. I'm not going to fault you for it if you wanted to do that, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. That's a tough team. I'd probably also look to stream quarterback too. Compton Ace, longtime member of the vlog, says, much love, Mason. I'm 4-0 in a 14-team double flex. We have Patty, Swift, Kyron, Evans, Dobbs, Ertz, Pacheco, Dell, Gibbs, Deontay, Rice, Hopkins, Michael Wilson, and Luke Musgrave. I really like the team in a 14-team format. Obviously, wide receiver will be a priority for us in the long term. We are a little bit weak at receiver in particular. But ultimately, we're going to be looking to hold on to Gibbs on a 4-0 roster. I think it expands his role, so I don't think we sell a running back just yet. And we will get Deontay Johnson back in. So actually, I think we probably sit on our hands if we could sell like DeAndre Hopkins and just go get a wide receiver like Jordan Addison on a 4-0 roster. Probably look to do that, but great team. Adam says, my team is Tua, Achane, Madison, Diggs, Waddle, Laporta, Tucker. We have Burrow, Eckler, Higgins, Evans on the bench. 0-4. What do we do? Want to make some trades. If we could somehow send Joe Burrow and Alexander Madison and sell the long-term upside of Joe Burrow when he's not producing right now for literally any upgrade at running back too, then sure, let's go ahead and let's do it. Obviously, I'm not a fool. I know you're not going to get a ton for Joe Burrow here. But still, I think it would be interesting to see what we could potentially get. I mean, just any upgrade in the starting lineup right now, right? Any upgrade. Brandon says was offered Debo and Pacheco for my Ayuk and James Conner. What are you thinking? Debo, Ayuk, give me Ayuk, but it's not too far off. Pacheco, James Conner, probably, honestly up to you. I'd probably go with Ayuk and Conner. Justin says 12-team PBR. Would you start Michael Wilson, Addison, Gallup, or Wan'Dale Robinson? I'm going to go with a Jordan Addison here. Give him one more shot against KC. They're probably going to have to air it out. Need to start one of them since two of my guys are on bye. Also, Pittman for Brandon Cooks. I will go with Michael Pittman over Brandon Cooks here, my friend. Yeah, you can go with Jordan Addison. Shane says, we have Allen plus Anthony Richardson. Do we trade Josh Allen for Keenan Allen? Can you spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Josh Allen or Keenan Allen rest of season? Obviously, you have Anthony Richardson as well, but this is more so just making sure that we're getting enough value here, right? Please let me know. Josh Allen or Keenan Allen? Keenan. Josh. The people saying just Allen, you're not helping at all. I don't know if you're trolling here or Josh, Keenan. Josh, Keenan. I mean, if you have Anthony Richardson, I think you can go get Keenan Allen, especially with no Mike Williams. Joshua says, I'm 2-2 in a 4-point full PBR. We have Fields, Dobbs, Puka, Metcalf, Flowers, Godwin, Henry, Saquon, Brian Robinson, Madison, Spears, Jonnu, Jeff Wilson Jr. Any upgrade ideas? If we could send Dobbs and like Alexander Madison just to pivot to a slightly better running back, I would look to do that because I do think that honestly Alexander Madison will be someone that's hard to rely upon with Akers having any role here at all. And I think at the same time, if you are going to be looking at what we have with Romeo Dobbs, Christian Watson was on a snap count last week. Aaron Jones was on a snap count last week. I do think that these guys take a higher percentage of this offense overall. So I'm probably going to be looking to make that move if we can. I think it's probably what we do. Now, Mo says, any trade suggestions? We're currently 2-2 in an 8-team league with Burrow, Olave, DJ Morse, Devonta Smith, Pollard, CMC, Waller, Brian Robinson. Okay, this is much better than the other team. We have CMC here. Okay, obviously the thing is if we can get a quarterback upgrade, we can. If it's an 8-team league, I'm telling you right now, someone probably has Anthony Richardson and Josh Allen. So what we're probably looking to do is we're going to see if we can send them DJ Moore and go get a quarterback like Anthony Richardson. Go get a quarterback like Tua. If somebody has one of those QBs that's like a QB2 on their roster. Rushery says we got offered Jefferson and Mixon for Ayuk, Nico, and Keenan. My running backs are Stevenson and Gibbs. We have Flowers and Ridley still in a happy BR format. Obviously, Nico's great. Ayuk's crushing it. Keenan Allen's going to be a top dog with no Mike Williams. But if we can get Justin Jefferson, I'm fine going and overpaying for Jefferson. Let's do it. Russell says, do I start Mixon or JT with the Higgins injury? I'm probably going to go with JT if JT plays, that is. Max says 2-2, full point PBR format. 3 wide receivers. Trade Chase for Etienne and Brandon Ayuk. 14-team league, take the package. 12-team league, up to you. 10-team league, take Jamar Chase. No Mids Golf, always out here, says Mason not panicking. 1 and 3, 12-team at BBR. Richardson, Wilson, Watson, Pollard, Achane, Ferguson, Thielen. On the bench, we have Kittle, Love, McLaurin, Bigsby. $100 fab. I have the most money right now. Komet and Herbert are on waivers. Be aggressive in bidding for Khalil Herbert off the waiver wire. Drop Tank Bigsby to get him. Outside of that, consider starting Terry McLaurin over Adam Thielen there in the starting lineup. And if I honestly may go Kittle over Ferguson. Can everybody spam the chat? No Mids Golf needs some input here. I mean, he's always out here in the live stream, sitting at 1 and 3. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Jake Ferguson against San Fran this week? Or would you rather have George Kittle against San Francisco? Kittle or Ferg? Kittle or Ferg? Kittle, Kittle. Kittle, Ferg, Ferg. Kittle. Looks like most people are saying George Kittle here, my friend. Yeah, I understand why you would want to pivot. What we can do is, I think this is the Sunday night game. If we're in a spot where we know we need like a guaranteed floor, then maybe you go Ferguson. Where if we need to shoot for the ceiling, we go Kittle. Hayden says 2 and 2, 12-team PBR, 1 flex. We have Allen, Sanders, Achane, CD, AJ Brown, Kelsey, Lockett, Spears, Dotson. Any moves? Should we trade Lamb or AJ Brown for Kyron and Olave or Ridley? If you wanted to send Lamb for Kyron and Olave, I would not fault you with the running back room that we have currently, plus the fact that we are 2 and 2 and need points right now. So I'd be fine if you wanted to make that move, but I would go Olave definitely over Ridley. Cole says trade James Cook and Gabe Davis for Travis Etienne. Yes, I would. Josh says 2 and 2. Should I trade Saquon for Eckler straight up? Yes, 100% go get Eckler over Saquon. Hoster says trade away Mixon for Devon Achane. Tough spot, my man. Tough spot. Stephanie says trade Kupp for Kelsey. Hell yes. You're taking on no risk at all. You're just getting all the risk off your team and getting a similar ceiling. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Now, Chef coming out saying, grade the trade, 12-team PBR, thin waiver wire. We have Mahomes, Kelsey, Kamara, Montgomery, Flowers, Waddle. We traded Hopkins, Brian Robinson, Ferguson for Cousins. Nico, Zeke. Confused on how this is written out. Hopkins, Brian Robinson, Judy, Ferguson for Cousins to trade Nico, Zeke. I'm assuming you got Nico, Zeke, Cousins. Would I rather have Nico Collins or DeAndre Hopkins, Nico Collins? Would I rather Nico Collins or DeAndre Hopkins and Jake Ferguson, Nico Collins? Would I rather have Kirk Cousins or Brian Robinson, Jerry Judy? Brian Robinson, Jerry Judy, especially when we have Mahomes. So I'm confused of what this trade is. If we did trade for Kirk Cousins, my friend, I would say we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to turn around and look to sell Cousins if we have Mahomes. Jesus says traded Garrett Wilson and DeAndre Hopkins for Jalen Waddle. Was this good or bad? I like it if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Adrian says, should we trade Puka and Montgomery for Diggs? 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I probably would, but I am also an idiot, and I would say most people would probably not. New Era says 10-team at BBR, 3 and 1, 2 running backs and a flex. First in the score with the score of 560. We have Lamar, Keenan, Evans, CMC, Swift, Kelsey, James Cook. On the bench, we have DK, Flowers, Scary Terry, Laporta, Purdy, Hunt. Should we focus improving running backs or wide receivers? I don't think you need to, but we can afford to considering how strong we are currently. So yes, I think if you have Travis Kelce and Sam Laporta, it's almost your obligation to go ahead and look to package together Sam Laporta with like Mike Evans to go get a stud wide receiver for that starting lineup right now, my man. Now, Zach says 0-4, 10-team league. We have Herbert, A.J. Brown, Higgins, Myers, Pickens, Palmer, Watson, Boss, Mixon, Ford, Hall, JT. Trade Brown for Waddle, Kenneth Walker, or Allen White for A.J. Brown. We need points in the lineup today. Running back today, we are starting Mixon and Breece Hall. So if you wanted to sell A.J. Brown for Kenneth Walker, Jalen Waddle, I would not fault you for this. I'm a little bit hesitant because it's a 10-team league, but I mean, 0-4, we need points right this second. Lucas says, what's up, Mason? Hope you're doing well. Doing great, my man. We have Tua, Swift, Montgomery, Hill, Adams, Hawkinson, Mixon, Williams. On the bench, we have Allen, Hall, Thomas, Collins, Godwin, Thielen. Any advice? When we have this much wide receiver depth, I mean, I would love to see if we can go and get that upgrade over like Joe Mixon. If you could go and send, like Nico Collins is on your bench, right? Like go send Nico Collins and Joe Mixon and get a truly elite level running back. Go send Chris Godwin and Breece Hall. Go get a stud RB. I mean, just because when we have the embarrassment of riches, I mean, we kind of want to be making that move. Now, Dave says, happy BR 10-team league. Who would you try to get rid? I mean, who would you try to get for Ramadre? Would it be going for Kyron or Achane? I'll do either or. I would go Kyron, then Achane, AB. And who else might be a good target? I mean, also thoughts on Lawrence. He's been killing me. If you're looking at Lawrence, this is a quarterback that I know has been very bad. I think that honestly, Zay Jones not being in this offense has really negatively impacted them. I mean, you kind of have to see Christian Kirk play a role that he's not necessarily perfectly suited for. I mean, Christian Kirk's great to be in that slot and just be able to effectively move the chains where you want Zay Jones and you want Calvin Ridley at the same time being those deep threats. So I don't know. It is an interesting spot, my friend. It is an interesting spot. Now, Nomad says rejected Henry, Frymuth, Moss for Pollard, Wilson, Kittle. Kittle over Frymuth, Wilson, Moss up to you. Depends on what happens with JT. And definitely Tony Pollard over Derrick Henry. Yes, so way rather have the Pollard side. Joseph says I'm 4-0 in a 12-team league. Trade number 1, give Puka and Stroud for Jalen Hurts. I would rather have Jalen Hurts, but I'm an idiot. Trade 2, give Lamar, Watson, Jacoby for Amon-Ra, Goff, and Ingram. Jacoby, Ingram, up to you. Christian Watson, Goff, Christian Watson, Lamar, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, easily St. Brown. So if we make this trade for Jalen Hurts, then yes, let's go ahead and let's trade for Amon-Ra, St. Brown as well. I think that makes sense. John says Witherspoon in Seattle is a monster. I could be mistaken. I believe I interviewed Devin Witherspoon at the draft. If y'all don't know, we were on the red carpet at the NFL draft. It was like literally ESPN, NFL Network, Fox Sports, and then your boy live on YouTube. It was freaking nuts. And I actually believe we got to interview Devin Witherspoon, unless I'm mistaken. It was on the red carpet. But our next question coming out from Charlie says, 0-4, 10-team BBR, 1 flex. We have Burrow, Pollard, Eckler, Achane, Madison, Higgins, Ridley, Henry, Godwin, Warren, Palmer. Burrow and Higgins are killing me. Any trades? If we're 0-4, we need to sell long-term upside for short-term production. So T. Higgins is someone that it sucks. But yes, we have to sell T. Higgins on the loan. We have to get someone in right now that's going to help us. So if you could go through, if you could sell T. Higgins and maybe Jalen Warren and just pivot to a wide receiver that would be viable for you right now, then let's do it because we can't afford to think long-term upside here. Now, Darren says 12-team BBR format. I'm 4-0, 3 receivers and a flex. We have Mahomes, Gibbs, Kamara, Mostert, Pierce, White, Williams, Hill, Reed, Thomas, Rice, Ferguson. Really need a wide receiver. Nobody will trade. Who to package with RB? I mean, you have a phenomenal group of running backs. I'd be very surprised. Obviously, you're going to have to sell someone that people are excited to trade for. Kyron Williams is someone people are excited to trade for, but I really do want to hold on to him. If you could send Kyron Williams and like Michael Thomas and go get a stud wide receiver, go get like Olave. You're going to have to trade for a distressed asset. Go get like Chris Olave, then sure, you do it. The issue is, like, if you're going through and trading away Gibbs, trading away Mostert. Like, I'd love to trade away Mostert, but if you're telling me nobody in your league's trading right now, like, if you are going to get someone excited about making a trade, you're going to have to give up something that you like. I'll say I'd way rather be overloaded at running back than I would be a receiver. I think it would be easier to sell a running back in this market than it would be a receiver. But, I mean, we need a refresh so we can keep bringing these questions up. So as we do this, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you are going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. Plus, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, going up against the Washington Commanders on Thursday night. And I got everybody hooked up on a Flock exclusive special pick'em. Doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago, last year, today, yesterday, tomorrow. You will be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em on top of that new one next week, coming out of the bye. More than less than half a total yard going up against the Dallas Cowboys. Super pumped we were able to get everybody that. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Eric, who says, 10-team full BBR double flex, 1 and 3. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Brees, Javonte, Diggs, Puka, Hawkinson, Ridley, Kirk. Have lost most games within 10 points. Who can we get to upgrade running back? Or do we ride this thing out? Since it's a double flex format, I think you're actually going to be riding this thing out, my man. I mean, Brees Hall was the running back that we were screaming to sell as soon as Aaron Rodgers went down, coming off the big week against the Buffalo Bills. But ultimately, it will be difficult for me to continue to say to sell Brees Hall, because if you try to go out there and try to, it's just not happening, my man. Like, nobody's going to be giving you anything for Brees Hall at this point. So I think you're probably better off just kind of holding for the long-term upside. I actually even had him as like a buy low guy on our video this week. Adam says traded Warren for Jerome Ford. What are your thoughts? Congrats on 200K. Thank you, my man. I'm completely fine with it. I mean, we had Jerome Ford as a sell-high guy coming off the 2-touchdown performance last week. But, I mean, if it's like the price of Jaylen Warren, then sure, let's send it. Now, next question coming out from from Jeremiah. It says, I'm 1 and 3. We have Tony, Aaron Jones, Jefferson, Diggs, St. Brown, Kupp, and Achane. Who do we start and who do we go to trade to get a better quarterback? We have Watson and Love. We're going to be starting Tony. Ooh. Definitely go Jefferson, Diggs, wide receiver. St. Brown at the flex. Kupp obviously coming back in will be strong, but I want to wait until we at least get to see Kupp for a week. Running back, we're going to be going Tony Pollard. And then Aaron Jones, I have at 11, and I have Devon Achane at 14 in our rankings this week. I do think if you really wanted to play Achane over Aaron Jones, you could once we actually see that Jeff Wilson Jr. is not playing. But Dingelai coming out says, Jefferson Stroud for Mahomes, Addison, James Conner, standard non-PPR format. We're going to go Justin Jefferson, not close. So we'll say like getting an elite level quarterback matters a little bit more in a non-PPR league, but still Justin Jefferson. Hearsay says, how can I fix my dynasty team for a better rebuild? 2 quarterback, 3 wide receiver league. So in general, I'm going to say that in a rebuilding dynasty team, what we are looking to do is we are looking to sell any asset that we believe cannot rise in value by the time we get to next June. If you think that this piece is going to be worth less in June than it is today, then we go ahead and we sell it. Daniel Jones, Sam Howell, these guys may be worth less in June than they are today. Devon Achane, we don't know. He could be worth more. So you can hold on to him if you want. Najee Harris will be worth less in June than he is today. Even if you're selling at a low, get something for him. Go and sell Najee. I'm in a 2 quarterback dynasty league. Get back a second and a third. Or go sell Najee, in a second, and somehow set up a prayer we can get to a first. Lamb, Amon-Ra, these are guys that are cornerstone assets. We build around them. Waddle, we build around. And we're going to be holding on to those guys. Dell Myers. Myers going to be a player that we throw into another trade to go through and get one done. Dallas Goedert definitely going to be looking to be someone that we sell, as well as Joshua Palmer. But ultimately, you get the added on bonus if we pivot off these options that are going to be looking like they're going to most likely decrease in trade value going into next season. offseason, that is. Not only do we get the additional value in the offseason, which is the only thing that we care about on a rebuild, but we have fewer points in our lineup this year. And hopefully we lock ourselves into the 101 where we're able to bring in Caleb Williams. David says 12-team league. I'm 2-2, full BBR. We have Cousins, Connor, Jacobs, Smith, St. Brown, Montgomery, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Burrow, Ford, Dotson, Myers, Watson, Everett. Any suggested moves? Not necessarily. I think it's a very well-balanced team. I think we wait until Joe Burrow is fully healthy and if Burrow starts performing, then we can sell a quarterback. But for now, I think you're just chilling, my friend. Now, Chris says, hey, in a 1-3, 10-team, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex league, we have Stroud, Kamara, Gibbs, Ramondre Ford, Warren, Lamb, Puka, Kupp, Nico, Jameson, Mike Wilson. How do we fix the team? I was a Danny Dimes believer. Pollard owner is interested in Kupp plus another piece. If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would love to sell Kupp in a piece for Tony Pollard. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we also have Lamb and Puka, if you wanted to sell Kupp and Jameson, Kupp and Ramondre, if you can go Kupp and Ramondre, get Tony Pollard, let's do it. I would maybe even consider Kupp and Nico Collins for Tony Pollard, specifically in a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, where that wide receiver depth is not going to matter. Now, Michael says, big fan, Justin Herbert on bye. Who do you like this week as a streamer? Sam Howell or, oh my gosh. We go Howell. I mean, he's a 5.5 point favorite over the Chicago Bears, but not excited about either, my man. That's tough. Eric says, CMC for Bijan and Josh Allen. I'm 1-3 with Lawrence at quarterback. 99% of the time, you're going to have CMC as the winning side. This is one of those very rare instances where it's a fair trade and it's up to you. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Christian McCaffrey, the best player in fantasy, or would you rather have Bijan Robinson, the running back 2, that's obviously a tier down, and Josh Allen? Are you going to go CMC or Bijan and Josh Allen? You have Lawrence at quarterback. Now, Bertrand, happy to see you, my friend, says 12-team PBR. We are 4-0. We have Lawrence, Eckler, Brian Robinson, Waddle, A.J. Brown, Thomas, Ayuk. On the bench, we have Stevenson, Godwin, Dobbs, Fields. Do we trade Stevenson and another receiver for Etienne or Swift? Hell yes, I would. If you can go like Stevenson and Dobbs and get Etienne or Swift, or maybe even Stevenson and Godwin, let's send it, my man. Would love to see that. But Bijan, CMC, Bijan. I know on paper it looks like Bijan and Allen's like the easy side. I do think it's a lot closer than the chat's indicating. And of course, hook 'em horns. I have way more Bijan Robinson than Christian McCaffrey this year. I'd way rather prefer Bijan's up there in the same tier as CMC, but CMC's crushing. Now, Reaper says Russell for Myers. We have Lamar, AJ, Allen, and Saints Brown. Honestly, it's up to you. Who cares? You're not starting Russell Wilson. You may not start Jacoby Myers. I'd probably rather not have the backup QB if we have Lamar. Now, Kate says 12-team at BBR, currently 1-3. Need a running back 2, and we have Eckler and RB1. We have Andrews, Olave, Madison. For Mixon, A.J. Brown, Waller. Olave to A.J. Brown upgrade. Andrews to Waller downgrade. We have Laporta. Madison to Mixon upgrade as well. It is a fine trade since you have Sam Laporta. I would probably try to grab another running back outside of Darren Waller, though. Probably would. Now, Thimsky coming out says, 12-team standard, my Montgomery and Kirk for Lamb. Wide receivers are Eckler, Montgomery, Kyron, Swift, Ford. Wide receivers are Waddle, Nico, Wilson, Kirk, and Judy. If you mean standard is in non-PBR, I'll probably be a little bit hesitant to make this move. If it's a full PBR format, I think we're going to go CD Lamb relatively easily. Robert says, should we trade Bijan Waddle for Laporta? Hill, we have Kelsey. Then why would we do this? Bijan to Hill is a slight upgrade. Waddle to Laporta is a massive downgrade. We have Travis Kelsey. We don't want Sam Laporta. No, we want Bijan Waddle. Should we start Stroud, Love over Lawrence? Would be picking him up off waivers. I would probably go ahead and start CJ Stroud over Trevor Lawrence at this point. Dalton says 12-team league. We have Tua, Mixon, Herbert, Hill, Ahmad-Ra, Kittle, Waddle, Thielen, and Jonathan Taylor on the bench. I'm 1-3, and I have no idea what to do. I mean, my man, you're 1-3 because you had no Jonathan Taylor. Getting Taylor back in will be a much better spot. Waddle had the concussion. Waddle's been bad. We have the Tua Waddle stack. I think it's a very fine team with a great roster construction. I think it's going to be a much better team going into the future, and you kind of just want to be holding on to your pieces. P. Diddy, happy to see you, my friend, says, tanking season, moving off Kelsey. Guy in my league wants to buy him, only has Diggs, Pollard, Addison, James Cook, Bryce Young, and Palmer for notable players. Would you trade any of them for something like, or trade for something like 2 mid first? Superflex format on a rebuilding team, I'd easily sell Kelsey for 2 first. Or if you wanted to go through and sell Kelsey, we're not going to, if you're a rebuilding team, you don't want Diggs. You don't want Pollard. You don't want James Cook. If you wanted to sell Kelsey for Bryce Young in a superflex, no brainer, we would do that. Or if you wanted to sell Kelsey for like Jordan Addison in a future first in a superflex, I think we'd like that as well. Of course, Dynasty, everybody. Now, next is coming out from Laser says, 1-3, 10-team full BBR double flex. Should we trade Kelsey, Kirk, Najee for Hawkinson, Olave, and Kyron or Jacobs? We only have Najee and Swift at running back where we lost Chubb. Najee to Jacobs, massive upgrade. Kirk to Olave, massive upgrade. Kelsey to Hawkinson, massive downgrade. If it was a single flex format, I would say definitely no. If you're telling me we lost Chubb and it's a double flex league, I'd be a little bit more willing to do it. I think it's a fair deal and kind of up to you. Now, Luke coming out says, thoughts? We have Hurts and Madison for Bijan. Anthony Richardson's our backup. Give me Bijan Robinson easily. Also, who do you have this week? The Cowboys or the 49ers? Keep up the good work, bro. We're going to go with the 49ers defense over the Cowboys defense. I believe the 49ers are favored by about 3.5 points. Adam says, you said I packaged Burrow and Madison for an upgrade. Who do you think we could get for both of them in a 10-team league? We really need a turnaround because we were 0-4. If you're looking for like a quarterback that's going to give us production right now and we're going to sell the long-term upside of Burrow and Madison, if you're going to sell these guys, I mean, maybe you can look to get back like Anthony Richardson. Maybe you can get back like Tua if one of those teams really needs a running back. I mean, I think that would make a lot of sense. Fundamentally, I mean, obviously, Burrow could outscore those guys in the second half of the season, but it's just not happening right now with his injury, and really tough to go through and trade. I mean, start Burrow and not get a different quarterback whenever we're sitting at 0-4. Now, Clutchbox coming out saying, trade Amon-Ra and Keaton Mitchell for Anthony Richardson and James Cook. It's a PPR Superflex. Amon-Ra, Anthony Richardson, similar range in a PPR Superflex format. And then Mitchell versus James Cook. James Cook by a mile. I could care less about Mitchell. Let's make the deal. Explore Connection coming out says, team is Fields, Purdy, Kamara, Ford, Amon-Ra, Evans, Collins, Waller, Addison, Charbonnet. I have all my running back 2 options on bye this week. Only Kamara available, and I'm 1-3. Try to trade for a low-end RB or try for Jaleel off the waiver wire. So if we were looking at making a trade, if you could send the long-term upside of Jordan Addison and go get a viable running back 2 for right now, then yes, let's go ahead and let's do this. However, it's not something that we have to do. If we could go and get, say, Jaleel off waivers and then play Kamara and Jaleel and then end up getting Jerome Ford back in, we'll do that. But 1-3 format, typically, it would make sense for us to go through and sell one of those rookies that you like the long-term upside of to get some production in right now, my friend. Cole says 10-team PBR 1 flex, 4-0 currently. We have Lamar, CMC, Kyron, Olave, Amari, Ingram, Swift. On the bench, we have Kupp, Kirk, Gabe Davis, Zay, Gainwell, Roschon, Charbonnet, Henry. Any trade ideas? Thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. 4-0, I mean, excited about this team overall. I mean, now that we're getting Kupp back in, just makes it that much more dominant. And now that we're getting Kupp back in, I think we can definitely afford to make this move. If we can somehow send a depth piece, say like Amari Cooper, or say Christian Kirk, say one of these depth wide receivers now that Cooper Kupp stepping into this team on a 4-0 team, if we can package him with Evan Ingram, who's a good tight end, but to get an elite tight end, to go get Andrews, I mean, even if you wanted to go higher, if you want to go like Swift and Evan Ingram and go get like Kelsey, if you could make that move in a 10-team 1 flex format where we already have the elite quarterback, I think that would make a lot of sense now that we're getting Kupp back in. But real quick, we were getting a massive donation coming out. I know we're skipping ahead, but let me answer this real quick and go back to where we were. JB says, happy PR, single flex, 12-team league. where we have Mahomes, Aaron Jones, Achane, Taylor, Herbert, Roshan, Tajee, Wilson, Goddard, Diggs, Evans, Higgins, JSN, Rice. 1 and 3, worried about my lineup this week and injuries. What do you see? Higgins and Jonathan Taylor for Chase and Bigsby or Kincaid. And any other thoughts? Okay, so JT versus Chase. Give me Chase. Higgins versus Bigsby. Obviously, these guys have no value. It's Higgins and JT or Jamar Chase. Can everybody help out JB? Y'all see his team right now. Can you go to the live chat and spam? Who would you rather have? We're 1 and 3. Would you rather have T. Higgins and Jonathan Taylor or Jamar Chase? Everybody spam the chat. Please, please, please. How about JB? JB is a longtime member of the flock. Because honestly, I don't know if this is an easy thing to do. But let's see. We got Chase, JT, Chase, JT, JT. JT, Chase, Chase, Chase. Chase, 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 Chase. Chase, 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 Chase. Yeah, it looks like everybody's going Jamar Chase here, my man. Every single person's going Jamar Chase. One other thing that you could look to do, and it sucks because you're probably not going to get much value from them, but Achane and Jackson Smith and Jigba both have a lot of upside rest of season. Obviously, Achane's producing right now. JSN is not. I still really like the long-term rest of season upside. And if I was 3-1, if I was 4-0, which of course, you know, I'm an idiot, so I would never have a 4-0 team. But I think it would be interesting to go through and see if we could trade for Jackson Smith and Jigba for that long-term upside. If we're 1-3, if we can find one of those teams that are potentially 4-0, 3-1, and would want the long-term upside of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and package JSN with someone in the starting lineup right now to get an upgrade, where obviously if we're 1-3, we're kind of pivoting our mindset to get points in this lineup right this second. I think that would be really nice. I think that would be something we're looking to do, my friend. But again, thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock. And let me go ahead and make you a moderator in the chat. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. It just gives you some street cred, gives you a little gear sign next to your name or the little wrench, whatever it is. And also, if you do see someone spamming the live chat with the same copied and pasted question over and over again, you can tell them, hey, knock it out. And if they don't, you can hit put user in timeout and they'll be muted for 5 minutes. Joel says, giving up Olave for Puka and Brian Robinson, win or loss? If you're going to get Brian Robinson on top of it, you probably have to go Puka. I think I'd probably rather have Olave straight up, but if you're going to get Puka plus, you probably got to go with him. Frobro says Tutu or Khalil Herbert in the flex. If Kupp plays, Khalil Herbert easily. Yeah, go Khalil Herbert. But keep in mind, he plays on Thursday, so don't put him in the flex. Put him at RB2 and swing whoever you have at RB2 down to the flex. Now, next switch coming out from Keith says, someone just offered me a trade. I send Jamar and Zay Flowers for CeeDee Lamb, Anthony Richardson, and Rashad White. I actually do this. I mean, I don't necessarily think we want to be selling Jamar Chase. I think if you look at a lot of the trades we've seen in this live stream, people are kind of selling low on him. But if we're going to get Lamb and Richardson, that makes a lot of sense. Matthew says Hawkinson, Waddle, or Waller, Hollywood, or Ramondre. Hawkinson over Waller by a mile. We've always been saying this. Waddle versus Hollywood and Ramondre. Maybe rather have Waddle at this point with how bad Ramondre looks. I'm going to go Hawkinson easily. Brian says, what kind of running back can we get for Christian Kirk and George Kittle? I think you're probably going to be looking at like the James Cook range. If you could get up to ETN, then let's do it, but probably not. Probably like James Cook, maybe like a Joe Mixon, maybe Alvin Kamara. Singo says, number 2 waiver wire for Ferguson. Kittle's hurting me bad. I would probably start Kittle over Ferguson this week. So if we had the number 2 waiver wire claim, I'd probably save it, see if anything is better next week. Now, Julian says trade Judy and Higgins for Jalen Waddle. Currently 1-3, and the team is Burrow, Stafford, Kupp, Higgins, Lockett, Judy, Jacobs, Moss, Sanders, Warren, Waller. Also trade Kupp and Sanders for Ayuk and Austin Eckler. So Kupp to Eckler, give me Eckler. Miles Sanders to Ayuk, give me Brandon Ayuk. So I think that second deal is honestly a no-brainer. I do expect that Eckler is good to go coming out of the bye. So I would love to make that trade if we're going to be looking at the Jalen Waddle one. I know you're saying here that you expect that T. Higgins is going to go on the IR, and if we're a 1-3 roster and T. Higgins is about to go to the IR, Probably a deal that we want to go ahead and make. I don't think it's as easy as that second trade, where that second trade is just an absolute no-brainer. And then also, obviously, we're looking to go through and pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire to play over Joe Burrow. I mean, actually, we have Stafford. Never mind. We've already done so. And yeah, I think this is a fine team. I mean, it's understandable that this team's 1-3, right? You went with the Burrow, Higgins stack. You had no Cooper Kupp at the beginning of the season. I think this team will be better going forward. But again, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the vlog, my man. Really, really hope that Kupp is able to break out for you. Now, Bill says trade Mostert for Mark Andrews. Yes, I would. Or drop Dak for Jake Ferguson. I'd rather trade for Andrews. We have Goff, Dak. And I kind of want to play these quarterbacks based off matchup. Kupp, Higgins. Mostert, Achane, Jacobs, Kamara, Stevenson, Diggs, Keenan, Myers, Hollywood, and Lockett. I mean, we have a ton of running back depth as well. I think it's a no-brainer to trade Raheem Mostert here for Mark Andrews. Now, Rep the King says, thoughts on Jameson Williams being the next Tyreek Hill? I am fine saying this, and you can clip me, and you can laugh at me, and if Jameson Williams does turn into the next Tyreek Hill, I can be a laughingstock for the next decade. Jameson Williams will never be the next Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is a one-of-a-kind player. He is the outlier of all outliers. To go through and try to chase an outlier, that's like saying, oh, this quarterback who was drafted in round 6, he's the next Tom Brady. Tom Brady was able to overcome his draft capital, so this guy's going to do it as well. Whereas in reality, it's like, okay, well, you can look at a million guys who failed. I mean, a million guys who drew that comp and never turned in anything. So Jameson is not the next Tyreek. I think Jameson will be a good real-life NFL wide receiver. He will stretch NFL defenses. He'll create space underneath for Sam Laporta, for Amon-Ra St. Brown, for David Montgomery, for Jahmyr Gibbs. He'll make life easier for Jared Goff. He'll provide a very much needed vertical element to this Detroit Lions offense. He himself's probably not going to be a great option in fantasy because at the end of the day, if you are looking at what we have with Jameson Williams, he does profile to be that field stretching guy that doesn't see a ton of volume. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like only about 8 to 9% of y'all have hit that like button. So if you have not done so yet, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog. Plus, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. I got everybody hooked up. Doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK today, yesterday, tomorrow, 2 years ago. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, we are going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, going up against Dallas, coming out of his bye week in week 6. Super excited that I was able to hook y'all up with that. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, we're going to have to reframe this. Give me a second. Bill says, sorry, tight end was Goddard on the team. Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter. We're still making that trade for Andrews. Trust me, I wish I could say, oh no, Dallas Goddard is good enough for starting Goddard every single week. I drafted Dallas Goddard a lot, and it's one of my biggest mistakes at this point. Bravo Tube says 2-2 in a 14-team BBR format. Would you trade Ramondre Lockett for David Montgomery in either Judy or Josh Downs? I mean, I'd way rather have Montgomery over Ramondre. Lockett versus Judy. I'll do this for Judy, not Downs. We have Kyron Sanders. Yeah, let's go get Judy. I mean, I understand Judy's been bad initially. This is a bad offense overall, but still at the same time, I mean, he did deal with a significant hamstring injury. I think he'll probably be better going forward. Matt says single flex full BBR format where we have Lamar, Ramondre, Montgomery, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Laporta, Puka. On the bench, we have Wilson, Flowers, Mostert, Sutton, Charbonnet. Looking to upgrade running back. Any ideas? If we could take Mostert and Ramondre and go trade them for a better running back, we would. But the week to trade Mostert was last week. I don't know if we're going to be able to get much now. In reality, I don't know if we have a ton of, like, can I tell you, oh, go trade Cortland Sutton, Ramondre Stevenson. Go get Tony Pollard. Like, me saying that does nothing because you're never going to be able to get that deal done. I don't know if you have a player on the bench that people would be excited to go through and trade for. Adrian says, have BBR 2-1. Swift, Lamb for Saquon, Kyron, and Gibbs. Very fair deal, and it's up to you. Very fair deal, and it's up to you, my friend. Black Jesus, always happy to see you, my man. Says, what's up, my guy? Do I trade Christian Watson and James Cook for Ayuk or Waddle? I would possibly do this for Waddle, not Ayuk, even though Ayuk has been better this year. And who do you think we could get more? Could use an upgrade at wide receiver. I think plan A is actually try to go get Olave if we don't have Olave. And you don't really need to do this. I think that there's an outside chance that Christian Watson turns into a viable wide receiver every single week going forward. I mean, if you are looking at what we have with Christian Watson, this is a wide receiver that was on a snap count last week. I think it will be better in the future. Now, Batman Gaming says, what's good, Mason? Hope all is well, brother. Have BBR start Osborne, Zay, or Sky Moore, or just pick up Wandale, Trey Palmer, or Jalen Hyatt and stream them. If Zay Jones plays this week, we play Zay Jones. If he does not play this week, we're going to go Sky Moore, but we're not going to be playing any of those guys off waivers. Now, Abduram, always happy to see you, says, traded Etienne, Garrett, Madison, Lockett for Waddle, Kelsey, Judy. How? Lockett to Judy, who cares? Garrett to Waddle, massive upgrade. Etienne and Alexander Madison for Travis Kelsey, massive upgrade. Love the team. We have Allen, AJ, Tyreek, Kelsey, Waddle. That is beautiful, my friend. Walker coming out says 10-team PBR. Should I make a trade? We have Hurts, Bijan, Pacheco, Dylan, Zeke, Charbonnet, Ford, Wilson, Pittman, Smith, McLaurin, Thomas, Palmer, Hawkinson. We lost Mike Williams. 10-team league, wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much. We're not concerned. I mean, we have more than enough wide receiver firepower to go around. Love the elite quarterback. Love the elite tight end. If I was going to do anything, maybe we'd even look to upgrade running back. I'd say it's a very well-balanced team where we don't look to do anything. If we had Mike Williams, let's say, oh, let's take Michael Thomas and let's go get an upgrade at running back. Jerome Ford was a guy that we were saying was a sell-high player last week, but that was coming off a multi-touchdown performance against Tennessee. I don't think you're going to get anything for Jerome Ford now. So I think we'd probably sit on our hands. I think you're good. You don't need to make a trade there, my friend. Alonzo coming out. Happy to see you. Says full BBR 10-team league 1 and 3. We have Lamar, Barkley, Herbert, Gibbs, Pierce, White, JT, Laporta, Myers, Debo, London, Kupp, Godwin, Judy. Just traded Puka for CeeDee Lamb. Oh, beautiful, beautiful deal. And honestly, beyond that, I don't necessarily know if we're going to be looking to make a trade. It'd be nice if we could upgrade running back too. Like if you could send like Myers and Khalil Herbert to go get a running back too that we're more excited about, it's a no-brainer. But you're 1 and 3 and you had JT and Cooper Kupp. Like what were you expecting if you were 1 and 3? You know what I mean? Like if you had JT and Kupp. 1 and 3 is almost best case scenario. Going and sell Pukas for Lamb's, no-brainer. Love the team. Ray says 12-team BBR double flex. Walker, Laporta, Achane for Kelsey and Swift. Would be getting the Kelsey side. Achane versus Swift, give me Swift. Walker and Laporta versus Kelsey, definitely give me Kelsey. Love the trade. Unknown G says traded Adams in London for Keenan and Devon. Ooh. 3 receiver, 2 flex league. Do I trade Keenan for AJ Brown? We have Jalen Hurts. Probably yes. And interesting trade. I think it's a very fair trade. I think it's up to your personal preference. Obviously, it really does come down to what we were getting from Devon Achane here. Aiden says, got offered Kelsey and Warren for Kyron and Waller. I take that, right? Waller, I mean, I have a bunch of people asking if they should drop him. If we can sell Kyron for Kelsey, it's a no-brainer. Hell yeah, you take that deal. Ryan says, DJ Moore, Adam Thielen. We're going to go DJ Moore. And then Kenneth Walker or Aaron Jones. We're going to go Kenneth Walker rest of season. Obviously, this week you'd have to play Aaron Jones with Walker on bye. But season says 10-team at BBR league that had everyone take a backup quarterback except for the Jones manager. That's hilarious. I have Hurts and Anthony Richardson. Thoughts on trading Jalen Hurts and Breece Hall for Tony Pollard. My running backs are James Cook, Eckler, Hall, Hill, and Johnson. I'm fine with this. I would at least try to send them the first deal. Go, hey, man, I'll give you Anthony Richardson and Breece Hall for Tony Pollard. Or I'd honestly try to go, hey, I'll give you Anthony Richardson and James Cook for Tony Pollard. Like, send those deals. If those get rejected, then I would go to this Jalen Hurts one. But, yeah, phenomenal trade. Bobby says, Chase for Kupp. Doctor saying Kupp's not healthy. I'm going to go Chase just because we have no concerns with Chase there outside of Joe Burrow's health. But with Kupp, the report today is they're hopeful he's playing week 5. They're waiting until he's 80 to 90%. We're still waiting on that. But the Rams are saying that the injury is not as serious as they initially thought. So I'm not going to be full-blown panicking on Cooper Kupp. I think if you look at those 3 bullet points, we have 2 positives, that he's hopeful to play week 5, that the injury is not as serious as they thought, and 1 negative. Maybe I'm a glass half full kind of guy, but I don't know. I take that report as a good thing, if I'm going to be honest. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Cruz says, is Jameson worth the number 1 waiver claim? Obviously depends on how many teams are in your league, but I'd say most times yes. Now we have Cameron says, 0-4, 10-team, 5-positional max, 1-2-2-1. Lamar and Russ, Pollard, Stevenson, Hall, Hunt, Taylor, Chase, Godwin, Hopkins, Flowers, Judy, Ingram, and Higbee. What you should have done, my friend, is as soon as you fell to 0-2 or 0-3, we should have said, okay, I need to sell Jonathan Taylor to make sure we don't go to 0-4. You can come back from 0-4, but for the love of God, you cannot fall to 0-5. Everything we're looking to do is sell future value for short-term production. So if we could sell, say, Breece Hall and DeAndre Hopkins, or Breece Hall and Zay Flowers, and go get a stud wide receiver we can be excited about, I think that makes a lot of sense. You can't be rostering these guys that have long-term upside but aren't producing right now. 0-4, you need points today, not tomorrow. Today, not tomorrow. Now, Chris coming out says, thoughts on Ramondre and Daniel Jones in a Dynasty League. Daniel Jones is the contract, so he's at least guaranteed the starting job next year. Ramondre Stevenson's a running back with not much invested into him that's been laughably inefficient in a bad offense. Ramondre is someone that you don't really want in Dynasty. Squirt coming out says, full BBR need 2 receivers and a flex. We have Puka, Kupp, Wilson, Smith, and Hollywood. Who are we going to start? We're going to go Puka, Kupp, assuming that Kupp plays. Kupp does not play. We're going to go Puka and Smith. And then for the flex, we are going to be going with obviously Smith and Kupp if Kupp plays. And if Kupp doesn't, then we'll go Garrett Wilson over Hollywood Brown in good matchup against Denver. Connor says 10-team full BBR format where we have Tua, Mixon, Ford, Diggs, St. Brown, Ingram, Ayuk, Nico. On the bench, we have Watson. Want to move a wide receiver to upgrade running back, but which one? We'd have to trade someone that people are actually excited about. You're not going to get anything for Watson. So I think you're going to have to send either Ayuk or Nico Collins with Jerome Ford to go get that upgrade at RB. I mean, ultimately with Ford, I don't think he's a good enough running back to get away with not seeing 80% of the snaps in this backfield. It's kind of similar to my situation with Alexander Madison here where, like, yeah, even if Jerome Ford's a starting running back over Kareem Hunt, if Kareem Hunt and Pierre Strong split this backfield in the 3 ways, even if Ford sees the majority of the work, you still probably want to get out of Ford, right? Now, Harsh Patel says 12-team PPR Superflex. Just traded Kamara, DJ for Hollywood and Saquon. I'm sorry, Kamara, DJ, Hollywood for Saquon, Thielen, Jameson. Hollywood to Thielen, up to you. Kamara to Saquon, massive upgrade. DJ to Jameson. DJ Moore, I like the deal. Daniel Jones, a little bit tougher. We have Dobbs, Stroud. If this is Daniel Jones in a Superflex format, what are we doing trading away a quarterback if our starting quarterback's now Joshua Dobbs? If that was Daniel Jones, I do not like this, my friend, just because we have no business trading away quarterbacks if Joshua Dobbs is now who we're left with. I know Dobbs has been good, but still not someone that we are looking to start. If that's DJ Moore, I like it. I like it. Jay says, Dynasty League, happy to see you, my man. 1 quarterback. We have Lawrence, Pollard, Montgomery, Jefferson, Lamb, Waddle, T, Waller, Myers. Really need a running back. It's a 12-team league. What do you think we should do to improve at RB? I don't think you need a running back. You're starting Tony Pollard, David Montgomery. Maybe if you need a depth RB, then at that point we go through and we trade like a 2nd-round pick for Brian Robinson from a rebuilding roster. That would be something we look to do. Trade a 2nd and a 3rd. Go get James Cook from a rebuilding team. Go get Rachaad White. If you're telling me we really need a 3rd running back, but I mean, we're comfortable starting Tony Pollard and David Montgomery RB1, RB2. I mean, and if something happens, obviously, then at that point we can reevaluate. But I'd rather hold on to these like young stud wide receivers that are helping us both right now and in the long term. I think it's a phenomenal dynasty team. Now, Eric says 10-team PBR, Ridley Montgomery for Devonta Smith. We have Bijan and Kyron Williams. No, you're giving up way too much. Montgomery has way more value than that, my man. Now, Teddy says 10-team full PBR league, 3 receivers, 2 flex. We have Richardson, James Cook, Jones, Jefferson, Olave, Waddle, Laporta, Connor, Gabe Davis. On the bench, we have Fields, Hill, Gainwell, Spears, Reed, Mims. Thinking of packaging Fields plus a piece. Any trade ideas? Thank you. No, thank you, my man. Thank you. I completely agree. If we have Anthony Richardson, we are looking to trade away Justin Fields, especially coming off a game where he just played the Denver Broncos. If we could send Justin Fields and, I mean, we have a lot of depth as is. I love this. This is a great team. If you can send like Justin Fields and Sam Laporta and get to a true like top 2 tight end, then let's do it. Like, and go get to like Mark Andrews. I think that'd be interesting. If you can send Justin Fields and maybe like Gabe Davis and go get a wide receiver, like a high-end wide receiver too, go get someone, like go get like maybe Calvin Ridley and bet on the Calvin Ridley bounce back. I think it's a phenomenal team in a league where you start 3 wide receivers, 2 flexes. Depth's going to matter a little bit more. Really nice that we have the Richardson breakout. Really nice that we can look to go through and sell high on Justin Fields after a massive blow-up game. Love this team, my man. Love that team. But Calico coming out says, bro, we have Josh Allen, Aaron Jones, Swift, Kelsey, Wilson, DJ, Gabe Davis, P. Ryan, Addison. Should I trade Devon Achane and DJ Moore for Devontae Adams? We're 3-1. If it is a single flex format, I think it is a no-brainer to take DJ Moore and Devon Achane and go get Devontae Adams. Achane has an incredibly high ceiling. Obviously, we have seen that. But Devontae Adams is a wide receiver that has arguably a higher ceiling. Not only higher ceiling, but at the same time, this is a wide receiver that has a significantly higher floor as well. So I think it would make a lot of sense. But let me refresh this. Colby will be our next question. So just give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And as I pull up this next one, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find a link to Underdog in the live chat in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And we got y'all hooked up. If you are new to Underdog with code FLOCK, you will get a Justin Fields special pick'em this Thursday against Washington. If you are not new, if you're old to Underdog or new to Underdog, doesn't matter. Both of y'all are going to get them. Everybody that used promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week as well, coming out of the bye against the Dallas Cowboys next week. Super pumped that I was able to get y'all that. So make sure you take advantage with promo code FLOCK. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe, Colby says, should we trade DeAndre Swift and Calvin for Tony Pollard? If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league, I'm fine with it. If it's like a 12-team double flex format, probably a little bit tougher. Hayes of the Green Smoke says 2 quarterback, 0.25 PBR, 7-point touchdown, 10-team league. Start 2 pairs, Tua, Waddle, Richardson, Pittman, Fields, DJ Moore. I'm working the stack strategy to break the league. We're going to go Tua, Waddle, Richardson, Pittman. Honestly, I think they're the best quarterbacks here, and I think they're the best wide receivers as well. Just naturally that we're getting those stacks. I'd love to see it, my friend. Ed says, Brian Robinson and Devon Achane for Cooper Kupp. Would you do that? If you are fully confident that Kupp is going to be back and Kupp is going to be the Kupp of old, then yes, we would. Shade Tree says, the Guillotine League, we have Barkley. Barkley is up for bidding. We start with 1K fab. We have 415 left. How much should I bid on Saquon? We have Pierce and Algier. Ooh. Surprised in a Guillotine League that we haven't picked up a better running back by this point. I think we get Barkley back this next week. Obviously, if this was a regular league, you bid every single fab dollar. Yeah, Barkley ever hits the waiver wire, but this is a little bit different. There'll be great options literally every single week. Probably go like 30 to 30. Probably 40 to 45% of those are our running backs because we don't get knocked out this week. But there'll be another player just as good as Saquon Barkley on the waiver wire next week, right? So I think we can go like 45%-ish. But it's super, super tough. And I mean, you know your league mates much better than I do. Horizon says trade Tyreek, Hunter Henry for Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson. Oh, hell no. Please keep Tyreek Hill. Love Hawkinson, but still. We have Burrow, Higgins, Pollard, Pierce, Collins, Hollywood, Palmer, Algier, Warren, 0-4 so far. If you wanted to trade, like, say, Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and go get back, like, DK Metcalf, TJ Hawkinson, then let's do it. Like, if you want to sell the long-term upside for the short-term production, but to go through and trade the best player on your team in Tyreek Hill, I don't necessarily know if that solves our issue. Don't know if that's what we're looking to do. Logan says, PBR 12-team league. We have Purdy, Devon, Barkley, Chase, Ayuk, Ferguson, Watson, Pierce, Dobbs, Myers, Zay, JT. Any adjustment, or do we sit on our hands? Now that we're getting JT back, great spot. Obviously, if JT plays, we're going to go through a slide JT in the starting lineup. If this is Josh Dobbs, drop Josh Dobbs. I don't want to be rostering him. If this is Romeo Dobbs, then obviously it makes a lot of sense. And I would see if we can throw him on the trade block, see if we're going to get anything. I just doubt we can. Nick says Godwin and Higgins for DK and Christian Watson. Probably DK and Christian Watson with the Higgins and Burrow injuries now. Mr. Filthy Wubbs, always happy to see you, my man, says 10-team PBR, 1-3. We have Fields, Moss, Walker, Diggs, Higgins, Pittman, Goddard, Achane, Ford. And then on the bench, we have Stroud, Saquon, Dell, Flowers, Judy. 3 on bye, including kicker. Higgins out, Saquon questionable. How do we save this season? So, I mean, I think that we need to go through. We need to sell Saquon immediately. I'm sorry, not Saquon. Sell T. Higgins immediately. I know we're going to sell him low, but if we're 1-3 and we need points in this starting lineup, let's go through and let's sell Jerome Ford and T. Higgins and just go get a viable wide receiver. Go get Olave. Go get Waddle. Go get a wide receiver that maybe is going to be in a similar range rest of season, but it's actually healthy right now. Someone that we can play. Also, obviously, you're going to have to go for a distressed asset. You're going to have to go for someone like Jalen Waddle that another player's worried about, right? It's not like we're going to be able to go out there and get Devontae Adams for that package. Jacob says 12-team PBR format. We have Richardson, Bijan, Henry, Pittman, Gabe Davis, Kittle, Swift. And then we have Higgins, Metcalf, Sanders, Myers, Lawrence. Need a win this week. Any suggestions? We are 2-2. I don't have anything. I think we sit on our hands. I think you're in a good spot. I mean, the only thing I'd say is if Jimmy G is good to go, I maybe play Jacoby Myers over Gabe Davis. And then if we get a massive spike week from Trevor Lawrence where we can actually get something for Lawrence, that would be interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. I know only about 8% of y'all have hit that like button, so fix your life. Go down there, drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. Now, Hakazaka coming out says, happy BR, 1 quarterback, 1 flex. We have Tua, Jefferson, Jacobs, Swift, Kittle, Adams, or Madre, Achane, Mixon, Watson, Amari, Burrow, 3-1. What trades should we make? Ooh. Can't sell Burrow right now. Gonna have to wait until we get a spike. Great running backs, great receivers. If we could sell Ramondre and Kittle and somehow get to if you wanted to go overpay for Hawkinson, overpay for Andrews, or somehow get to Kelsey, I think it make a lot of sense. I mean, we just have so many players. You can sell Devon Achane. You can sell Joe Mixon instead. I mean, you have Jacobs and Swift at the very top, and you have a Devon Achane as our 5th RB on this team. Let's go get a better tight end if we can. Coochie Man out again says 10-team BBR double flex. We have Ertz, Bijan, Walker, Lamb, Ridley, Puka. Ertz, Collins. On the bench, we have Swift, Jameson, Dell, Johnson, Stroud. Just traded Ridley, Puka, Stroud, and Dell for Devonta Smith and Chris Olave. Did I win, and any advice? Calvin Ridley to Devonta Smith. Give me Smith. Puka to Olave. Give me Olave. We have Hurts, so Stroud means nothing. I think we won, but I am also an idiot, and I've been so wrong about Puka this entire time. I think it's a super strong team. I personally like to move to sell those players at the bottom end of our bench. And I think we'll be in a very comfortable position going forward. I don't know if you want to listen to me on this, though. Jonathan says, I traded Puka for Lamb. Now, that's a no-brainer. That I'm able to say, hell yes, love it. Now, Ungsamar says, hey, Mason, 0-4, need to make a move. Do we trade Bijan and Amari for Kamara and Waddle? Hell no. No, my man. I mean, I know Amari's on bye, and maybe you're a little frustrated saying, I need a player in the starting lineup right now, but that would be the worst thing that you could do. I'd rather Bijan straight up over Kamara and Waddle. Now, Jeep coming out says 1-3, 10-team BBR format. We have Mahomes, Henry, Javonte, Roshan, Spears, Diggs, Metcalf, Thielen, Higgins, Palmer, Ferguson, Pitts. Any trade suggestions for a running back? Okay. Obviously, a running back would be nice if we're looking at the expendable pieces that we have on this team. Nobody's trading for Pitts. Nobody's trading for Higgins. We need Thielen to start for Metcalf this week with Metcalf on bye. If you were desperate enough, if you really wanted to make a trade, the trade would be DK Metcalf and a running back for a better RB. If you were desperate, that's what the move's going to be. But I don't think it's going to be easy for us to upgrade running back there. I think you're kind of stuck. Now, DN coming out says 4-0 with Lamar, Bijan, Connor, Lamb, Smith, Hawkinson, Nico, Laporta. But just traded Connor, Smith, Laporta for Mixon, Olave, Pierce, and took a little bit of a risk. So Connor to Mixon, give me Mixon. Smith versus Olave, give me Olave. Or actually, it's close, up to you. Laporta versus Pierce, up to you. I mean, probably Laporta, right, with how good Laporta's been. I think it's, a fair deal, personal preference. Obviously, now we are going to have to hit the waiver wire for a tight end, though, my man. But there are a lot of strong tight end options off waivers this week. Charles says, would you trade Kenneth Walker due to his lack of yards and him being touchdown dependent? And what would you trade him for? I don't know. That's the question. What do you trade him for? If you want to trade him for like ETN, then sure, go do that. But I drafted a lot of Kenneth Walker. Like, what running backs would you trade him for realistically? You're not getting Pollard. If you are really worried about him and you're not worried about Jonathan Taylor, you could possibly go get JT. Jonathan says, hey, bro, love the channel. I'm in a 16-team PPR league. Looking at the waiver wire, Pitts and McLaughlin are available. Who should we prioritize and why? We have Etienne and Madison, a running back, and Hawkinson, a tight end. 16-team format. Depth's going to be very hard to come by. Super surprised that both these guys are available. Let me see if we have an actual update on Javonte Williams today, so we have some kind of timeline. Because the thing is with McLaughlin, he's probably going to end up splitting a backfields with P. Ryan, right? Yeah, I don't really see much regarding Javonte here. It looks like he hasn't even officially been ruled out. He probably misses a couple weeks, but I think we go Kyle Pitts because if we are looking at a 16-team format, these are guys going to be viable for the long term. It says, will Jeff Wilson Jr.'s return disrupt the backfield? It potentially can. I haven't seen if Jeff Wilson Jr. is officially going to be playing this week. But if he does come in, it can turn this into a pseudo 3-man running back by committee. Charizard, happy to see. If you don't know, whenever I was young, I was a massive Pokemon guy. I freaking loved Pokemon when I was little. But when you trade Brees for Gibbs in a full BBR format, yes, I would go Jahmyr Gibbs. More confidence in the Detroit Lions long term. Or Waddle and Gibbs for Bijan and Jameson. I would love to go get Bijan there. Go get Bijan. Bijan's the best side there. Zach says 2-2, 12-team BBR format. We have Hurts, Mixon, Kamara, AJ, Hollywood, Kittle, Thielen at the flex. And then on the bench, we have Tutu, Henry, Zach Moss, Brandon Cooks, Cooper Kupp on the IR. What are your thoughts? Nice team. Will be nice to get Cooper Kupp back in. 2-2. We stayed alive when Kupp was on the IR. That was kind of our mission here. We can slide Cooper Kupp in over Hollywood Brown. And yeah, I think we're in a good spot. Really, the only thing is okay, does Jonathan Taylor play for Indianapolis? Does that make Zach Moss no longer viable? That is something we need to be on the lookout for. Okay. So sorry. Next question coming out from Benjamin, who says 12-team PBR, 2 wide receivers in a flex, 0-4. We have Burrow, Barkley, Etienne, Puka, Kupp, Amon-Ra, Goddard, Jerome, CJ, Palmer, JSN. Thoughts on the moves not to go 0-5. You trade JSN for any upgrade you can get now. You trade Joe Burrow for any upgrade we can get now. We should have traded away Cooper Kupp to get some production. That way we didn't fall to 0-4, but that was obviously 2 weeks ago. Yeah, the thing is, we have to take these guys that maybe have long-term upside. I love JSN. If I was like a 4-0 roster, I'd be super happy to go through and see if we could send, a downgrade just a tiny, tiny bit at running back to pick up a free upside shot at Jackson Smith and Jigba. But if we can trade like JSN and CJ Stroud, some long-term players that we really like, and go get a quarterback that we're pumped about right now, probably something we look to do because we can't be waiting with long-term upside on 0-4 roster. Will says we have Fields, Stroud, Devontae, Olave, Wilson, JSN, Tank, Walker, Swift, Pacheco, Herbert, Charbonnet, Laporta. Do we stay or trade to drop JSN for Jameson? If you wanted to do that, you can. I'd rather not. I'd probably drop Tank. I'd drop Tank Dell before I drop Jackson Smith and Jigba, to be honest with you. And then if we could maybe take like a smaller piece, like go Khalil Herbert and Justin Fields, and see if we can go trade them for like an elite level quarterback, with Justin Fields obviously having the best game of his NFL career last week against the worst defense in the NFL. I would look to do that if we could. Now, Daniel says, do we trade Kelsey and Stevenson for Kamara and Adams? Kamara over Stevenson, Kelsey, Adams, kind of up to you. I think it's a fair deal. Up to you. Craig says we have Metcalf, Addison, Flowers, Myers, Ayuk, St. Brown. I have Bijan, but no running back 2. What do you think we should do in a 10-team league? Not really going to get anything for Addison, Flowers at the moment. I mean, if you wanted to go send Brandon Ayuk, if you get to like a James Cook level running back, that's probably going to be something that's a little advantageous for us. It's because if you can get to like a James Cook level running back, then you're in a spot that we at least have someone we can confidently start on a week-to-week perspective. Now, Steino coming out says, trade Puka, Kamara for Metcalf, JT, and Luke Musgrave. I lost the trade probably, but the Colts fan inside of me wanted to do it. So the Musgrave is a non-factor in this. Going from Puka to JT, we asked the live chat earlier today who they would want. Honestly, I don't know who I would want, but all of them said they would rather have Puka over Jonathan Taylor, which is an interesting thing to take note of, my friend. DK Metcalf versus Kamara. Honestly, kind of up to you. I think it's a fair deal. If you're a JT fan and you think JT is for sure coming back and you are excited about what you're going to have, I'm not going to fault anybody whatsoever to go out there and grab Jonathan Taylor. The G-Bird says, sup, Mason, call me crazy. 3-1. We traded Mahomes and Puka and Amari for Justin Jefferson. You are crazy. You could have gotten more value. We have Cousins and Kupp coming back. Also, Chase, Montgomery, Cook, Waller. I think it's a phenomenal team. Obviously, I usually fine overpaying for Justin Jefferson, but just the Puka trades that I've seen as of late, I would assume that we didn't need to add Amari Cooper. I would assume that Puka and Mahomes would have gotten us Justin Jefferson by himself. But obviously I could have been wrong. Could be wrong. Now Daniel says, rest of season order, Warren, Herbert, Akers, McGoughlin. Herbert, Warren, McGoughlin, Akers. Obviously, like Akers maybe long-term. McGoughlin maybe you need right now. Harrison says 10-team BBR double flex. Would you trade Kyron and Metcalf for Devonta and Waddle? Metcalf versus Waddle. Give me Waddle. Kyron versus Smith. Up to you. If you're the running backs, Warren, I probably don't do it if we have to play Warren RB2. I mean, Kyron Williams right now is like a solidified, locked and loaded. And I mean locked and loaded right now. Bell cow back, right? Like, it would be tough to go through and make that move. Austin says, trade Devon and Puka for Swift and Amon-Ra St. Brown. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We have JT and all. Also, Lamb, Amari, Dell, London, Palmer. Thanks for the help. No, thank you so much for always hanging out in the live streams with us, my man. Puka versus St. Brown. Give me St. Brown. I'm not going to think too much about it. Devon Chan versus DeAndre Swift. I'd probably rather have DeAndre Swift. So actually do go ahead and make this deal, my man. I mean, it's not like the easiest thing in the world to do, but I think we will. Now, Cresta coming out says, 12-team BBR. We have Lawrence, Gibbs, Montgomery, Jefferson, Ridley, Waller, Ayuk, Ford, Love, Dobbs, JSN, Charbonnet, Wilson. Should we do anything? I mean, it obviously sucks to have the Ridley Lawrence stack really not performing for us right now. It sucks that Darren Waller isn't doing anything either. In reality, I don't necessarily know if we're going to be able to get anything for him right now. So we're probably in a spot that we just kind of have to sit on our hands and hope that we have Trevor Lawrence and Calvin Ridley giving us a bounce back and giving us some type of production. I mean, we had Jerome Ford as a sell high guy last week. I would still see what we could get for Jerome Ford. I just doubt we would be able to, get something we're super pumped about, at least in my mind. But Ghost Life says, Olave is good, but I'm struggling on keeping him. Please keep Olave. He said he had triple-digit targets the first 3 weeks, every single week. He was averaging over 100 receiving yards per game. This past week was legitimately just due to Derek Carr's bum shoulder. Is he truly a keep with Carr being injured and the other guys taking targets? Like I said, the first 3 weeks, he had double-digit targets every single week. I 100% think you want to be holding on to Chris Olave, my friend. Connor says, should we trade Etienne for St. Brown and Flowers? I love Etienne, but I'd easily rather have St. Brown and Flowers. Now, Ryan says 3-1, 10-team at BBR, double flex league. We have Burrow, Andrews, Jacobs, 3-1 with JT and Burrow. Robinson, Roshan, Warren, Hunt, Tyreek, St. Brown, Godwin, Kirk, London, Dell, drop 2, and who? Great team. If we're going to have to drop 2 players here, I think we're going to drop Tank Dell and Kareem Hunt. And yeah, we definitely want to pick up another quarterback to play over Joe Burrow in the short term. Cyber says Lawrence, Bijan, and Montgomery for Dak, Achane, and Kamara. Lawrence to Dak, up to you. Bijan versus Achane and Kamara. Bijan by a freaking mile. I'd rather have Bijan over Dak, Achane, and Alvin Kamara all combined. Bijan side easily. CJ says 10-team full BBR format, getting rid of Tutu. Who do I try to get? Jameson or Romeo Doubs? Thanks. So thank you, my man. I would rather have Jameson Williams. I think he has a little more upside. With Romeo Doubs as a wide receiver that, yes, been great, but he's been great under the circumstance that you haven't had Watson or Aaron Jones at 100% health. Niner Rick says trade Hawkinson, Madison for Aaron Jones and Myers. And if you really needed to, you could. Dread Chapo, happy to see you, my man, and loved the shirt that you got us hooked up with. And let me see real quick if we can give you a shout out to. I know you sent us, I think it was Sunday Waves. Let me double check. Dread Chapo, please drop it in the live chat what your Instagram is. Dread Chapo sent us a very cool shirt that I'm excited to wear from now on. It says, yo, traded Achane, Wilson, Cousins for AJ Lawrence. Was this a win or a loss? Cousins to Lawrence, probably a slight downgrade. A long term, maybe Lawrence can get the bounce back. Achane, Garrett Wilson for AJ Brown. I would definitely rather have AJ Brown. I like it, my friend. I like it. Now, Barrett says 10-team league, full BBR format. We have Allen, Madison, Connor, Ramadre, Khalil, Kareem Hunt, Stephon Diggs, Wilson, Ayuk, Nico. Trade Ramadre with Ayuk, Wilson for Kenneth Walker. We're 3-1 right now. 10-team league, 1 flex. Yes, let's go get the best players. Send Ramadre Stevenson and Garrett Wilson and go get Kenneth Walker. Owen says PBR 10-team league. We have Allen, Sanders, Warren, Kupp, Olave, Henry, Ayuk. On the bench, we have Smith, Lockett, Frymuth, Hunt, Palmer, Roshan. What moves? If we could sell Tyler Lockett and like Jalen Warren and go get a better running back too, Tyler Lockett and Miles Sanders get a better running back overall. Obviously, we're looking to do that. We're just loaded up with wide receiver depth. We don't really need wide receiver depth in a 10-team league with only 1 flex. Like having Devonta Smith on your bench is like a brutal spot to be in. Eric says got offered Etienne and Higbee for Brees and Flowers. Do we accept? Yeah, I'd rather have Etienne. We have Jefferson, Waddle, Kyron, Brian Robinson, especially if we have Evan Ingram. 4-0. Congrats on the solid start, my man. Let's go ahead and let's go get Etienne. Stealthy says, any panic with Saquon? Oh, yeah, definitely. You have to be worried about how bad that Giants offensive line looks. Jaggy says, Mahomes, Brian Robinson, Kyron Williams, Diggs, Puka, Laporta, Khalil Herbert, Metcalf, Keenan Taylor. Any suggestions? Love the work you do, man. No, thank you so much, my man. Great team, especially now that we get JT back in. When we have this kind of depth, if you could send DK Metcalf and Sam Laporta and go get an elite level tight end, let's do it. And I'm talking about like literally just the cream of the crop, like the Andrews Kelsey range. Or like Jonathan Taylor and Sam Laporta and go get Travis Kelce, just because this team's already loaded at running back and wide receiver. Louis says, do you think Kupp will play this week? And are they saying he's not met, blah, blah, blah. They're saying Kupp is, I saw the report. Yes, they said he's not at 80 to 90% yet, but they are saying that they are hopeful that Cooper Kupp will play this week. And if they are saying that they are hopeful Cooper Kupp will play this week, I think that there's a good chance Kupp plays. Now, Nidal says, hey, we're 3-1, 10-team league, double flex. We have Richardson, Lawrence, Hill, Olave, Pollard, Kyron Hawkinson, Andrews, Hollywood, Michael Thomas, Rashad, Javonte, Deontay. What trade? Should I trade Kyron and Andrews for Barkley? I like the idea. I like that we're going to go through and trade 8 tight ends. I think that Andrews would be that tight end. I think we just need a better running back. If we can go Kyron and Andrews and get Pollard, go get Bijan, then yes. Barkley right now dealing with the ankle, not only dealing with the ankle, but also how bad this offensive line looks. We probably need a bigger discount, if I'm to be honest. So I don't think we do this. I think we sit on our hands in comparison to this. Okay. Ryan coming out saying 3-1, 10-team BBR format. We have Allen, Kelce, Jacobs, Gibbs, Montgomery, Warren, Spears, Algier, Chase, Watson, Sutton, Johnson. Who to start and who to drop for Dobbs, McGoughlin, Wilson, Boyd, etc. If you really wanted to drop Johnson for Dobbs, you can. This is a phenomenal team. We're going to be starting Jacobs and Montgomery at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase and Christian Watson. And then the flex, we probably end up going with Romeo Dobbs if we pick up Romeo Dobbs. I mean, Sutton just has a really tough matchup going up against the Jets. Contrell says full BBR, CMC for Bijan and Puka, or try for more. I would go CMC. I just think CMC is by far and away the most valuable player in fantasy right now. And if we're trading him away, I mean, we need to have that other person overpaying. James says 10-team BBR 1-3. We have Tua, Lawrence, Eckler, James Cook, Warren, Roshan, Lamb, Waddle, Ridley, Watson, Collins, Ferguson, Musgrave. Not feeling good about the team. Any moves? There are no moves that we can make right now that stand out. I mean, if you could sell Nico Collins and like Jake Ferguson and go get the TJ Hawkinson, then let's do it. I think the big thing that we're going to be looking to do is wait until we hopefully have a better performance. From Lawrence, and then see if we can go through and sell Lawrence. It just sucks having like Lawrence and Tua. We have, like, you'd think you'd be able to sell one of these quarterbacks, but we don't feel comfortable selling Tua and starting Lawrence. Lawrence needs to show something. John says 12-team BBR 1 flex. We have Stroud, Montgomery, Ramondre, Warren, Roshan, Algier, Amon-Ra, DK, Amari, Flowers, Mims, Waller, Laporta. Any moves, we're 2-2. I mean, similar spot. I think this team's well balanced. I don't think we can make many moves right now. It's like the same situation what we were looking at with the quarterback room and the other team. It's like, okay, I kind of would like to sell one of these tight ends. I don't want to be stuck in a spot where we have to start Darren Waller. I don't want to be in a situation where, I mean, we can't sell Darren Waller for anything. Nobody's going to buy Darren Waller from us. So we're kind of just stuck on our hands. And we probably can't make any moves here, my friend. I'm really wishing you the best of luck. I hope that, I mean, if you can sell Ramondre, then go do it. If you can sell Ramondre and like a depth receiver and go get ETN, send it. But I just don't think it's possible right now. Bryce says 10-team BBR. We have Hurts, Achane, Jones, Adams, Metcalf, Kittle. We're 0-4. Oh, I'm really sorry to see that, my friend. I think that Kittle will be better going forward, though. Torrance says 10-team BBR trade Goddard and Warren for Laporta. I probably don't, but I drafted Goddard in too many teams. I just think that like Najee Harris goes down, Jalen Warren's very exciting. Jalen Warren's very exciting. RM says 10-team at BBR, 2 receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Henry, Achane, Ford, Warren, Spears, Roshan, Debo, Waddle, Olave, Gabe, Pitts, Hunter, Henry. Guy offered me Sam Laporta, Tyler Lockett, for Debo Samuel. Do I do it and drop Pitts? I'm 2-2. If you wanted to make this move, I would not fault you for it. If you think the drop in points per game from Debo to Lockett is a smaller drop from Laporta to Pitts, you go for it. I think it's a very fair deal, and it is up to you, my friend. Jared says 12-team PPR 4-0. We have Stroud, Watson, Hill, AJ, Hopkins, Myers, Mixon, White, Herbert, Moss, Ford, Hill, Hawkinson. Trade Hopkins, Watson for Tua and Mitchell. Stroud's our quarterback. Tua would be an upgrade. I like the idea. I think we need a better quarterback if we're going to do it, however. I mean, if you are looking at Christian Watson, I think this is someone that's going to get better as the season goes on. I know he wasn't great this past week, but I mean, that was under the circumstance where he was on a snap count. He still did score a touchdown as well. Juice Box says 1-3, 10-team PBR, 1 flex. We have Ramondre, Love, Connor, Lamb, Puka, Kelsey, Madison, Godwin, Terry, MT, Ertz, Algier, Mitchell. Are we screwed? Thanks for always being live. Appreciate you, my friend. And honestly, I think it's super easy to go through and make a move with this team. I mean, I think what this team needs to do is you need to go ahead and you need to see if we can sell some of this wide receiver depth. Someone like Michael Thomas in a package with Ramondre Stevenson or in a package with James Conner to upgrade at running back. 10-team league with 1 flex. We have a lot of wide receiver depth. Wide receiver depth's really not going to matter in this type of format. So let's see if we can go through and make that swing, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, T-Money says, 18 PPR, where we have Fields, Jacobs, Kyron, St. Brown, Olave, Ridley, Chase, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Stevenson, Burrow, Lawrence, Javonte, Judy, Kupp, redraft 2-2, any moves. Getting Kupp back in is going to put us in a really good spot. I hate rostering 3 quarterbacks. I don't even know what we could do, though. Can we drop Burrow? In an 8-team league, I hate to say it, you have to drop Joe Burrow. If you are rostering Justin Fields, Joe Burrow, and Trevor Lawrence, assuming this is a 1-quarterback format, obviously Burrow does still have a very high ceiling if he is able to get fully healthy. But we can't roster 3 quarterbacks and completely sacrifice everything at running back and wide receiver. You have to drop Burrow. Likes has traded Ridley and Jameson for Godwin, Kyron, and Dell. Great deal. Kyron Williams over Ridley, Godwin over Jameson. I like the deal. B says traded Mixon for Puka in a full BBR format where we have Kyron Saquon, so Mixon was starting in the flex. Yeah, full BBR format, Puka probably, outscores Mixon with the fact that this offense is just so damn bad in Cincinnati right now. They're the lowest team in the league in terms of total points scored. But Jacob says we have Hurts. Should we trade Stroud and Nico for Lawrence and a receiver? Oh, hell yes. I would trade Stroud and Nico for just like, say, Jalen Waddle if we had Jalen Hurts. If you're going to get Lawrence and Jalen Waddle, then that's a no-brainer. Yeah, we would do that, my man. Nathaniel says, full BBR, would you trade Ramondre and Lawrence or Burrow? Probably trade Burrow. Ramondre, Burrow for Bijan and Daniel Jones. Hell yes. What are we doing here? Stream the quarterback position for all I care. If we're going to go get Bijan Robinson, that's a no-brainer. No, do not look at that second deal. Go get Bijan. Hit says my Terry and Hunt for Ridley and Tutu. I'd rather have Ridley over Terry, Hunt, Tutu. Who cares? Let's go get Ridley. Okay. But Scree's coming out saying 10-team at BBR format. Traded away Lamar Pacheco for Kelsey Cousins. The team is now Tua, Lamb, St. Brown, CMC, Moss, Puka, Kelsey, Kupp, Cousins, Christian Kirk, Thielen, Johnson on the bench. Okay, so I like the trade. If we have Tua and Cousins, I think we look to go ahead and see if we can package together Cousins and maybe one of these depth wide receivers like Kirk Cousins to go get a stud wide receiver for the flex spot. I think that would be very interesting if we're considering the fact that we have Tua that we can start every single week regardless. And you may have Zay Jones coming back in, taking a knock off what you have had so far with Christian Kirk. Now, Salvador says 10-team double flex league, PBR 2-2. We have Lamar, Love, Gibbs, Swift, Moss, Javonte, Lamb, Adams, MT, Dobbs, Palmer, Hopkins, Hawkinson. Looking to make a trade for a running back. Any moves? If you could send, say, Michael Thomas and like Zach Moss to go get a running back that's viable, let's do it. The issue is, like, if you were to go through and trade away, say, I mean, what you have with, I don't know, Jahmyr Gibbs. This is a running back that in a full BBR format, you're going to get nothing for. And I do think it expands his role as the season goes on. So we're going to sit on, we're going to go through and we're going to sit on Gibbs. Maybe we could get something for Moss, maybe. Alex says PBR 1 and 3. We have Allen, Jacobs, Stevenson, Diggs, Pittman, Kittle, Godwin, Zay. Got offered Montgomery and Ridley for Jacobs. Thanks for all that you do. No, thank you so much, my man. I would definitely take Montgomery and Ridley for Jacobs. I mean, we have had Jacobs as a buy low running back for like all season now. Jacobs leading the NFL in receiving, full BBR format. You really like that from a running back, but obviously leading the NFL in receiving at the running back position. But I think we go get Ridley and Montgomery. I think Ridley still has upside. Chim says was offered Jefferson, Debo, and Pitts for Kelsey, Kamara, and Hopkins. So going through and looking at this, Jefferson versus Kelsey, Jefferson by a mile. Debo versus Kamara, kind of up to you. Pitts versus Hopkins, probably Hopkins. Yeah, we're going to go Jefferson. Go get the best player in the deal. I mean, Jefferson and CMC are in their own tier in fantasy football right now. 2 Swift says 12-team BBR where we have Allen, Diggs, DJ, Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Pitts, Godwin, Barkley, Warren, Spears, Gallup, Judy, trade for Barkley to Ridley and Pierce. I don't exactly know what you're asking. If you're asking would I rather have Judy and Barkley versus Ridley and Pierce, I'm going to go Judy and Barkley relatively easily. If you're asking would I rather have Barkley versus Ridley and Pierce, I still probably take Barkley. So yeah, I don't know what side of that you got or you're getting. I'm going to go Barkley though, even though the Giants look horrendous. Now Ty says 10-team full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 2 quarterbacks, 2 flex, 1 and 3 competitive league. Trades are hard to come by. We have Lawrence, Tua, Kyler, Pollard, White, Wilson, JT, Ford, Roshan, Chase, Olave, Ridley, Waddle, Palmer, Watson, Quentin, Johnson, Hawkinson. Need out bad, thanks. So thank you, my man. I mean, I don't think you're in a bad spot. I understand the Lawrence Ridley stack is flaming out for us, but still at the end of the day, I mean, you have Tua that we can start at least at quarterback. I think you do probably have a bounce back. I think Waddle's going to be a lot better. I honestly don't make any moves. I mean, I think it's honestly understandable that this team's 1 and 3. We had Chase, Burrow got injured. Ridley and Lawrence, bad stack. And we drafted Jonathan Taylor, who obviously was starting on the IR. I think once we get JT in, we're going to be in a much better spot. I don't think we have to do anything. Leon says, what moves? 11-team, full BBR format. We have Lamar, Etienne, Kyron, Puka, Kittle, Waddle, Dallas defense. And then on the bench, we have Love, H.N. Higgins, Dobbs, and Zach Ertz. If we're 1 and 3, if we wanted to make a move, it's trading T. Higgins and George Kittle and getting any upgrade in the starting lineup right now. If you wanted to go Higgins and Kittle and just go get Andrews, maybe we're sacrificing the long-term upside if Higgins and Burrow are able to get fully healthy. But if we're 1 and 3, we need to be focusing in on upside right now, not in the long term. Johnny says, 12-team PPR, should we trade away Kamara for Saquon? Yes, I would do this even with how bad the Giants look. Jason says, 10-team PPR format, I'm 1 and 3. We have Lawrence, JT, Hall, Stevenson, Warren, Waddle, Kirk, Ayuk, Watson, Dell, Flowers, Kelsey. What should we do? Would you trade Waddle and Stevenson for Mahomes and Jacobs? Hell yes. Jacobs over Stevenson easily. I mean, going and getting Mahomes solves that issue that we had at quarterback with Trevor Lawrence. No brainer trade here. We can start Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs going forward. We'll be a much, much better team. We have wide receiver depth to get this done. I think that's the deal that this team makes. And then obviously we have the Mahomes, Kelsey stack. And if Lawrence does give us a spike, then later on in the season, we can look to see what we could get for Lawrence. Dane says, I sent Pollard, Adams, Quentin Johnson, and Dallas Goedert for AJ, Waddle, Hunter Henry, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So Adams to AJ Brown, lateral move up to you. Tony Pollard for Jalen Waddle, Tony Pollard to Amon-Ra St. Brown, downgrade, I'd rather have Pollard. Goddard, Hunter Henry, up to you. We essentially pick up Jalen Waddle for free. Fair deal, 9-team league. Also got Godwin for Addison and Sanders. If Evans was going to miss a considerable amount of time, I like that one a lot. I mean, I do think that Addison has a lot of long-term upside, so I probably don't like that assuming that Evans is healthy. I think first deal, fine. Second deal, a little tougher. Brian says Kelsey for Andrews and or Puka or Ayuk. We need a wide receiver too. If you were going to do this, you go Kelsey for Andrews and Puka. But I would say, please understand Kelsey and Andrews are in a completely different tier. Like, it's not as simple as saying, oh, I'll just tear down from the tight end 1 to the tight end 2 and we will pick up a wide receiver that helps us. No, it is a much, much tougher spot than you think. Now, Julian says, I only have Kincaid right now at tight end. Ferguson, Kmet on waivers. Pick one to drop. Kincaid, JSN, Quentin Johnson. Leading Quentin Johnson here, what would you do? I don't know. I really don't know. Probably Quentin Johnson if we had to. Actually, I may Kincaid. I may drop Kincaid, to be honest. Because at least Quentin Johnson has the path, right? You go into the bye week. Coming out of the bye week, you have no Mike Williams. They have him fully implemented. There's an outside chance that that is the case, my man. So I really don't want to drop Johnson. Nick says 3-1, 10-team at BBR format. We have Allen, CMC, Swift, Ridley, Watson, Andrews, Kamara at the flex. On the bench, we have Love, Hunt, Lockett, Gabe Davis, Pitts. Thoughts and any ideas to upgrade wide receiver? If you wanted to send like Tyler Lockett, and honestly, no, you're fine. You're chilling. Like on your bench, who would someone trade for? Lockett? Who are we going to package him with? Ridley? Nobody's giving us anything for Ridley. I think Ridley will be better than he has been. Nobody's given us anything for Watson. I think Watson would be better than he has been. So I think you're going to be in a fine spot. Do not worry at all, my friend. Gavin says, I just traded Tyreek and Dameon Pierce for Pollard and Cooper Kupp. Should I flip Kupp for another wide receiver one that we can count on? It depends. If you could get off of Cooper Kupp for like CD Lamb, then yes, let's do it. But if you're telling me like we're going to send Cooper Kupp for Brandon Ayuk, then no. Driz says 2-2, 10-team PBR, 1 flex league. We have Lamar, Barkley, Swift, Lamb, St. Brown, Andrews, Devon, James Cook, Javonte, London, Deontay, Flowers, Charbonnet, Warren, Spears. Do we trade for a running back? Trade a running back to upgrade anywhere or stay put? So we do have a lot of running back depth overall. I mean, Javonte Williams banged up will make life a little bit more difficult. We have the elite stack with Lamar and Andrews. We have wide receivers at the very top that we love. So honestly, no. I mean, if you wanted to do something, you package 2 running backs together to get a better RB, but you're in a phenomenal spot. This is a great team. I have no idea how the hell we're only 2-2. Now, Steve says 12-team PBR, single flex. We have Richardson, Brown, DK, Eckler, Pollard, Laporta, Hollywood. On the bench, we have Dak, London, Javonte. Made 2 trades for this squad. Also, OU sucks. OU sucks, my man. I mean, I don't want to go into depth on why OU sucks. I mean, we're in public here. This is a live stream, but we can talk about it privately. But if we are looking at this, I mean, not a lot of depth with the team that people would be excited about trading for. I think it's a phenomenal squad, right? In a single flex format, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. You don't really care about the depth. You'd rather focus in on the players at the very top end of this lineup. And we have 3 round 1 picks here. And Anthony Richardson looks like a QB1, a top 5 QB rest of season. Kaylor, happy to see you, my man. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for all you do, Mason. Trade Kamara and Judy for James Cook and Addison. Judy, Addison, probably give me Addison. Kamara, James Cook. Up to you, full BBR format, maybe Kamara with the target volume. Half PBR league, non-PBR league, maybe Cook in the better offense. Could also trade Kamara, Judy for Tony Pollard. That is what we want to do. Go get Tony Pollard. But if the guy gets last, I have to do the punishment. LOL. Oh my gosh. Okay, that may change. It depends what the punishment is. Could also swap in Ramadre for Kamara in either deal. Kamara, Ramadre, tomato, honestly up to you. The clear-cut best deal is sending it for Tony Pollard. But if it's like a brutal punishment, like you legitimately have to get like a tattoo or something nuts, and you would have to do it if he loses the league. Because if you take on that burden, right, where you say, okay, if you lose the league, I will do the punishment for you. And then he falls to 1-4. He has then at that point no reason. I mean, if he's bounced out of the playoffs, he probably will actively try to get last. He'll probably at least that's what my buddies would do. They would actively try to get last to make me do it. So I don't know, my friend. It is up to you, but that is a tough, tough, tough spot. Now, our next question out from Logan says, 12-team at BBR double flex, 2-2. We have Fields, Saquon, Montgomery, A.J. Brown, Amari, Godwin, Ferguson, Brees. On the bench, we have Tutu, Addison, P. Ryan, Frymuth, Jameson, Purdy, Spears, Johnson. Any moves, and who should we drop? If we're going to have to drop someone, I actually probably drop Brock Purdy. I just don't think we need a roster of 2 quarterbacks, if I'm going to be honest with you. And then also, I don't really see any moves. I mean, if we're looking at these guys at the bottom of the bench, it'd be really nice to take a wide receiver depth piece, like, say, Jordan Addison and Justin Fields. I mean, yes, we can do this if we can find a Chicago Bears fan that's excited to trade for Justin Fields after Fields had his best performance of his career this past week against the worst defense in the NFL. If we could send them Fields and, like, a depth wide receiver like Addison to get to Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, that would be a no-brainer if we could. Vanagan says, 12-team BBR where we have Lamar, Bijan, Kyron, JT, Stevenson, Algier, Wilson, Watson, Hollywood, Thomas, Davis, Sutton, Dotson, Waller. 2-2, can't get Waddle or Olave. Any moves? Nice that we get JT back in. I mean, we have a lot of depth here. If you could send Stevenson and Garrett Wilson and go get a stud wide receiver, we'd really like that. Stevenson and Watson, Stevenson and Hollywood. Really, that's what we're going to look to do when we have JT back in here, my friend. Danny out again says 2-2, 12-team BBR double flex. We have Lawrence, Mixon, Henry, Achane, Ford, Ridley, AJ Puka, Hollywood, and Dobbs. Should I trade Ford, Hollywood, and Lawrence for Lamar? Hell yes. Double flex format depth's going to matter a little bit more, but ultimately, I don't know. I'm not excited about Jerome Ford. If I'm looking at Romeo Dobbs, I don't even know if this guy's startable. Now we have Christian Watson coming in. Now that we have Aaron Jones fully healthy. So I would say yes, I would go ahead now and get the best player, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format in Lamar. Jacob says 14-team BBR 4-0. Hell yes, my man. We have Hurts, CMC, Keenan and Walker on bye. Warren, Myers, London, Ingram. Claims in for the Washington DST. Good call. Dobbs, just Joshua Dobbs, 14-team format. Sure, if you really wanted to roster him, you can. What's funny is I believe Jalen Hurts off the top of my head is the week 14 bye, unless I'm mistaken. And obviously, you may have Kyler in by now. Opponent has Fields, Swift, AJ, Goddard, Kyron. Am I screwed? Even if you are, who the hell cares? You're 4-0. You're going to be 4-1. They get Keenan and Kenneth Walker back in. I think you're probably definitely the heavy dog, but when you have Jalen Hurts and CMC, as you've seen, when you're 4-0 at this point, I mean, anything can happen here, my man. Dylan says 12-team BBR. We have Richardson, Mixon, Brian Robinson, Diggs, Olave, Hawkinson, Nico. And then on the bench, we have Russ, Dalvin, 2-2 Mims. Any suggestions? Drop Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook's, was the third running back in New York in a horrendous offense this past week. He's laughably inefficient every single time he gets on the football field. So drop Dalvin Cook, pick up another running back that you think has higher ceiling, like Tajay Spears off the waiver wire. And that's like that. Solid team. Really like it. King Ben, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my man. And Kevin says, happy be our 8-team league. I received a trade away Evans for Amari. Up to you. I mean, obviously, Watson dealing with an injury. Evans dealing with his own injury. We have Kupp, St. Brown, DJ Moore. Yeah, honestly, this is just your personal preference. 8-team league, you're chasing the player that has the highest ceiling. Going into the season, and honestly, earlier on, I was taking Amari Cooper relatively easily over Mike Evans, but I'm not going to fault anybody for going one way or another. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, looking at this, it looks like only 8% of y'all have hit that like button. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting a Justin Fields special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, going up against the Commanders this Thursday night. And I got everybody hooked up with a Flock exclusive. Doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK 2 years ago on Underdog, last year on Underdog, or today or tomorrow on Underdog. If you use promo code FLOCK next week, you're going to have a Justin Herbert special pick'em against the Dallas Cowboys coming out of the bye. Super pumped that we were able to get everybody that. So please make sure you are taking advantage. Lone says 8-team BBR league. We have Richardson, Jefferson, Lamb, Mixon, Achane, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Sanders, Dak, Javonte, Lockett, Kirk, and Breece Hall. Should we trade a wide receiver for a better running back? If we can, sure, if you can send Christian Kirk and Devon Achane and go get a better RB, let's do it. The issue is, nobody's really going to be excited about that deal in an 8-team format, right? In an 8-team league, that would be an absolute no-brainer if you could pull it off. Carlos says, one flex league, who to start? Fields or Love, we're going to go Fields. Derek, Jacobs, Connor, Aaron Jones, we're going to go Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs. Receiver, we have Watson, Kupp, Pittman, Pickens. We're going to be going with we're going to go with Pittman and Kupp if Kupp plays. If Kupp doesn't, we'll go Christian Watson, assuming Kenny Pickett misses. And then for the flex spot, we are going to go ahead and we're going to be playing Aaron Jones. And then for the waiver wire, I don't want to start any of these guys, but I would pick up Jamison Williams for the long-term upside, assuming we wouldn't have to drop. We have someone worse than the options you gave us to drop. But Iggy Biggie says 12-team at BBR where we're 2-2. We have Lamar, Jacobs, Gibbs, Diggs, Kupp, Kittle, Judy. Should we trade Lamar, Gibbs, Dobbs for Jonathan Taylor, Watson, and Godwin? Lamar to Deshaun Watson, massive downgrade. Gibbs to JT, massive upgrade. Dobbs to Godwin, upgrade. Honestly, up to you. If you think you can go to the waiver wire and find, if there's players like CJ Stroud sitting on waivers, then it's a no-brainer. If everybody's rostering 2 quarterbacks and then all of a sudden we're not going to really be excited about any quarterback, then it's going to be a little tougher. Jonathan says, hey, I have Kupp, and we just traded Puka and Rachaad White for Olave, Khalil Herbert, and George Pickens. I think I would rather have Olave over Puka rest of season. I think that they are damn close, and a lot of people in the chat would tell you Puka straight up over Olave. Now, Rachaad White versus Khalil Herbert and George Pickens, definitely give me Rachaad White, which makes me think that, honestly, I think we probably could have gotten a little bit more for Puka here. Mitchell coming out saying, 10-team double flex full BBR league. We're 1-3. We have Fields, Pollard, Connor, Kupp, Cooper, Higgins, Pittman, Goddard, Achane, Dobbs. Was offered Walker and Ridley for Cooper, Kupp, and Etienne and Collins for Pollard. Definitely not taking the Pollard one. I would way rather have Tony Pollard. And if it's a double flex league and you are not fully confident with Cooper Kupp, you can go ahead and you can sell Cooper Kupp for Kenneth Walker, Calvin Ridley. Not going to fault you at all if you wanted to make that deal if you are worried about Cooper Kupp. But please keep Tony Pollard. Only Fantasy Cards coming out says 10-team PPR double flex. We're 4-0. Congrats, my friend. We love to see it. Love to see it. We have Love, Jones, Mostert, Jefferson, Dobbs, Andrews, Puka, Lockett, Stroud, Jacobs, Hunt, Kirk, Dell, Laporta, JT on the PUP. Any moves? We're offered a trade for Kirk and Laporta for David Montgomery. This is the exact kind of deal that I would want. Literally the exact trade that we would want is if we have Mark Andrews and Sam Laporta, especially if we were getting JT back soon, and we need to clear up a roster spot, we want to go ahead. We want to send Sam Laporta and another player to get an upgrade in the starting lineup. That's exactly what this is. Perfect trade for a great team. Congrats on being 4-0. Let's make this move, my man. Now, Campaign Lows coming out says 14-team BBR single flex. We have Hurts, Ramondre, Brian Robinson, Jefferson, Nico, Kirk, Walker, Roshan, Zay, Hunter Henry, John Dotson. Any moves? I'm 3-1. Hopefully Goddard will wake up for us, man. Love the content as always. Really appreciate you. Yeah, and obviously it's tough in a 14-team format if you have Goddard. But, having Hunter Henry, I guess we can start on. But if we are looking at this, we have the elite quarterback. We have Justin Jefferson, Nico Collins breaking out. We have Kenneth Walker, Ramondre, Brian Robinson at running back. So this doesn't look great like a 10-team league, right? But in a 14-team league, Kenneth Walker easily a top 14 RB. Ramondre Stevenson and Brian Robinson are top 28 running backs. So we have an RB1 and multiple RB2s. There's a reason we're 3-1, right? We have wide receiver depth, but not a whole lot of it in a 14-team format. We're looking to kind of sit here. The only thing I would possibly say, and it's probably a move that we cannot make, but if we have Jalen Hurts, it would be interesting to see if we could go ahead and potentially see if we can get an upgrade. A stack in there with like Devonta Smith. You're not getting A.J. Brown. The A.J. Brown owner is not trading him away. But if you could possibly send, say, I don't know, Nico Collins at a small piece to get a Devonta Smith, then we do it. But in reality, you have a great team, and there's almost nothing we can do. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. We've been live for 4 hours. I got to go pee. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but now we are good to go for the rest of the night. Now, King Ben coming out says 4-0, 10-team PBR, single flex, one quarterback league. We have Mahomes, Pollard, Kamara, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Kittle, Brees, Addison on the bench. Should we trade Kamara for Olave or Devonta Smith straight up? Full BBR format, obviously Kamara gets a small bump. I mean, if you are looking at this team, we do have some running back upside with Brees Hall. In a single flex format, I still probably do it. I don't love it, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I definitely don't love it, but we probably go ahead and make the move. Just trying to think. It's just tough. Like Brees Hall's our RB2. I mean, with Kamara, obviously he had the 13 receptions, but still, he didn't necessarily look great while doing so. Ethan says we have Fields, Diggs, Amon-Ra, DK, Connor, Mostert, Godwin, Gainwell, Spears, Hill. Should we trade my Godwin and DK / Amon-Ra for Kyron or Jacobs / Dobbs? So Godwin and DK for Kyron Williams and Josh Jacobs. Is that what you're saying? I don't know exactly what this says. Maybe I'm an idiot, but if I can sell Godwin and DK Metcalf for Kyron Williams or Josh Jacobs, if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I'm fine in doing so. Definitely not St. Brown, though. Now, Miles coming out says 14-team at BBR format, 3-1. We have Fields, Jefferson, Flowers, Gibbs, Mixon, Ingram, Addison, and then on the bench, we have Stafford, Gainwell, Johnston, DJ Chark. Any advice? Thank you for the content. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my friend. 14-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. We don't have a lot of depth, so we really don't want to be making a 2-for-1 deal here. I mean, obviously, we have the long-term upside. Jordan Addison is primarily what we're going to be focusing on a 3-1 roster. 6-point passing touchdown format, I'd probably go ahead and look to sell, say, Justin Fields for like Kirk Cousins if we're already all in on this Vikings offense with Jefferson and Addison. But Jeffrey coming out saying 10-team PBR, 3-1. We have Lamar, CMC, Bijan, Kupp, Lamb, Andrews, Kamara. On the bench, we have Devon, Terry, Christian Kirk, Amari, Judy, Dak. Any recommendations? Maybe Kamara and Amari for Josh Jacobs. 10-team league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. I'd be fine doing this just because depth doesn't matter in the slightest. In reality, I think what we're probably going to look to do is instead of trading like Amari, try to sell like Christian Kirk, where maybe you do see Kirk coming back down to earth just a bit if Zay Jones is healthy and good to go. Adrian says 12-team app PBR format, 2-2. We have Jalen Hurts, Tyler Algier, Najee, Jefferson, Devonta Smith, Henry, Dobbs. Which running back package to make for Jalen Hurts? You're wanting to sell Jalen Hurts for a running back package? If you could sell Jalen Hurts and Najee Harris and go get someone like Bijan, go get someone like Tony Pollard, then it'd be an absolute no-brainer. But obviously much easier said than done, right? Much easier said than done. Now, XC coming out says, PBR, love Goff, Lawrence. Can't be rostering 3 QBs. Achan, Montgomery, JT, Roshan, Zach, St. Brown, Olave, Addison, Boyd. Should we trade Montgomery and Lawrence for Jalen Hurts? I'm 2-2. If you do this, then yes, go ahead and drop Jordan Love and drop Jared Goff. Or if we can line up other trades to go through and send, like, say, Jared Goff and Devon Achan at that point and go get a running back upgrade. Ultimately, I do think we want to be doing anything else but rostering 3 QBs. Now, Big Dog Dave coming out says 12-team full BBR format. We have Goff, Fields, Gibbs, Swift, Chase, Puka, Kupp, DJ at Addison. I'm assuming that's Addison. Laporta, Addison. Who's Anderson? Maybe I'm having a brain fart. Need a running back, ETN available. They want Laporta and DJ Moore. What would you counter with? Love the streams. Thank you so much, my man. Honestly, I may just accept the deal, but I mean, if we were looking at maybe making a counter, I'll definitely go, hey man, I'll give you Sam Laporta and Tank Dell. See what they say. Worst case scenario, if they say no, honestly, I'm completely fine if you want to go out there and make this deal for Travis Etienne regardless. Jay says, Dynasty, Waddle for Devon Achane and DeAndre Swift. What do you think? I would rather have Waddle. I view Waddle as a cornerstone asset. I think he helps you now. I think he helps you long term. Shamil coming out says, what's up, Mason? 4-0. You have Keenan on the bye. My 2 receivers are Collins and Puka. Montgomery in the flex. Should we switch anyone for Jameson? I'm excited to see Jameson this week. I'm excited to see what this Detroit Lions offense looks like with him. But with that being said, no, we're not able to do so. No, we are not able to go ahead and sell. I'm sorry, bench Collins or Puka. They're must-start wide receivers. And I think Jameson will be a good real-life receiver. I just don't think he's going to have a ton of, just volume, right? He's the deep threat vertical field stretcher. Tani says, 1-3, 2 quarterbacks, 6-point passing touchdown league, where we have Hurts, Deshaun Watson, Bijan, Walker, Ridley, Nico, Hawkinson, Dobbs, Lockett, Javonte. Been offered 2 of Christian Watson, Gibbs, or Brian Robinson for Bijan. You take that offer, you throw it in the garbage, and you laugh in their face. There's no way in hell you're going to sell Bijan Robinson for that, my man. I mean, surprised to see that this team is 1-3. I'd assume that this would be a little bit better with the Nico Collins breakout. We really just need Calvin Ridley to start performing better. I do think that this team is solid, my man, but please, for the love of God, do not go out there and make that deal. Do not make that deal. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from JC says, thoughts on the running back room? We have Pollard, Gibbs, JT Hall, and Zach Charbonnet. I like it. I like it, my friend. I mean, we have a lot of production at the very top, and we have depth pieces down on the bench that have a lot of upside. Cameron says, make me feel better, please. Traded Devon Achane for Travis Etienne. I think you get a bell cow running back where you don't have to worry about workload concerns. Achane's in a better offense. Maybe he's a better running back. I don't know. But ultimately, he may end up being in a spot where you have to compete, say, with Jeff Wilson Jr. and with Raheem Mostert for touches. We'll see what happens. But I would rather have Etienne. Michael says, 10-team PPR, 2 running backs, 3 receivers, and a flex. We have Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Connor, Devon, White, Jefferson, Olave, Flowers, Higgins, Dobbs, Goddard. I'm 3-1 any trades. Depth's going to matter a little bit more in a league where we have to start 3 of these guys. Now we have so many running back depth pieces that if we could sell someone like James Conner with Justin Fields, I mean, coming off Justin Fields' best NFL game ever, and go get Josh Allen, go get Patrick Mahomes, go get Jalen Hurts. I think we would like that. Okay. Now, King Ben coming out saying, 10-team, 1 flex, 1 quarterback format. We have Mahomes, Pollard, Kamara, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kittle, Brees, and Addison. I'm 4-0. Should we make any moves? 4-0 roster, you're in a great spot. We can afford to hold on to the long-term upside of Brees Hall and Jordan Addison. I mean, we have great running, a phenomenal team. I'd say, honestly, hold on to this team. If we ever get the opportunity to buy Travis Kelce on a discount, then let's do it. But probably sitting on our hands for now. Love that squad, my friend. But real quick, I know that everybody loves seeing her. Prettiest girl in the world just walked in, barged through this door, opened the door, right? Because someone needs attention, and someone is ready for us to be done streaming. You want to come say hi? Come here, my baby. I know. Good girl. Say hi to everybody. Say, hey, guys, what y'all doing? What y'all doing in here? I know. You're a good girl, aren't you? Say, hey, everybody, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. Come on, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Okay, you're going to go outside. Go outside. Okay, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming out from Dylan says, 12-team at BBR 2-2. Traded Musgrave, who's a nothing burger. We traded Brian Robinson and Nico Collins for Travis Kelce. Phenomenal. Great deal. We have Hurts, Walker, Kyron, Tyreek, Puka, Kirk, Rashad White, Ramadre, Warren, Henry, Dallas Stevens. Love this, my friend. Love that so damn much. Okay. Now, Chaos coming out saying, 10-team PPR single flex league. 3-1, got offered Jalen Hurts, James Cook for Puka and Brian Robinson. James Cook's an upgrade over Brian Robinson. Would I rather have Jalen Hurts or Puka? On a team where we have Goff right now in at quarterback, I'd probably go ahead and make this move, to be honest with you. I think we get an upgrade at running back. I think you can make an argument for Puka. You can make an argument for Jalen Hurts. It's really up to you. I like it. Jovi says, Ayuk, Pickens for Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have Amari and Watson as well. Yeah, I would go get Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, with Pickens. Now you have the Pickett injury we're dealing with. And obviously at the same time, Deontay's going to come back eventually. Brandon says 0 RB strategy, 10-team at BBR. We have Chase, St. Brown, Keenan, Puka, Deontay. Swift, Hall, Herbert. Oh, beautiful. Most points, 4. Do we trade Jamar for Pollard? I think we do, honestly. I mean, when we're so loaded at wide receiver, Puka's our wide receiver 4. Let's go ahead. Let's trade Jamar Chase for Tony Pollard with the Joe Burrow injury. I think that makes sense. Chaos says Stroud is available on the waiver wire as well. Let me see if I can find this again. That makes the Jalen Hurts deal a little bit less valuable, to be honest. Like Jalen Hurts like a little bit less valuable in that league if CJ Stroud's sitting out there on waivers. Andrew says 12-team full BBR, 3-1, 2 receivers and a flex. Trade away Dak and Lamb for Mahomes and maybe Evan Ingram. Lamb, Mahomes, similar tier. Dak, if we can get Evan Ingram back, sure. Another offer, Lamb and Ramondre for Kelsey. 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. I understand the appeal in going through and potentially looking to sell. Sell CeeDee Lamb just because of the format. But in reality, I'm probably not doing this, my man. In reality, I think CeeDee Lamb is still like a borderline round 1 pick in my mind. The issue has just been obviously this Dallas defense is so good they don't have to throw the ball in the second half. Dominic says 12-team full BBR. We got Eckler, Jacobs, Gibbs, Roschon, Warren, Olave, Myers, Deontay, Downs. Should we trade Jacobs for Downs and Aaron Jones? Panic with Deontay and Olave. Jacobs for Downs and Dobbs and Aaron Jones. Would not do that. I don't think Dobbs really makes too much sense. And with Deontay Johnson, my man, he's just injured, right? Coming out of the bye week should be better. And then with Chris Olave, no, I'm not panicking on Olave at all. I think Olave is actually a buy low. I would keep Jacobs. I just don't think Romeo Dobbs. I'm not buying Romeo Dobbs until we see him with Christian Watson playing 100% of the snaps. David says 12-team 2-2, full BBR. We have Cousins, Connor, Jacobs, St. Brown, Smith, Goddard, Montgomery. And then on the bench, we have Burrow, Ford, Watson, Dotson, Myers, Everett. Any trade suggestions? Nothing now. I mean, I would still stand by. Like, if you can get something that you really like from Jerome Ford, would be really interesting. The issue is, obviously, I mean, with Jerome Ford, like the time to sell him was last week. It's going to be much harder to do so now. Very well-balanced team, though. Well-balanced team. We're going to be waiting until Burrow gets fully healthy. Then maybe we can go through and maybe we can move a different quarterback. Now, Farouk coming out says 1-3. We have Lamar, Olave, Ridley, Bijan, Pollard, Laporta, Ayuk, Kyron. And it's a 10-team BBR format. Panic and trade for a wide receiver, stay put. Thought we drafted perfectly. I think you're going to be just fine. I mean, I understand the concern. I understand where we currently sit. If I was going to do anything, honestly, I'd trade for an elite tight end. I'd see if we can get the Lamar Andrews stack. Probably hard to do it so after this week. But yeah, I know Olave was toast this past week, but Olave averaged 100 yards per game through the first 3 weeks. It was the Derek Carr shoulder injury. Ayuk's going to be better as well. Ayuk had his own injury. Really, the only guy I can't like say, okay, yeah, I'm for sure he's going to turn things around is Ridley. Batman says, I honestly think maybe I did miss your question, my friend. Let me go ahead and pull that up. I do not remember you out here. So let me pull this up for Batman Gaming. Please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, how long have we been live at this point? We've been live for almost 5 hours. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. I've not missed a single day since April. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, I just got y'all hooked up. Use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. You're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. You're plus going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, a Justin Fields special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and you'll be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em. You're going to get two of those. This Justin Herbert one will be next week. The Fields one's only going to be if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. The Herbert one's going to be, doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog, doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago. As long as you use promo code FLOCK, you will have that after Justin Herbert's bye week. But Batman Gaming, super sorry, my friend. Says, what's good, Mason? Hope all is well, brothers. Start AJ. Actually, we already did answer this. Never mind. I'd be happy to answer it again for you, though. Yeah, we're going to start Zay Jones if he does play. And then if Zay Jones does not play, we are going to go Sky Moore. Yeah. For a second, I thought, I don't know why we didn't remember answering that question, but we definitely did now that I look at it. But thank you, my man. Rex says, 14-team PBR single flex, 2-2. Starting Russ, Swift, Devon, Puka, Sutton, Everett, Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Eckler, Harris, Deontay, Njoku, and some bums. What are your thoughts? 14-team league, obviously depth would be much harder to come by. I mean, it would be really nice if we get a quarterback upgrade. Definitely want to roster 2 quarterbacks here and play the matchups. I think it will be better when we get Austin Eckler back in. I mean, Eckler's in a really good spot with the Williams injury. If you look at his target volume with no Williams in this offense. Kevin says trade Addison and Pierce for Lamar. Yes, I would. Also, Puka and Olave for Jefferson. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, then yes, I would. We have Saquon, Etienne, and Tyreek and Watson. Yes, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I do both deals. Laker Niner Abbott says 12-team at BBR. If Kupp is back, should we start Love or Stafford? Ooh, interesting question. Probably Stafford. And also to drop between Downs, Rice, we're going to be going Downs to pick up, drop Josh Downs out of the 2. And then for the defense, KC goes up against Minnesota. Detroit goes up against Carolina. Probably going to go Detroit where they are 6-point favorites. Washington's a 5.5-point favorite against the Bears. Atlanta's a 2.5-point favorite against the Texans. The Jets, I believe, are 3-point dogs against Russ. In New Orleans, who does New Orleans play again? I don't remember. I think we are going to go ahead and we're probably going to pick up the Detroit Lions defense as a 9-point favorite against Carolina. Emiliano says 10-team at BBR format. Allen, Walker, James Cook, Devon Achane, Gibbs, Javonte, AJ, Puka, Kupp, Davis, Godwin, Hopkins, Ingram. Any moves and who should we start? This week we're going to start James Cook and Devon Achane, AJ Brown and Puka Nacua, and then Cooper Kupp in the flex. If Kupp plays, if he doesn't, we'll go Chris Godwin's on bye. I guess we'll go with maybe Gabe Davis. I don't know. And honestly, I don't think we make any moves right now. I think we sit on our hands. We have a couple players on bye. We have uncertainty regarding Cooper Kupp. And once we get Kupp back in, I think we'll be in a good spot, my friend. Joss has traded Henry McLaurin for Tyreek. Is that good? Yes, I think we'd way rather have Tyreek. Stanley says Amon-Ra and Pacheco for Cooper Kupp. Probably Amon-Ra and Pacheco. Until we see Kupp on the field, I think you probably have to value Amon-Ra over Kupp, no? At least in my mind, I think you probably have to. Justin says we have Pollard, Bijan, Kyron. Happy BR 12-team, 3 wide receiver league. My wide receivers are DK Palmer, Addison. Should we trade Kyron Williams for Amon-Ra St. Brown? 3 wide receiver format. When we have these running backs, yes, I think we go ahead and make that move. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, super high floor ceiling combo rest of season. Avinash says Richardson, AJ Brown, Olave, Judy, Watson, Walker, Ramadre, Hall, Sanders, 2-2, 10-team league, at BBR, 4-point passing touchdown. What are your thoughts? Should we also offer Olave for Derrick Henry? Have BBR format if you wanted to. I'd be fine with it. You're probably going to get rejected. I think you're better off holding Olave long-term. Probably rather package together like Judy and Ramadre and see if we can go get it done that way. I think it's a very strong team. I mean, if it's a 10-team league, 1 flex, we can go like Judy and Ramadre and go get an upgrade at running back. We would do that. Ethan says 10-team BBR trade Walker and Anthony Richardson for Lamar, JT, and JSN. Anthony Richardson versus Lamar. Give me Lamar, but it's close. Walker versus JT. Up to you. I think you can do it. Michael Vick, happy to see, says drafted Ramadre as our RB1. Trying to acquire a running back like ETN, Pacheco, Swift, Barkley, or Montgomery. My flex players are Walker, Brian Robinson, Javonte, Lamb, AJ Brown, Pickens, Watson, London, and Puka. What do you package with Ramadre? Okay. You don't need to package Ramondre and another player to get to Pacheco. I don't want to send Lamb. I don't want to send A.J. Brown. Don't want to send Puka if we don't have to. If we could send, say, like Ramondre and London or Ramondre and Watson and get either Etienne, Montgomery, Barkley, or Swift, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if we're sitting with Lamb, A.J. Brown, Puka at wide receiver, obviously we can afford to be a little bit weaker at running back and still be great, obviously. Now, Ferris says, 10-team PBR. We have Allen, Pollard, Madison, Hill, Higgins, Hawkinson, Godwin, Brian Robinson, Palmer. Got offered Brian Robinson and Madison for Cooper Kupp. Scared he won't play. Would have no RB2. I would rather have Kupp. The report we got saying he is hopeful to play week 5. If he is hopeful to play week 5, I think you got to go with Kupp. Obviously, there is risk, but it's super low price there. Tone Bear says, waiver Nico, Devon, Stroud, who's the top right. Oh, Devon A-Chain, not even close. Yeah, go get Devon A-Chain ASAP. Michael says, full BBR, Herbert, Saquon, Aaron Jones, AJ, Hopkins, Henry, Kirk, Montgomery, Palmer, Higbee, Johnson, Zeke. Any trade advice? Also, we're going to go Dobbs or Howell for the streaming quarterback. Big fan. Really appreciate you, my friend. We are going to go ahead. We will take Sam Howell. And given the good matchup against Chicago, and then trade advice, if we could go like Christian Kirk and DeAndre Hopkins, go get a better long-term wide receiver, I'd really like that. But honestly, great team. Batmax says, I have Stroud and Lawrence. Would you trade Lawrence for Fields? 4-point passing touchdown format. Can everybody spam the chat right now? Who would you rather have? Everybody spam the chat. Would you rather have Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields? If you don't know, Batman Gaming, a long time member of the flock. Please help him out in the live chat if you can. Lawrence or Fields, 4-point passing touchdown league. I think we'd probably go Fields. Even, you know I'm not a Fields guy. I think Lawrence is a way better QB, but at least Fields has some rushing upside. Fields, Lawrence, Fields, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, Lawrence can turn it around from a real life perspective and still may not even be viable in fantasy, right? So I think you go Fields for rushing upside. Rex says, package Devon Achane with Russ for a better quarterback. Yeah, if you really wanted to, you can. If you have more than enough running backs to go around, I don't want to be starting Russ. Todd says, 10-team standard PBR. Who would you rather have on a deep bench? Tajee, McGoughlin, or Kareem Hunt? McGoughlin. I'm traded Mostert last week for Jacobs. Thanks to your insight. Love to hear it, my man. And yeah, I would rather have McGoughlin there. I mean, because the running back in front of him is currently injured, right? Jake says, 10-team PBR, 1 flex, 3-1. We have Love, Stroud, Aaron Jones, Pollard, Tajee, Roshan, Tyreek, Lamb, Puka, Mims, Logan Thomas, Dobbs, Parham. Looking to get Ferguson or Jonnu and Jamison Williams. Jamison would be my top pickup. I'd go Jamison, Ferguson, then Jonnu Smith off the waiver wire. Drop Donald Parham for damn sure now that he has that wrist injury. Okay, so, sorry, I had to deal with something. I think it's easy to drop Donald Parham in this instance. Honestly, I'd drop Logan Thomas. I'd rather have Jake Ferguson over both tight ends. I think we drop Donald Parham, pick up Jamison Williams, drop Logan Thomas, get Jake Ferguson. And then if you just don't pick up Jonnu Smith. I know Jonnu Smith, all jokes. Yeah, he's the wide receiver. I mean, he's tight end 1 in Atlanta, yada, yada, yada. No, we can't do it. We can't do it. Funky B Money says, 18 PBR. Hurts, Diggs, Kupp, AJ Eckler, JT, Etienne, Kittle, Laporta. What tight end should we start? We're going to go Laporta. And should we trade Kupp and JT for Pollard or Hill or wait? I think wait it out. 8-team league, the downside matters way less than the upside. I think wait it out. ACF coming out says 12-team PBR, 1 flex, 2-2. We have Hurts, Richardson, Hill, Debo, Dobbs, Judy, Etienne, Sanders, Shub Hubbard, Hunter Henry, Freiermuth. The thing is, obviously, if we have Jalen Hurts, you go through and you take Anthony Richardson, you package him with Miles Sanders, go get a running back upgrade, right? That's like the easy call. Gabriel says Kirk Cousins or Anthony Richardson this week. 4-point passing touchdown format, you make a strong argument for Anthony Richardson based off rushing upside. 6-point passing touchdown format, you definitely have to go Kirk against the Chiefs where they're going to have to air it out. Noah says 10-team 0-4, where we have Richardson, St. Brown, Addison, Swift, Williams, Kelsey, Gibbs, Pierce, Moore, Love, Dotson, Charbonnet, Deontay. Any moves to win now? Love you, brother. Appreciate you, my man. I think the easy call to say is, my man, we're 0-4. We can't roster these long-term upside shots. You got to go through. You got to sell you got to sell Anthony. You got to sell Jordan Addison. Go get an upgrade in the starting lineup. You got to sell Jahmyr Gibbs. Go get a go get a short-term upgrade. Like, these are guys that are long-term pieces that you can be really excited about, but at the same time, I mean, even if we can be excited about them long-term, I don't know if we can be excited about them short-term. Now, Jaron says, 3-1. Always happy to have you out here, my man. Appreciate you. We have AJ Dillon off the waiver. Do we drop JSN, Reed, Gainwell, Johnson for him? P.S. Everybody watching, drop that like and sub. Just hit that like button and sub. And I think we're going to go ahead and, maybe drop Jaden Reed now that Christian Watson's good to go. But the thing is, like, A.J. Dillon's hard to make an argument for. I mean, we started him twice with no Aaron Jones in this offense, and he gave us nothing. Obviously, we're never starting him with Aaron Jones. Gabriel says, bro, do you ever sleep? About to sleep right now because it looks like we're into this live stream. But thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us. Yes, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And I got y'all hooked up, ladies and gentlemen, not only with the usual offer on Underdog, where you use promo code FLOCK, get our rest of season fantasy football rankings, get a 100% deposit match, and get a Justin Fields special pick'em this Thursday if you're new to Underdog. But on top of that, I got everybody. It doesn't matter if you sign up to Underdog today, yesterday, tomorrow, 2 years ago. If you use promo code FLOCK, you are also going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week, which I'm super excited I was able to hook y'all up with that. So please make sure you take advantage ASAP. Find that link in the live chat in the description. Number one way to support the channel. Not even close. Really, really do appreciate y'all. Team Exposure says, we're going to flex Aaron Jones here. Flex Aaron Jones, my man. And thank you. Really appreciate you and really hope that I get to see you out in the live stream tomorrow night.